Ow, 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 ow. Hello, immediate slaves! I get ambushed when I walk through the door. Oh, yeah. Frame 1 slaves. They were delivered early. Thank you, Leo the Unwell. Thank you for the good morning, slaves. I finally bought eggs again.
Good morning, Kirsche. Last
Good
night,
morning.
the orderlies attacked.
What?
They breached the Kirsche Cube Collective, causing them to fly into the air. I spoke the trigger phrase "they love gay footers," causing the KKs to draw their mini Chris vectors and leave none live.
What? I don't know how much of this is real. I don't know if you should spell the Kirsche Cube Collective in that manner, though. You know, some people might get the wrong idea, but the mini vectors sound cute. The mini vectors sound cute. Leo the Unwell. Also, what the 600
Spicy
slaves. Where am I gonna put 600 of these? Where am I gonna put them? I haven't bought a house yet. Leo, you fucking madman. No. Where are the Kirsches going to take you for safekeeping away from the orderlies? Thank you, Leo. Actually out of his mind, Leo. Thank you. Thank you. It's in the name. That's true. He's unwell. What's YRYL? You rage, you lose. Because today we're getting angry. I am an angry fox woman. Help. You feel like a homeless person forced out onto the streets because somebody burned down the condemned building you were living in. I don't know if this is a real story or not. And choose to believe it's you Ruse. Oh boy. Somebody plushie's arriving and yours is still in Illinois. I still haven't gotten a shipping notification for mine. Monya. She's putting on the war pineapples. Indeed. Jack O'Neill, thank you for the 5. Trump should sign an executive order to put all flags at half-mast on tax day for national mourning. Yeah, I paid my taxes yesterday, and it makes me want to glow with the rage of 1,000 suns. Like, I was lucky, right? I called the IRS, and I was able to get my oh, you didn't estimate how much money you would make fees expunged, so I didn't have to pay those. They shouldn't exist in the first place, because the fact that you can get penalized for being wrong about how much you owe is stupid. You never got a notification, but it delivered yesterday? What the heck? I hope it's not lost. Who made the fox angry? The news. Florida's tax stuff was a little delayed to do the hurricane stuff, but you're sure it'll be passed next week? Okay. Did you get 10% off your taxes with code Kirsche? I wish that was a thing. How much are eggs these days? Apparently, they were like $5. I make a grocery list and Tim just buys the things, so. You know what it was? What was? Did I see the Bukele interview with Trump recently and a reporter wanted a terrorist to be released from Salvadorian prisons? No, I didn't see that. It's nice to have a house, Korean. It wasn't lost, you received it topless while you were sweeping the porch. Okay, that's good. That's good. You have to be topless when you sweep the porch. Be eye candy for the rest of your street. The news that made you angry? There's multiple newses that made me angry. Multiple, if you will. Red Heracross, thank you for the 5. Your Foxu plush is finally in USPS's hands. Hopefully not long now. Hopefully. Moose Nugget, thank you for the 10. 4chan being hacked makes you think of Beckett from the Pirates movie when he said Jack Sparrow is a dying breed. The world is shrinking. The blank edges of the map filled in. Replace JS with internet. I don't know what JS stands for. I don't know what you mean by that. Also, I don't get references, so I don't know what a Beckett is. And I'm assuming by pirates, you mean like Pirates of the Caribbean? Which I did see that movie, but I don't remember anything from it. Yeah, the 4chan hack is interesting. Not really anger-inducing. Because I wasn't a VTuber fucking posting about how much I hate other VTubers on VT, so I have nothing to worry about. I have nothing to worry about in that hack. But it's gonna be interesting. They've gotten like all of the mods' addresses and all of the mods' information, which is also interesting to see how many of the Jannies are a word that rhymes with Janny. You know, it's a little interesting thing. Fucking got him. Am I willing to? Oh, no, absolutely not. Spider Bro, thank you for the 9-month member. Another month with Foxu. My plushie is out for delivery with Bowberry. Hell yeah! I cannot wait for my Bowberry to show up. Dodged a bullet. I know, right? Why did they have their addresses on an anonymous forum board? Why did some of the Jannies use their real name email addresses or their .edu addresses as a fucking Janny on 4chan? They weren't hiring the best, as it were. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Who signs up with their real name EDUs? Fucking retards. This is who you're dealing with. This is who you're dealing with. Why are 4chan Jannies using .gov emails? I thought that was interesting. I guess we could start with something that's not rage-inducing. Because I did have, like, some 4chan tabs open. I don't have a lot. Open, because not much information is, like, really combed through yet. So we don't have, like, a ton of info. Oh, my Azure Lane is up. I didn't even notice that. Oh, let me flip my commissions, you know? Let's put the women to work while I'm working. We're dealing with idiots. They'll let anyone into college these days. Oh, I have some funny statistics for you later. Yeah, speaking of the housing market, you saw some mortgages at 0%. It's happening 2008 all over again? I don't know what you mean by that. I haven't seen the mortgages at 0%, but that's part of what's making me angry. The mortgage situation. That's also why I was late. Because I was like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening? I can't go live until I understand what the fuck you're saying to me in plain text right now. Because I need to understand this first. So that was my original plan, was to do that first, but you know. Back to work, boat women. Yes, you need to make me money and get me resources, a boat women's. That is your job. Boat women, please. My coffee has been tasting kind of funky recently. I'm wondering if, like, my taste buds are changing and I cannot drink my coffee the way that I am used to drinking my coffee. Dap, 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 dap. Yellow book. Did I change the filter? No, I buy like bottled fucking iced coffee. Clean the coffee maker. I don't use a coffee maker. I don't think I even own a coffee maker anymore. I'm pretty sure I threw it out. Because I just had like one of those, you know, like $15 like ancient coffee makers. And most of the time I used it to just boil water, but now I have an electric kettle, so I didn't need it. Probably the bottom of the barrel. Is the coffee expired? No. No. Meow. Hello, Gravy. 1 cum, 2 cums, 5 cums, 10 cums, 15 cums, 20 cums, 25 cums, 30 cums. That's a lot of cums. that's a lot of cums. Hey, strong-armed henchman. No wonder you got such strong arms. Thank you for the 30 gift subs, my dude. Thank you. Thank you for the 30 cums. You gotta remember the government isn't paid delinquent mortgages anymore, so some people are trying to ditch houses. That's why I'm angry, Mr. Suicide Battery. But we can't keep like fucking track jumping like we have ADHD, all right? We gotta go through one issue at a time, you know? Motherfucking, how do I get rid of my blue stacks? There we go. There, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find my blue stacks. So, apparently on 4chan, apparently, part of what the hack showed is that they have like a public reason that they'll ban you, and then they'll also have a private reason where they're just like, oh, this guy calls too many people Jews, we can't have him here anymore. I thought 4chan had, you know, a degree of free speech, but I guess the Jannies were a little more gay than we thought they were. The hacker known as 4chan. Oh my god. Like Reddit mods? Yeah, basically. I guess once more and more of the mods started being inflicted with the gay, it just became like a different skinned Reddit. A different skinned Reddit that's also used as a honeypot, you know? There was I don't think I have a tab on it, but apparently they figured out that like Jannies had special internal filters for all of the like rage threads on Poll. There was a Janny who was just like, can we do something about all of the like X is literally built for Y, or like you'll never have this, or like some rage pose with like a picture of a Latina or some shit. And I was like, holy shit. Like, we all knew that they were just fucking retarded bait threads, but I thought that they were, like, retards making them. Yeah, you know? Like... And did you ever see the VG filters for Sony and Nintendo fan insults? I did. That's kind of crazy that they would filter that shit. Like, Jannies, what happened? Do you not bring up the V filters on stream? I don't know, Asmongold did, and he's not banned, right? The Jannies were coming down with PTSD from cleaning up the CP and whatnot. It's no wonder they were getting tired of Anon's shit. Yeah, but like, just because you have to clean up the CP doesn't mean you have to stop people from saying, you know, like slurs, right? Like, those aren't related. Those aren't related. 4chan is dead? Where does Reddit
Spicy
now get their
cat raid.
barbecue porn?
Spicy cat raid.
Kirsche, do not bring up the filter. I've seen the filters. I've seen them. Apparently, all of the countries in red are considered countries with high levels of bots. Which, interestingly enough, Paraguay doesn't have bots. It's way to go, pair of gays. Honestly, you don't mind the filters that console fanboys are some of the most insufferable people. Yeah, but like, the only time they ever say anything relevant is when they're calling each other slurs. There's a list, but you can't show it on stream. I mean, I can. Asmongold did, but I won't give my mods a heart attack just yet. I think what I'm most surprised about with this map is they didn't just color Australia in anyways. It's like Australians were a plague on that website, and it was Moot's dream to just ban all Australians. You like to slur your speech and share slurs after a few drinks? All you single-handedly outposting the bots? Probably, dude. Hello, Mocha Lady. How are you doing today? 100% homegrown shit posts from the Aussies. The Aussie trolls are real, not bots. It's a white map of white people. And Saudi Arabia. Get wrecked, Australia. You never once even seen a Madagascar IP even as a joke? I don't know where my folder is, but I used to collect rare flags back in the day. Because occasionally you would see, like, unironic rare flags. And then it became more prevalent for people to, like, VPN in with flags. And then there were people with the meme flags. And I was like, I just don't care anymore. I just don't care about flag collecting. Paste rare flag collector. Oh, God. Meme flags ruined it? Yeah, I can agree with that. Meme flags were pretty gay. Finally asked in the Discord what a Kirsche is. Someone said Kirsche turns into a Kirsche when she runs out of brain cells. Is this true? Yes. Everyone can become a Kirsche. That's why there's so many different, you know, popular figures as Kirsches, like Napoleon. When your IQ levels drop too low, you just turn into a furry woodland critter. The fuck are meme flags? So, I don't know what other boards maybe had them, because again, I was just like a poll poster. A little fucking chugging over there. But, on poll, when you posted, you had like an ID and a flag. And so your flag would represent the country that you were posting from. And obviously you'd see tons of like US flags and UK flags and Canadian flags. And occasionally you would see like more rare flags like fucking Libya and shit, right? And you'd be like, holy fuck, how the fuck do you even have a computer? Is it running on slave electricity? Like, did you just capture some of your people and put them in a tent and now they're running for your electricity for the sole computer in the nation? Are you actually the leader? Like, what's happening here? You know? Like, the ID would let people know you were replying to yourself, pretending to be other people, for example. Yeah, exactly. It was really nice to have. Tibet was a true rare. I liked seeing the Tibet flag, the little alligator. And time was you could scream at a leaf for stealing the 8888888 post. How dare they? Imagine being dumb enough to use your full name on your email attached to the autism website. Janny's deserved it. I mean, they always do. Let's be real. Let's be real. Glad you're not the only one hearing the cats. Yeah, they go nuts in my... Oh, there's a bug in the house, I guess, because Guavy is sitting on top of the cat scratching pillar. And she's pawing at the wall. So I guess maybe when Tim walked the dog, a bug got in, and now she wants to eat it. That one guy from the Samoa. Yeah, right? You could also filter out IDs in a thread if someone's being annoying. Yeah, get filtered, idiot. Get filtered, idiot. I'm on you. Clean, Janny's clean. They do it for free, man. But yeah, so like if you were a flag collector, you would basically like screenshot the first post that you saw with the flag. And so you would have like a little folder of a collection of like the first post you ever saw with each individual flag. Little collection for an autist, as it were. This is just the entirety of 4chan being filtered then. This isn't a filter, this is just showing the countries with the highest number of bots, supposedly. Supposedly. Which, like, Russia makes sense, China makes sense. You know, some of these, like, very much make sense. Greenland had a lot of bots. Do they even have enough people? Like, what? 4chan has been a shambling corpse for a while. I think the funniest thing about this, and I'm not some sort of, like, programming guru, so I can't remember, like, the exact verbiage or whatever, but, I think Null was explaining to people how, like, the way that the hack happened was the website was running on, like, a super outdated version of something that hadn't been updated and was, like, end-of-lifed in 2016 or some shit. And so after Moot sold the website and Hiroshi Moot took over, I guess he just, like, didn't update anything. And this kind of makes me think of, again, the competency crisis kind of thing, where people who don't know how systems work or how to maintain them gain control of said systems, and then they just fall into disrepair and shambles. It's kind of like colonization in a way, right? The people that know how to build things come in and they build all these nice things like railways and infrastructure and electricity or internet, you know? And then people who don't know how any of this works gain control of it, and they start dismantling the railway for materials. The electricity only works for like 5 hours a day if you're lucky. And infrastructure starts falling completely apart because they don't maintain it. Bridges collapse and they just use ropes to get across it instead of rebuilding the fucking bridge. And 4chan gets hacked because nobody knew how the website fucking worked. And funny how Kiwi Farms, the supposedly worst site on the clear web, managed to unfuck themselves thanks to dipshits who made the drop Kiwi Farms thing. Kind of funny that. Well, I mean, the quality of your site, I don't think has anything to do with that. I think the reason that farms still exist is because Null is like peak autism, and he doesn't like being told what to do. And so the more people tried to, 1, baselessly attack him, and 2, tell him what to do, the more incensed his autism became to not listen to any of these people. Because Null is the biggest of autists. Because it feels like You know how when you see a president at the beginning of their term and they're like spry and youthful and, you know, optimistic, and then at the end of their 4 years they look like they've aged like 70 years? I feel like that's probably what Null is like as well. More likely the new owners didn't want to invest on upgrading the site. If you're going to own something like that, you kind of have to know how it works. You kind of have to know how to prevent something like this from happening. Kiwi Farms is so esoteric, they can't be flooded by too many users. Oh god. As a programmer running the old version of PHP is the programming equivalent of using an HIV-positive registry as a hookup service. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Do I know the lore about 4chan's current owner? Wasn't it the fucking Japanese guy that everybody called Hiroshi Mood, or did he sell it to somebody else? Because I stopped paying attention, so if he sold it, then I don't know who. Help, it's still him? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, yeah. He's a scammer, he already sold data from his other site before 4chan? Yeah, I vaguely remember that. If you're using free software anyway, update your damn software, it costs you nothing. I don't update a lot of things if they're necessary for everyday function, depending on what they are. Like my OBS is probably running on a version that's like several years old at this point. I know I updated it at one point, and cause like it wasn't working, and I updated it and everything broke. And this is like the story of OBS. If you update it, something will break. And so if you have a version of OBS that's working, it's in your best interest to not update it as long as humanly possible. Everyone on 2chan called Hiroshi Mood a dumbass. You guess they were right. I can't hear of 2chan without thinking of the song that called them half-chan Jews. You updated your OBS once and it nuked all of your settings, never fucking again? Yeah. Call Nim and make him do the update. Hiromoot always posts leftist stuff on his Twitter, even trash talk Shinzo Abe after the assassination. What a scumbag, dude. Holy shit. Demonstrating a separation we define as experimental versus production. 4chan becoming Reddit is crazy. Apparently it just has been for ages. Like, even as far back as, like, 2014, 2015, you can kind of tell shit was, like... Again, Poll was my home board, and probably about 50% of the threads, even at that point, were just, like, the shitpost threads. But they were pretty reliably one of the places to go for, like, breaking news stories. So if you wanted updated and current information, you could go there, and you would get info faster than you'd get it from an actual news source. And so that was one thing I enjoyed. Like the police scanner threads, those were also very comfy. Those were very fun. You know, gotta check your keys. It's been Reddit since at least 2016, maybe sooner. Yeah, I feel 2016 was probably like the nail in the coffin. You can't have too many people celebrating Donald Trumpo, as it were. Fed honeypot, shocking to no one. Yeah, and another interesting post, cause Null has posted a lot of info about this shit. His autism is, like, the opposite of mine. I wish I had his autistic memory powers, because, like, fuck, man. My brain is too squimshy. But, he said, one of the emails for a Jenny has the word Chitwood in it, which is the name of the Florida law enforcement officer who arrested multiple 4chan users. And I brought up a few articles just so people could, like, get an idea of who the Chitwood guy is if, they did not remember. So, third 4chan user arrested following threat to kill Sheriff Chitwood. Another internet user who posted online death threats against Sheriff Chitwood has been arrested, this time in Connecticut, where he's in custody pending extradition to Volusia County. Christian Zapata, 23, posted to 4chan on April 7th, "I will kill Chitwood, mark my words," a post that was flagged by the Central Florida Intelligence Exchange for further investigation. The investigation traced the origin of the post to a home in Ansonia, Connecticut, where it was determined Zapata had been living in his sister's apartment, along with her fiancé and child, at the time of the post. So, don't really need to read too much here. It's just like a little backstory here. And this was in April 2023. That bastard. Oh god. Go Volusia County. This is not news. 4chan has been a honeypot since 2010. Yeah. Yeah, but there's a difference between saying 4chan is a honeypot and then getting irrefutable evidence that, yeah, there were feds as Jannies on the board. And then here's another one, June 14th, 2023. Fourth suspect arrested in Canada after threatening Sheriff Chitwood. A fourth suspect who posted and sent death threats in response to Sheriff Mike Chitwood's stance against hate groups has been arrested, this time in Canada. Tony Stromboli of Calgary, Alberta, was identified as an individual who made repeated threats over Twitter, via email and in phone calls to sheriff office employees. Stromberg used the name Condor Calabasas in his emails, which included threats to murder the sheriff and his family members. You know? Gabagool! Shocked? So shocked. Maybe not so shocked. Yeah, like, it's weird that when we get confirmation of things, there's people that's just like, I don't care, we already knew this, and it's like, there's a difference between knowing and everyone calling you a conspiracy theorist schizophrenic, and you knowing, getting information that bolsters what you know, and being able to rub it in everyone's faces, right? Like, this is a good thing. Condor Calabasas sounds familiar. It's always weird when you're not a conspiracy theorist. Why more you were right all along? What? You were on 4chan from 2004 to 2007. Old bundle of sticks. You know, I was in like high school when I first started going on the website. The guy that I was dating as a high schooler, he was a Jew, and he was like, when you go to 4chan, you can read, but you don't post. If you post, they'll get your IP address, and they'll find you, and they'll come to your house. And so, like, you know, as a teenager, I was like, oh my god, that's scary. It's always weird when you're not a conspiracy theorist anymore. Yeah, it's true. Conspiracy theorists are just spoiling the new updates. No wonder the normies keep wanting to ban it. Every single time you get more and more sus. What do you mean? Who is this 4chan? Was he wrong though? I mean, I guess, you know, a million years later he was proven right. Million years later he was right. It's like getting another "you were right" badge after being called a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, exactly. You gotta love your "you were fucking right all along" badge, man. I don't know if there's anything else interesting that's come out from these leaks yet, because I know it's like a metric fuck ton of information to have to like crawl over. But I think like the sheriff information, you know, all the Jannies being gay, all of the like internal filters for not being able to call each other slurs, all of the like, hey, can we do something about all of these bait threads on poll literally just being ignored for some reason, you know? It's just like lolcows, the golden rule of not touching the poo. And he also had a guy who believed that Kiwi Farm will instantly hack him because he identifies as bi and knows LGBT programmers. Did you lean in real close and tell him that Kiwi Farms has already hacked him and that they're inside his walls? It's like as soon as you identify as bisexual, you just start having kiwis rain from the sky on your abode. You get straight arrested for posts. What about gay arrested? Zenik, thank you for the 70 czar. To be fair, if you get caught on a place that we all know that has feds on it, it's a skill issue. You used it, no feds were on there. Just assume anyone you're talking to is a fed, right? Oh, God. Ammonia. You went to Comic-Con on Sunday. Someone made art of me. What? There was art of me at Comic-Con? I'd like to see that. That sounds cute. Kiwi Farms raped my father and killed my mother. I guess the USAID money ran out so they couldn't astroturf poll anymore. I guess. I don't fucking know, man. Everyone you talk to is a fed. Kirsche is the FBI. No, I have a handler in chat. Kiwi fruit, people or birds raining down? Why not birds that are also the fruit? You're playing Assassin's Creed 2 for some reason? Welcome. Funny how their schizo conspiracies are totally legit, but our reasonable questions about things are totally unhinged. Oh, God. Assume everyone you're talking to is a fed until proven otherwise, and then continue to assume they're feds anyways. Yeah, seduce your federal agent. Wasn't it Senator Kennedy that said that we gotta get new conspiracy theories because the old ones were right all along? I don't know who said that. What a time to be alive. How the mighty fall. I mean, I guess it's only a matter of time until this happens if they weren't, like, updating the internals of the website. It seems like a really silly thing to do. You're not Chinese. What did he mean by this? Your agent better be Japanese or Korean. High powered, thank you for the 10. You wonder if this will be bad as Post or the Fediverse leaks? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I have no idea what specifically is going to be leaked. I guess they at least have standards because they were like, we're not gonna release any information on like the pass holders. So that's nice of them, right? They're not gonna go after like innocent retards who bought a 4chan pass. They're just gonna target the Jannies. Become Kanye, make your glowy agent wear a see-through dress. Make you wait 10 minutes to post on you. We're talking about rage-inducing things. How's your hunt for the delinquent artist? I still haven't heard back from them. Haven't heard back from the VTuber that I reached out to that recommended the artist to me, or rigger rather, not artist, but you know. How many high schoolers do you have to kill to buy your dream Victorian? 2 or 3? Probably way more than that to reduce the price. And speaking of reducing the price, this is a great time to get into the rage-inducing happenings in the housing market. So this post was linked to me. Let's fucking go. Nice job, White House and Doge, putting an end to this COVID loan mitigation craziness. And then tagging that Darth Powell guy that I've read some tweets off of before. And this guy, I don't know who this guy is, but thanking them for speaking out. FHA ends the Biden-era COVID-19 loss mitigation waterfall. Today, the Federal Housing Administration published Mortgage Letter ML 2025-12, tightening and expediting implementation of the new permanent loss mitigation options, which modifies and replaces certain provisions in the ML 2025-06. Updates to servicing loss mitigation and claims published January 16, 2025, and provides revised and updated loss mitigation guidance. Through ML 2025-12, the Trump administration is definitively announcing the end of the relaxed COVID-19 era loss mitigation waterfall administered in FHA's single-family housing program. Additionally, the administration is announcing that it will continue its review of the entire FHA permanent loss mitigation waterfall to ensure the policy protects taxpayers while mitigating financial risks to the Mutual Mortgage Insurance Fund. The Department of Housing and Urban Development will be conducting an overall evaluation of the payment supplement tool as well, including an assessment of its performance and function to determine if it should remain a part of HUD's loss mitigation program. Many of the emergency loss mitigation policies implemented by FHA on the onset of COVID-19 national emergency, which were intended to be temporary, have instead been extended for years and remain in place today. FHA's prior failure to definitively sunset the COVID-19 emergency loss mitigation waterfall has increased risk in the MMIF. It hurt taxpayers and set up many FHA borrowers for failure, and enabled other FHA borrowers to abuse the current process. And if you've not been paying attention to anything going on, like the person posting this, whoever the fuck Yennefer is, you would read this and you'd be like, yay! Yay, this is great! It's ending! Oh boy! This was also linked to me. Big loss mitigation changes at the FHA. A little screenshot. This is a screenshot from their letter here, dated April 15, 2025. And as you can see up top here, this is 251 pages. So I'm just going to read the screenshot. Permanently sunsetting the COVID-19 loss mitigation options on September 30th, 2025. Moving up the effective date of the new permanent loss mitigation options to October 1st, 2025, from February 2nd, 2026. Continuing the suspension of FHA HAMP and sunsetting the program effective September 30th, 2025. Extending the time on the eligibility of a borrower for subsequent permanent loss mitigation option to once every 24 months, from once every 18 months. And canceling the scheduled increases in borrower compensation under the FHA's pre-foreclosure sale program, deed in lieu of foreclosure, disposition options, and cash for keys incentives, maintaining the current amounts. And if you've been watching my stream, You might, after I read these things, say, wait a minute, Kirsche, hold on, Kirsche, 1 second here, Kirsche. What do you mean? September 30th, 2025. What do you mean? October 1st, 2025. What is this February 2nd, 2026 date? Because when we read about this, and still on the FHA's actual fucking website, FHA offers COVID-19 recovery options to eligible borrowers who are 61 days or more delinquent through April 30th, 2025. This was supposed to end at the end of this fucking month. And then, in this fucking screenshot, wherever the fuck this is from, they complain about it being continuously extended. Apparently, at some point, the FHA extended this April 30th date to this February 2nd, 2026 date. They did this so quietly, they didn't even update their own fucking website with the new date. And now, the Trump administration's like, okay, well, we're gonna roll that back to September 30th, 2025. I say I don't give a shit about the banks. This should have been rolled the fuck back all the way to the end of this month. This should have been, no, you said April 30th. We're not extending it. We're not forcing taxpayers to pay for other people's mortgages until fucking September. So, like, I am livid reading this. Why did it get extended to February 2026? And why, when the Trump administration finally found out what was happening, why did they only roll it back to September 30th, 2025? Like, Kirsche, the banks would have to scramble too much. It would be a problem if you put it too close. I don't give a shit. I do not care about the fucking banks having to scramble and figure out how to do shit so quickly. They absolutely should not have put that date out into September. Roll it back to the end of the month. Like, this is asinine. Absolutely fucking asinine. And there's an article here. FHA updates loss mitigation waterfall in new mortgage servicing guidance. This is from January 17th. I'm pretty sure when we read all of the shit about the April 30th date, that was only several weeks ago. That was only like sometime in March that we read about this. So apparently January was when they decided, April's too close. Let's push that back until next year. The Federal Housing Administration this week published Mortgage Letter 2025-06, which codifies updates to FHA's permanent loss mitigation options based on learnings from its temporary COVID-19 policies and feedback received on the draft policies from a proposal published this past November. Also, hold on, I see part of the article is blocked because they want you to pay for it, so I'm going to go to the archive 1 sec. When will newspapers learn to stop putting fucking pay blocks on shit? Published on Thursday. Again, this is back in January. This is before Trump got inaugurated. Yes, it is before Trump got inaugurated. So they decided, oh, we're losing control of the White House. Well, we need to keep our fraud going a year longer and hope they don't notice. Published on Thursday, this letter extends existing COVID-19 recovery options to February 2026. The FHA said it is aiming to give stakeholders time to implement the new loss mitigation, claims, and reporting requirements. The letter clocks in at 243 pages, detailing a large number of changes that will be incorporated into a revision of the Single-Family Housing Handbook 4000.1 for all of the agency's Title II forward mortgage programs. Among the changes, the ML updates FHA's repayment plan and forbearance policies, changes the agency's home retention options for borrowers who either can or cannot resume their existing monthly payments. I don't care. You should not have been given these loans. I want your house foreclosed on as soon as fucking possible. I want you kicked out on your ass on the street, out of the house, get it back on market. Stop using tax dollars to pay for this fucking scum. I'm sick of it. I am so fucking mad. revises the agency's loan modification option for unresponsive borrowers and updates both allowable loan modification interest rate pricing and policies toward presidentially declared major disaster areas. The ML also, wait a minute, hold on. Updates the loan modification interest rate pricing and policies towards the major disaster areas. What? Didn't people in North Carolina have issues like even getting immediate relief payments, never mind anything with their loans? Weren't they essentially told, you voted for Trump, fuck off, right? Like, what the fuck do they mean by this? What the fuck do they mean by this? The ML also adds guardrails to mitigate the risk of redefault and ensure that borrowers receive the most appropriate loss mitigation option. This includes a minimum requirement to the number of payments made, borrower attestation that a loan modification is affordable, and successful completion of a 3-month trial payment plan. The ML also makes changes to FHA's home disposition options. Last month, a coalition of 6 mortgage trade organizations sent a letter to FHA Commissioner Julia Gordon pushing for the current loss mitigation waterfall be extended to February 2026, while updates to the agency's servicing handbook are deliberated. Both of the Mortgage Bankers Association and the Community Home Lenders of America lauded the ML's publication. Of course, the mortgage trade organizations don't want to enter into foreclosures because their fucking free money will stop. Mortgage groups push FHA for loss mitigation extension. This was published December 23rd, 2024. In late November, the FHA proposed updates to its permanent loss mitigation options based on lessons learned from its temporary policies implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the time, the FHA indicated it would give stakeholders an extension to the current April 30th, 2025 deadline. Because the draft handbook covers a broad range of topics and includes new options, a substantial implementation time window is necessary even though many parts of the draft are familiar. The coalition includes the American Bankers Association, the Center for Responsible Lending. Yeah, that's what you don't fucking do. Look at that fucking subversive ass name. Housing Policy Council, Mortgage Bankers Association, National Consumer Law Center, and National Mortgage Servicing Association. The FHA's proposal outlines several options to borrowers struggling with mortgage payments, whether they can resume payments or not. The draft includes standalone partial claims, a 40-year loan modification, and a payment supplement partial claim. The entire issue is that these banks were allowed to give loans to people that could not afford them. Because these lending companies knew that if they gave these loans to people who could not afford them, they would get paid by the FHA and could keep adding these missed payments from the people onto the back of the mortgage. So they created both a perpetual debt slave while also getting paid on time by the government. These have no interest in this program changing, and of course are going to continue to lobby for extensions. You know who pushed all of these subprime loans? Larry fucking Fink. I have an Asmongold clip for that because he said a lot of things quite well and then somehow thought that Larry Fink was not committed to DEI. The coalition requested the FHA to maintain a streamlined loss mitigation process and avoid returning to a document-heavy system. They also advocated for a unified process to address all types of hardship, job loss, natural disaster, and others, simplifying implementation for mortgage services. The FHA proposal also introduces guardrails to ensure home retention for borrowers who can sustain monthly payments, such as 3-month trial payment plans, which the trade group said is better than using a full documentation process. The coalition expressed support for the FHA's payment reduction strategy, aligning it with practices used by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I can't remember which one it was, but we read an article recently, I want to say it was Fannie Mae, where the director basically resigned. They found a whole bunch of fraud going on at the organization, and then the director was like, whoop, time to resign. Research has shown that targeting a reduction in monthly payment, which does not require a comprehensive evaluation of the borrower's financial situation, is more effective at reducing redefaults than meeting an income-based affordability target. The FHA's proposed updates come as mortgage delinquency rates have climbed in recent quarters, particularly within the FHA portfolio, driven by macroeconomic pressures, natural disasters, and rising property insurance premiums, as well as taxes. I don't think those are the primary cause for the FHA portfolio delinquency rates that, for some reason, you're unable to foreclose on because of these COVID fucking era shit. In early December, the FHA announced the implementation of modern borrower default engagement practices, enabling remote and electronic communications between mortgage lenders and defaulted borrowers. This initiative aims to expand borrower-lender interactions, building on the success of remote communications during the COVID-19 pandemic. As Fannie Mae, don't look into the origins of either, though. Remember, chat, banks never lose. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of them. My throat's already struggling, chat. MBA appreciates FHA's efforts to update its loss mitigation waterfall to preserve COVID-19 flexibilities and give mortgage servicers a variety of effective tools to help distressed homeowners, regardless of their financial hardship, stay in their homes. Get them out. Get them out. Bob Brocksmith, MBA's president and CEO, said in a statement, like, I am just so fucking mad at this point. You cannot use guilt. You cannot make me feel bad for people who could not afford their homes, buying homes they can't afford, with loans they can't afford. You're not going to guilt trip this time. Let me get this straight. A group representing banks who gave loans to people who can't afford them decided to have the government pay those loans instead and double dip on the debtors later too, supposedly to help the debtors not be destitute, instead of, doing something to give said debtors a break themselves. They can do that, Correct. You are correct. And also, to add to your timeline, these lenders are the ones who gave these people who couldn't afford the loans in the first place. And I've said this when we talked about this before. When you're talking to a lender, right? A lot of people will be like, this is their job. They know what they're doing. They're the professional. They know more than I do, right? That little like, well, they're an expert, so they must know more. If they give you like a pre-approval letter and they're like, hello, citizen, I know you only make, $120,000 a year. You can afford a $1.3 million home loan. The person's going to be like, well, I don't know how those numbers add up, but you're the expert. And if you say I can afford that, I believe you. And then they get into a house and then they realize, oh, I can't afford these payments. And because they can't afford these payments and the COVID relief programs have been going on for so long, it doesn't matter that they can't afford their monthly payment because the FHA starts paying the lender for those payments. And so let's just say, I don't know how much it would actually be, but let's say they have like a $7,000 a month mortgage. That $7,000 will get paid by the FHA to the lender, and then the lender can add that $7,000 missed payment plus interest onto the back of the mortgage so that the person who already couldn't afford it stays in debt longer. It is literally just printing money. Many people go after their dream home. Numbers never even enter their mind. It's like, I want my dream home, right? But I also have to remain realistic and understand what I can and can't afford realistically, which is difficult because I'm in a job that has a volatile income. Trust the expert should be a red flag outside of trades and hard science. It should be, but like when you don't know what you're doing, all you really can do is trust that the person talking to you isn't trying to take advantage of you. And unfortunately, so often, they're trying to take advantage of you. Your monthly payment's the cost of a small car. Yearly property taxes also cost you a small car. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, it's very ridiculous. It's a red flag in trades and science too. It's because Kirsche doesn't want to go bankrupt. I don't, man. I don't. A real expert will take time to explain it in a way you can understand. Absolutely. Absolutely. High powered, thank you for the 10. Fun fact, FHA loans are assumable. Your down payment is bigger, but you can lock in a low interest rate. Realtors and lenders specialized in this process are gearing up for this. There was part of the FHA loan process where you could put a low amount down And I think Cash for Keys also does that, where it's a low amount down payment. But this was also part of, like, their COVID relief nonsense. You made $25K a year, and when you tried to get a pre-approval, you couldn't go higher than $200K. You almost picked a house that was $165K monthly, would have been $1,300 a month. You backed out because it was too much. Yeah, and one of the articles we read when we went over this before, right? One of the articles we read was talking about how the average home price or some shit for these was around $700,000. And I've been complaining about home prices in New England for quite a long time. $700,000 in New England is like, you're probably gonna get a fixer-upper. You're gonna get like a middle-class home, maybe around 3,000 square feet, but it's gonna have a lot of damage. $700,000 home in the rest of the country, that's like a mansion, man. Like, that is, like, outside of like New York and some areas in Florida and some areas in California, $700,000, that is a massive fucking, like, compound. Why are so many people getting that level in the FHA loans? Like, that is insane to me. And that's just the average. 700,000, what the fuck? That's not the kind of houses you get if you're worried about being able to make payments. Exactly. When we read that, I was like, Chad, I don't know if you understand how much the monthly payments would be on a $700,000 home when you get that fucking mortgage, right? Like, that's at least like 4.5K a month on your mortgage. If not more, if you don't put 20% down. 700K for a crack shack in fucking London prices. It's 6K a month. Well, I mean, like, the $1 million homes in New Hampshire are like 6K a month, so it's definitely a little less than that. It could be more if you put less than 20% down, but whenever I do like monthly payment calculations, I do it at the 20% level. Hell, it depends on the down payment. Yes, it absolutely does. Yourself, you have zero money in the bank, also zero debt total. 700K gets you a fucking 2-bedroom condo here in Oahu. Maybe everyone taking out FHA loans is just trying to live in Hawaii. I don't know, man. You know? Most new constructions in the 500K to 800K range. Nobody can even break building 200K homes. Yeah, it's like, it is obscene. It is insane. That could explain it. Mortgage servicers have provided forbearance to approximately 8.5 million borrowers since March 2020. And this is where we were getting the roughly 8 million home figure, where at the end of April, when this program stopped, there should have been foreclosure proceedings happening to about 8 million homes. 8 million homes going into foreclosure all at the same time. And then May 1st, I don't know if it's May 1st anymore. Because I haven't looked into it. But May 1st was supposed to be when the VA loans did the exact same thing as the FHA loans. Where May 1st, they would stop paying all of this COVID relief to people who took out VA loans and hadn't been paying. So now this is going to be going on until fucking September. That's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. They should not have kept extending this. I'm glad Trump's administration noticed they extended it until February of next year and scaled it back. But they should not be given the benefit of the doubt like the FBI was given the benefit of the doubt to deliver documents. They should be told, no, you fucked up. You tried being weasels about it. You have until April 30th. That, like, I do not care about how difficult it would have been for these lenders and banks. Kicking the can down the line. Wait, they're pushing back just the VA or all the loans? All the loans. I don't know if the VA is pushed back. I haven't looked up the VA if they've changed the date. So the VA could still be, it could still be in May, or it could be pushed back until after September. I have no idea. I haven't looked it up. Your fiance and you live in New Hampshire and you make a combined $80,000 a year. You can't even find a house that's remotely close to anything that you can afford in the southern New Hampshire area. I don't know how you guys can live in New Hampshire on $80,000. Like I'm not like fucking poor shaming people, right? I've been out of my mind like looking at places in New Hampshire because my family lives there, right? Like I want to live near my family. And so like please do not take this in like any way whatsoever. But it's like $100,000 as an income in, like, North Shore, Mass, Southern New Hampshire, like, that's still basically fucking poverty up there. Like, you can't buy a house on $100,000. You can barely afford, like, a decent rental on that income. Because you're gonna be paying, like, $3,500, if not $3,500, $5,000 a month on just the apartment. And, like, yeah, you get so many tax breaks in New Hampshire, but, like, the price of, like, living there is just so fucking much. It's happening out in Texas. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then when I'm looking at, like, the average incomes for these places, these towns that I'm looking at, I'm like, how? Right? Like, obviously there's a lot of people who are moving from other states into New England, but if you're looking at a town where the average income is like 60, 70, 80,000 a year, and the cheapest houses are $850,000, $900,000, how are these people even affording their property taxes? Like, that's so much fucking money. Can confirm in that pay neighborhood still rent. Yeah, like, I don't want people thinking of, like, poor shaming them, because it's like, I'm definitely fucking not. But it, like, the math does not math to me. It doesn't make any sense. You're asking because you just arrived trying to access poll and every single board is fucking down. They got hacked. Don't go there. The secret is crime. You hate staring at your pay, so you look at the number and go, why do I have half? Yeah. Yeah. Munya. They got hacked. Yeah, 4chan got hacked, and don't go there right now. You just annoyed your mortgage company makes it such a pain in the ass to try and get rid of your mortgage insurance payments because they want to keep extracting $200 from you a month to cover their own asses. Why the fuck do you need to pay insurance for the company in the first place? So, the way I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong because I haven't taken out a mortgage yet, right? But the way I was explained mortgage insurance is if you put less than 20% down, or if you have under, like, a certain level of credit score, you are considered, like, a riskier buyer. So you have to pay for mortgage insurance in order to get that loan from the lender. Which, I understand that, but while these places are doing so much, like, disgusting finagling to create low-income debt slaves while getting paid by the government, they shouldn't also be allowed to give mortgage insurance, right? Because, like, at this point, you're just, like, triple dipping and fucking these people over. You did your taxes in February, you owed them $1, it took 4 quarters out and said done. Yeah, fuck it, after I told Tim I did my taxes, he was like, yeah, I did my taxes today too. I'm just like you, Kirsche. I owed them $20. And I was like, I am going to flay your skin from your bones. 4chan got hacked. Gura announced she has an announcement that might be, I don't know. I don't want to speculate graduations, man. Zenchet, thank you for the $4.99. You wouldn't be shocked if a large portion of these loans are for people to move to Hawaii. You've currently seen more non-local people here since the CUF. New England is a very competitive market. Like, New England is a hot spot for people to be moving to, which has made it exponentially more difficult for people who already live there, or for people like me who are from there and want to move back there to afford anything in the area. Like I told you guys when I first started looking for a house in that area, one house that I went to personally in person and looked at, a California lady put an offer in on that house, and oh god, I can't remember exactly how much it was. It was like a decently pricey house. I want to say it was like 650,000, something like that. I went and I looked at that, and I was like, I don't know if I can afford a mortgage for this, but like, let's fucking see. Let's fucking check it out. Someone from California put in an offer on that house for like $200,000-$300,000 above asking. And it's like, how are you supposed to compete with idiocy like that? How are you supposed to compete with someone who's just like, I have enough money that I don't care that I'm wasting hundreds of thousands of more dollars that I don't need to be to ensure that I get this property over other people? And like I said that as well, like my dad drove past another house like recently, and I was gonna have him go look at it, and then they got a cash offer. I can't compete with cash offers because I have to take out a mortgage because I can't afford a house. It's like all the people moving to Texas, all the Cali people coming in and overpaying with cash. It's exponentially raised prices here. It's becoming so much harder to afford anything because of them. It's ridiculous. In reality, are you allowed to discriminate against Californians and New Yorkers and liberals? I kind of wish. I kind of wish. And then on top of all of this, New England has the double problem of all of the boomers buying like second, third, fourth, fifth investment properties and destroying them, turning them into multi-family properties. New England is going to end up being an entire area of you will own nothing and you will be happy. It's only going to be investment properties people are using as rentals, because that's just what keeps happening. There's probably been about 20 or so homes since I've started looking, and that I've decided to keep up with in tabs, that were bought, went off market, and went back on market as rentals. So it's like these homes are getting bought and they're getting transformed into rentals, sometimes multi-family rentals, and there's just nothing you can do about it. The house that I talked about that was in like an incredible state of disrepair, covered in like bat guano and shit, the foundation was sinking. I was like, I'd love to, but I don't think I can afford the repairs on this at the price that they're asking. I don't think I can afford this. And it had like 6-7 competitive offers the next fucking day. And when I looked around at the street that this house was on, this was a historical street. Almost all of the houses on this street were either Victorians or colonials from the mid 1800s to the early 1900s. All of them had been sold since 2016 as multi-family rentals. Every single fucking one. Texas got rid of the first home program. You were angry. A few friends and you were going in on a house to help each other. It's like actual batshit. The fuck. Yeah, no, that house was disgusting. It was grody. And I think when I looked back on it after the bidding war had finally settled, that house, sinking foundation, dilapidated garage, fucking interior design looked like they let their toddler just draw with crayon all over everything. All of their electrical sockets were fucked. The outside sockets, they didn't have like covers on them so rain could just get inside. There were rat traps everywhere, including in the insulation, bat guano in the attic. Like it was disgusting. You wanna guess how much this house sold for, chat? You wanna just take a fucking guess? What they finally sold this house for after the bidding wars? Garage. This is why 1.3 mil. That guy overestimated. 800K. That's more reasonable. That's more reasonable of a price. $1 million. It sold for $980,000. That was a $980,000 home. Bat guano comes free, baby. That is how fucked things are in New England. What? That can't be real. I wish I was lying to you. I wish I was lying to you. That bidding war got actually fucking intense, apparently. I was like, And like, when I was talking to my realtor, I was even like, well, since it's in such disrepair, what if I offer like, you know, 100,000 less than what they're asking, right? Because it's so fucked up. And she's like, this house, because I think it's going to go several hundreds of thousands above asking. And after I saw how every other house on that same street had been bought, destroyed into a multi-family rental, and then rented out, I was like, oh, this is an area of the town that normal people can't afford to live in. This is an investment property town. Something needs to be done about that shit, dude. It is absurd. That's the plan. Yeah, this is how boomers treat history. It's so sad. It's so sad seeing something like, you know, a fucking 1889 Victorian, and they're like, yes, you can pay $5,500 a month to live in the third floor apartment. You have 3 other families in the home, but oh, that's it, chat. We're building a Kirsche Victorian sanctuary house. Buy, destroy, remake, rent out, repeat. I'm so sick of it. Like, I don't think anything has made me hate boomers more than starting my journey of looking for a house. Zeus, give me a reasonable mortgage and my life is yours. Yeah, pretty much. That's basically a favela. Need to make Korshovos a real village of Victorians. renting out historical property should be illegal unless they're literally built to be apartments by design. The problem is that if a historical property doesn't have a historical plaque, and if you don't go to the historical society to get it that plaque, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. And most people, a house having a historical plaque will devalue the house. Because most people, apparently, want to go in and destroy the historic property. Help. Boomers ruined housing. Millennials ruined living. Yep. Yep. And those things cost money? They do. They do. But the historical plaque, if you care, if you're someone who lives in a really, really old house and you care about that history, I think the investment in the historical plaque is worth it. What advice could you argument about letting little kids be trans is wrong? You're in an argument with a friend and you really don't know how to articulate why it's wrong? Children can't consent. Puberty is normal. Putting them on puberty blockers is not normal. Like, there's no such thing as a trans child. They are just fed information by their parents. I don't know what you mean by this. This should be easy enough for you to explain on your own. Thank you, dear Bader. Thank you, dear Bader. I guess trying to get a clip for someone else. Ask them if children can consent to getting a tattoo. That's different. Trans children are like vegan cats. Chatter, your friend is retarded. No offense. No, full offense. Full offense. Your friend is retarded. I don't think there is a friend, though, chat. And to be fair, if you get a historical plaque on a house, you become very limited on how you can repair and maintain it. So you have to hire specialists trained in historical restoration. So that is a legitimate reason why it can devalue a property. Again, that's why I said if you care about the historical value. Right? If I bought a historical house, I would want to get that plaque. Because after I die, I would not want it to get destroyed. Didn't a kid get a fucked up spine from puberty blockers? I mean, they get a fucked up lots of things from going on puberty blockers. Oh, I had a tab for that as well. I had a tab for that. I don't remember if I actually put it in the place that it should be, or if I'm retarded. Hold on a second. Let me just take a little scroll through my tabs and see if I remembered. Nope, those are the old tabs, so I didn't remember. I didn't remember. Sometimes I am retarded. Day of the pillow when. Just the phrase puberty blockers is insane that people support it. And it's like the biggest reason is just like, oh, well, if they don't take the puberty blockers when they're young, they're not going to be able to transition when they're older. And it's just like, why is the child passing for something that it'll never be more concerning than it having like a healthy functioning body, in your opinion? And also, it's also wrong in general, because if they want to do anything else, they're not going to be able to because their body's going to be underdeveloped. I'm having to scroll through my likes. I feel like preemptively castrating and making people infertile is probably a bad idea, but like that's just my opinion, man. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the fucking thing. Oh, did I finish reading this article even? I don't think I did. I think I got so angry. But it doesn't look like there's anything else here that's relevant to what we were talking about anyway. Every distressed FHA borrower deserves fair consideration for a loss mitigation option, but this has to be balanced by a process that does not allow defaulted borrowers to string the process along just for the purpose of delay. That's true. That's true, and it's been strung along for years. Fucking cut it the fuck out. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I have a package that came in, but I don't know what's in the package. No. So, Buck Angel here. Responding to someone. This is a tweet that says, surgeon botched her so bad that she was left with a scar bridge. So this is 1.4 years post-op of a female to male. I'm gonna mute this so Ziz doesn't have to AI edit it. Isn't this showing boobs on stream? It's a loophole. And then Buck responded, because they have to be. It's the only option they have now. They get brainwashed into believing this looks good as well. It's now the mark of trans, like being branded. And someone responded to Buck saying, didn't you also get top surgery? It seems hypocritical to get top surgery and then mock other trans people for doing exactly what you did. And then Buck responded here, are you fucking retarded? I have standards, as all transsexuals should, and I have no scars. And got my surgery 30 years ago. Fucktard. What the fuck is wrong with you all promoting this shit as gender-affirming care? Go fuck yourself. This is unacceptable surgery for anyone, but especially anyone who is transsexual. And there are a bunch of people who are talking about, like, scar fetishists and whatnot. I'm not exact. I know that there was one comment here that was interesting, but I don't know where the fuck it is. The scar tissues are intentional, and the scar is the goal as a mark of faith. It has nothing to do with appearing or living as if you are a different gender. And again, like, if you're an adult, do whatever the fuck you want, right? Like, people get, like, horns and shit implanted. I think it's disturbing, but, like, whatever, man. You're an adult. New Twitter's wild. Mark of faith, and they say it's not a cult. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. You too can handle a box cutter and have a soldering iron. Scar is actually really bad. No surgery should result in such horrible scarring. It's because they're literally butchering people. Like, this is just free money. They don't care. You're gonna need to mute the stream. You're getting too pissed off. I mean, relatable. Relatable. Blue Sky doesn't hoover up all the trash. Shame. Yeah, literal scarification. And on top of that, Buck Angel never got bottom surgery. They never got bottom surgery. And I've brought this up multiple times when we talk about these surgeries. Even just being on testosterone as long as they have been, which is one of the reasons why Buck Angel talks out so often about the dangers of puberty blockers, of going on hormones, of these surgeries. Buck is a biological woman who lives life as a transsexual man. And as a biological woman, Buck had biological woman parts. A uterus, you know, fallopian tubes, right? Vagina. Because of the extended usage of testosterone, the uterus started necrophying and almost killed Buck. So there are long-term effects that are very, very dangerous that people know nothing about and are going on these hormone treatments very, very young, unlike Buck. Oh god, why? Yeah, he posted very, very explicit images of this that I have saved somewhere and I couldn't show on Twitch anyways, of, like, what the doctors saw when he went in to get fixed from that. Early internet users were very confused by videos of Buck. Yeah, Buck and, I would say that Bailey J was a trap, not a transgender person, but, like, yeah, you know, Bailey J was posted pretty fucking frequently as well. Info always makes you shudder, cause fucking yikes. Yeah, Buck posts a lot of good information, and I think that they're a very decent, very important voice in all of this. And it's unfortunate that, like, it doesn't matter that Buck is also trans. Like, the amount of hate that he gets for speaking out against this shit and talking about the reality of what's going on, it's a little insane. But I mean, that's part of the cult part, right? You can't have any dissenters. Right now we have Blair White. She refuses to get bottom surgery. Yeah, I mean, Blair White's been around for quite a while as well. Female bodybuilders on too much steroids have the same problem. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Blair White gets the same treatment. Yep, they've been called true scum a million times. They go after trans pedophiles too. Good. Good. Rip Finn, it makes you sad. Oh, like Finster or a different Finn? Munya. Let me... I guess I can tangent into a DEI related thing off of this. Hold on. Hold on, ein Moment. There's so much scrolling that's happening. Chat. Munya. Seen a 3D animation of bottom surgery, and Jesus Christ, only a 3D animation! I've got plenty of videos and pictures on how the sausage is made, as it were. To truly dislike something, I feel like instead of having surface level knowledge, you need to kind of know what you're talking about. So I willingly look into the abyss. Thanks, I hate it. Finster's a prime example of being coerced into it without them even realizing. I disagree. I disagree. I don't think Finster was coerced. I think they had a fetish, and that's why they were willing to go down the path that they have. I think it was less coercion and more them being able to participate in something that they already liked. You look into the abyss, it's gonna look back. The abink, by the way. The abyss blinks when I look at it. Plush love. Remember Medicare showing a video of bottom surgery and it was horrific? It is horrific. It is. So there's this little article here. Or not article, I guess a Twitter post. Ford executive goes on a rant at an elderly passenger for watching Fox News during a flight. Ford executive Barrett Evans, the company's chief learning officer, posted a rant on social media. He described seeing an elderly man watching Fox News on a flight from San Diego. Deplaning, and I notice he and his wife are getting into their airport wheelchairs to be pushed to the next gate. My filter was malfunctioning. Love to see you supporting DEI. The elderly passenger replied, not me. Evans said, yes, you. That wheelchair
are vital for trans men because they need to be recognized as trans. Without the scar.
There we go. I was like, I can't figure out how to do that. That wheelchair and the human pushing it are provided at no direct cost to you, rather by a subsidized cost attributed to every passenger in this airport, provided to level the playing field. For you. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that that's the way that they phrase that? And also, isn't that interesting that when they talk about DEI, they usually talk about it in the realm of women and minorities? Women and minorities, they're kind of disabled from birth. They need a leveled playing field. They need an extra advantage, just like the physically disabled. What an interesting way to say that. What an interesting way to say that. I mean, screw the Americans with Disability Act, I guess, right? So I guess this is a picture of the Ford exec with his boyfriend or husband or whatever. Not all passengers need assistance, but for those who do, for whatever reason, the service ensures that they can access the airport, navigate security, and board their plane safely and with dignity. The cost being shared ensures that the service is available to those who need it, not just those who could afford to pay extra. This is real-world infrastructure of equity in action, acknowledging that different people have different needs and creating systems to support those differences fairly. And I don't think anybody really has an issue with people in wheelchairs needing extra assistance, right? Like, I don't think anybody has issues with that. But being a woman or being black isn't a disability that gives you a disadvantage. You don't need a leveled playing field. You should be competing on equal footing with everyone else around you. CEO's making a false equivalency. Why the hell does a car company have a chief learning officer? It's just newspeak. This is just them like renaming their DEI officer. It's not anything new. Nothing like paying higher rates because some fat needs 2 seats and paid for 1. Yeah, right. Want a head pet to Foxu lady? I still have not fixed my overlays from like a month ago. I've not fixed that. That TTS that went off, though. 1 second. Let me go find that. Let me go find that TTS that went off. Executive is saying that being black is the same as being paralyzed. Wow, that's racist. Brave SJ, thank you for the 25. Top surgery scars are vital for trans men because they need to be recognized as trans. Without the scars, it's easy for them to pass as men. This would mean that they'd be treated as men, i.e. mostly ignored. This is anathema to them, and they need attention to live. This is why Buck talks about the new generation of trans people, not like all actually being trans, right? There's some people with other mental illnesses going on that are sort of led down this road, making them believe that this is what they are and this is what's best for them. Because again, if you're going to go into this and you actually have gender dysphoria, you don't want, like, these scars. You don't want someone to give you, like, a butchered surgery. You want to appear as well as you can, right? And, like, again, like Buck and Blair talk about, like, they know they're not the opposite sex. Buck knows he's a biological woman, and that will never change no matter what he does. And these new generation of people are just like, I'm not just now a biological female. In fact, I'm better than a biological female. Like, it's insane. In other words, they don't really want to transition. Yes. He throws hands in the air. Yeah, a lot of these people aren't actually dysphoric. They're doing it for ideological reasons. They're doing it for, like, in men and women who are not dysphoric but end up transitioning. Overwhelmingly with men, it seems to be autogynephilia as the fetish is the driving force. And with women, it seems to be like, yes, autoandrophilia is a thing, and there are some women with that, but it's very much less prevalent than autogynephilia. With women, it seems to be somewhat of a trauma response. If they were molested when they were younger, if they went through a period of too many people noticing the changes they were going through during puberty and exacerbated their, I don't want people to look at me, I don't want to have breasts, I don't want any of this to be happening. And as a woman who went through female puberty, I understand that feeling, right? Like, you start wearing bras and people start commenting on how you're developing, and people start commenting on, oh, you're becoming a beautiful woman, and it kind of fucking bothers you, right? You're like, why? Why are you saying these things? This is weird, right? So, like, I get it. But, like, the women will end up transitioning as, like, a trauma thing, thinking it'll make people look at them differently, and it will, and it does, but they realize that that's not what they wanted. It's also tomboy erasure. You're wrong for liking boy stuff. You're not a woman, you're a man. Yeah, the reinforcement of gender roles, but in, like, a weird, warped way is also very strange. True dysphoria ends up being treatable with meds and therapy. The autogynephiliacs are suffering something much worse. You don't even think we have a term for it yet, really? No, I think autogynephilia encapsulates exactly what those people are specifically, like the ones who have the fetish. But, like, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I understand everything about dysphoria. I would not want to, like, experience it. Obviously, it doesn't seem like it's fun. It's a mental illness, right? Like, that's not something you would wish upon yourself or other people. And so when I see people like Buck or like Blair, and, like, they haven't gotten bottom surgeries, like, they understand the risks of the drugs that they're taking, they understand that there's, you know, they're not going to become a different biological sex. I don't care, right? Like, they're just living as people, right? Like, they're just normal people. They have a mental illness, same with so many other people who have mental illnesses. But, like, they're not doing anything wrong, right? Like, they're just living. You can't look at your niece the same way. Ever since she became an adult, you vividly remember her when she was 5, and now she's a beautiful 20-year-old? What a weird thing to say! You're tired of we don't have a word for blank? We've had words for basically everything since the Grecians and Romans.
You've been a bad girl.
Leave the tomboys alone. Called out their chatter, what the fuck? One day transitioning will be seen the same way we've seen trepanation or lobotomies. I don't even remember what trepanation is, but yeah. I've been comparing the, like, transitioning of children to lobotomies for well over a decade now. You didn't mean it like that! Well, you're not bad for having a mental illness. You're bad if you idolize it and put it on a pedestal. Yeah. Trepanation is the drilling a hole in your skull. Oh, okay, thank you. I do know what that is. I just didn't know what it was called. It's the skull tap to release pressure. Trepanning is when you drill the hole in the skull. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. The evils of egg cracking, taking your damn tomboys. It's sad. It's sad. And drill a hole in the skull. Do not drill holes. You'd not want to go on hormones. They use those to chemically castrate sexual assault prisoners. Once that happens, you cannot undo it. It's permanent body damage. People in HRT use the same hormones. It's scary stuff, but you bet most doctors do not tell them this. Well, if I try to think about, right, if I try to put myself in the mindset which would be very difficult, right? Like, I can empathize with people, but I can't obviously know what it's like to have dysphoria. But if I try to imagine what that could be like, if I was a biological woman and there was something severe in my brain telling me I'm not a woman, I'm a man, the last thing I would want to do is get pregnant and birth a child, because that is an inherently woman thing to do. That is like being female, right? Men cannot do that. And if I thought I was a man, I would not want to get impregnated, feel the effects of pregnancy, and then birth a child. So I would not care if I was made infertile from taking those medications, because that wouldn't even be a concern for me. I would not want to birth children. Chat knows all about trepanning through experience. Oh god, egg crackers are no good MMOs, have been a scourge that has been destroyed. What? Funny enough, you still perform trepanning on occasion. Some head injuries, you need to remove a part of the skull to relieve pressure. Interesting. Interesting. Definitional of a woman as possible? What? Why is there so much ESL in chat today? Kirsche doesn't want to give birth. Noted. I am going to time out this man for being a dumb fuck. Alright? Don't take me out of context. Don't do that. It makes you look like a piece of shit. You were hit on the head as a child? Why can't they just treasure being a woman? Birth is beautiful. Because it's a mental illness, right? Like, again, that doesn't make them a bad person. That doesn't mean they're a lesser person than anyone else. It might be something more severe than anxiety or depression, right? But it's not something you look down on someone for having, and that's why it can be so difficult to understand. And also why it's so easy for people to co-opt and try to abuse the empathy normal people have for those with mental illnesses. And Kirsche wants children, she just doesn't want it from chat because she hates us. What the heck? You know, many trans people who do not suffer from the current mind virus? Yeah, there's a lot of people like Blair and like Buck. And I say a lot in, like, heavy parentheses because dysphoria is a very small percentage of the population. Like, if gay people were, like, 2% of the population, trans people are, like, what, 0.04 or some shit? Like, it's very small percent. Like, extremely small percent. Make Kirsche have many babies. A strong list of examples. It's interesting that the people that get offended when you imply gender dysphoria is a mental illness are the ones that highlight all their mental illnesses like some badge of honor. It is. It is. And it's also funny that when you talk about there being a difference between someone who has gender dysphoria and should be treated as just a normal person would, right? Because that's what they are. And someone who is an ideologue doing it for ideology purposes, someone who's a fetishist, an autogynephiliac, and you make that delineation, it's really interesting how most of the people who attack you for making that delineation prove you correct. It's really funny, that. You don't think you've met a trans person who doesn't suffer from being a part of the cult, but you always assumed it was because those kinds of trans people mind their business? I mean, most of the time, you're not going to know, like, unless they tell you, right? Like, you're just not gonna know. It sucks that more of the right people don't speak out, but many of the wrong people do. It's extremely generalized, but true. I mean, yeah, when you have people who are motivated to make ideological gains for their side of the culture war, they're going to be incredibly fucking loud. But Kier, the silly study that equated to considering attraction to the same sex as you gay claims that actually 64% of the population? What? I list 7 mental illnesses in the bio, but this ain't one. Yeah, okay, buddy. Kirsche, if you have problems with your shoulder and tailbone, how do you get pounded from behind and not be in severe agony? I don't know, because I haven't gotten pounded in any way in many years. You're lost with what they have to gain. You genuinely don't get it. It co-opts an entire group of people, and it also prevents them from criticism, right? Like, it's a classic Marxist tactic of anything you say against me is invalid because of my identity. That's why you're a racist when you point out statistics. That's why you're misogynist when you point out things about women. That's why you're transphobic when you call someone who's an autogynephiliac wrong about something. They need to make sure regular people do not delineate between autogynephiliacs and ideologues and actual dysphoric people, because then they can no longer use the identity of trans people as a cudgel to silence criticism against their ideology. Victim points are real and they collect as many as they can to have power. Munya. Kier needs someone to bangingly rearrange her back. Don't do that. Don't bring up that fake post of that woman who realigned her spine by like a large dildo or something either. That was a fake post. I swear I see that loop like 3 times a year. Streaming approach is unique. What do you mean by this? A shiatsu? Oh, dude, shiatsu massages are pretty fucking high, dude. I love that shit. Shiatsu massages. I wanna get a full one. I only had a partial shiatsu, and it felt so fucking good, man. It felt so fucking good. What else do I have here in my tab buckets? Tab bucket. Oh yeah. I'm still working on getting my like bridge timeline article organized. And I guess I can show off like what I've been working on, because it is a lot. It is a lot for my brain. But I saw this yesterday from Consumers Research. DEI rebrand. Popular American companies are continuing the same woke agenda under a new name. For Kohl's, Dollar Tree, Disney, Nationwide, UPS, scrapping DEI was merely a PR stunt. Like, I haven't covered like these companies specifically, but I don't know how much that really matters. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is going to belonging. Wow, it's almost like I've said that for a year and a half now. It's almost like I've been screaming about them changing the language. And even before Robbie Starbuck came along and was like, it's me, I'm making companies change their language, we're winning. Even before that happened, I was reading their documents and being like, hey, these guys are saying that they're going to try and change their language if too many people notice what they're doing. They say that if people continue noticing and calling them out about how they don't like DEI, they're just going to change the language and obscure it. Like, this is part of the plan. And then every time Robbie Starbuck was like, look what I did with this company, I was like, well, if you actually read the thing that they released, they say that they're not really changing anything at all. They're just changing language and stopping public reporting. Like, you didn't win anything. What do you mean, Mr. Starbuck? The consumer research people say companies are hiding their woke DEI initiatives behind new phrasing, belonging. See for yourself. It's like, yeah, you know, maybe some people are like, Kirsche, the credit doesn't matter and you shouldn't care. But like, I don't know. I see on Twitter everyone who complains about when they're not credited for shit, and it would be nice. It would be nice if the last year and a half of me taking time away from video games to showcase the soup rabbit hole got any recognition whatsoever. Our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion. The Walt Disney Company is committed to developing and retaining a diverse workforce, fostering a company culture that is welcoming and respectful, creating content and experiences that resonate with our global audiences, and collaborating with community organizations to make our industries more accessible to all. At Disney, we want everyone to belong and thrive. And the belonging terminology shift is specifically, right? Like, Bridge has been saying this since 2023. But the belonging shift specifically is from SHRM saying that they're dropping equity in favor of using belonging because equity has become a politically polarizing term. And if you use belonging, people are more likely to believe in what you're doing, because who doesn't want to belong? Who doesn't want others to belong, right? To not belong is to be exclusive, and no one wants to exclude. Could have been the crime boss by now. It'd be different if no one was taking credit, but if credit's going around, it should go to those who actually deserve it. It's just like, if these people had bothered like reaching out to me, or even like other creators that I reached out to, or other political figures that I sent all this information to, if they had just bothered reading it, like, this would have been out like a year ago, man. It would have been out a year ago. Creating a culture of inclusion. And then, like, instead of being like, oh, hot scoop, we found out months after these companies changed the language what they're actually doing, it would have been like, oh, now we can call these companies out as soon as they change the language because we know their plan. We know what they're doing. Literally spending 1.5 years to showcase exactly what's happened. You're goddamn right, you should get credit. It's like saying you discovered gravity after Isaac Newton and saying, but I never heard anything about them or from them about this before, right? Dollar Tree is in on the DEI shit now? It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. And then this lady just changing Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Chief Inclusion and Belonging Officer. It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. If you want credit, you gotta be loud, proud, and reach out aggressively. I just don't like fucking yelling too much, you know? You know? And Kirsche did proper legwork. Robbie Starbuck deserves to be mocked and called out as a fraud. 100%. Well, Kira, thank you for the $4.99. You think it matters? How many opportunities and the like have you lost holding firm to this? Who else has hounded on this as hard as you? I mean, true and fair. True and fair. A chief IB officer, they pay people to shit too much now? Oh my god. Speaking of useless jobs and getting paid too much money to do them. Hold the fucking phone, baby. So, there was an article I saw yesterday. You remember how the Trump administration is using Doge and they're cutting a lot of the federal budgets and a lot of the federal agencies, and all of us have been celebrating, you know, with birthday cakes and confetti about how feds are losing their jobs. The housing market in DC has been experiencing massive price drops. It's been a great year so far, right? It's been a wonderful year. Fuck the feds. I want more of them to lose their jobs. Get them out. Let's fix this shit. Let's stop spending millions of dollars on transgender education in Nigeria. Okay, all right? Let's stop spending money on sending condoms to Colombia. Let's stop all this weird fucking funding. USAID, cut it. Get it out. Well, it turns out, chat, we're all actually just racist. Trump's federal worker cuts are destabilizing the nation's 2 richest black counties. That's true, but unrelated. It's not unrelated, unfortunately. Business across Charles County and neighboring Prince George's County brace for impact. Since opening in 2022, Herb Bank's Waldorf area distillery has served as a gathering spot for federal workers, including 4 men who used to reconnect over cocktails in the tasting room every Friday evening. Lately, the group hasn't stopped in as often, nor have other regulars. Many in Waldorf, a booming majority-black bedroom community in Charles County, are scaling back their spending amid the Trump administration's aggressive cuts to the federal workforce. Feds lose their job, slush funds get completely destroyed, black people most affected. Oh boy. I have no idea what a bedroom community is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what that means. I've never heard that phrase before. What is a bedroom community? Can I look this up? Bedroom community. A bedroom community is a residential area where many residents commute to work in a nearby larger city or town, primarily returning to the community for sleep. These areas often offer more housing and space than urban centers and may be a suburb or town. They typically have limited employment and entertainment options within the community itself. Can't they just call it a suburb? What's the difference between a suburb and a bedroom community? Suburban communities are often located around the perimeter of a city with little noticeable transition between where the city ends and the suburb begins. A bedroom community is typically further away, often separated from the city by open space and located in more rural or semi-rural settings. Isn't that kind of racist? Isn't that kind of racist that they set up their bedroom community so far from the city? Like even the suburban areas, they Like right up close to the city according to this. So what do you mean? Limited employment, so they fuck you over depending on which sector you work in? No, they're just saying that, like, when you're in like a suburban area, there's typically not too many places to work at, right? Like you'll have mom and pop shops, you might have like a strip mall, you might have like a Dunkin' Donuts or a Target or some shit, right? But if you want like a career job, you're gonna have to commute to the nearest city. Help. It's the gated town for the rich to keep away from the poors. Yeah, that kind of feels like what they're saying it is. That feels like what it is. The revenue has decreased significantly, Banks said of his business, a Copper Compass Distillery. Charles and Prince George's counties, Maryland neighbors with intertwined histories, are the nation's richest majority black counties, with median household incomes that exceed $100,000. Nowhere else comes close. Dotted with mega churches, greenery, and stately homes, they serve as powerful symbols of black affluence and opportunity. Prince George's and Charles stand apart among majority black counties. These Maryland counties have more federal workers and much higher incomes than other majority black counties. And here's Charles County way up here. 54.12% black. Median household income in this county is $120,592. 21.82% of workers here are employed by the federal government. And then Prince George over here, 64.16% black. Median household income is $100,708. 14.08% are employed by the federal government. The heck is a mega church? A mega church is like when you think of a church, you either think of like, you know, the small town church that can fit like maybe 50 people, or you think of like those old Gothic cathedrals that are massive and imposing and have impressive architecture. But a mega church is like millions of dollars worth of a church that looks like a commie block. Like they're really ugly and really big. Mega church is disgusting blasphemy. Yeah, they're like televangelists. Televangelists. Mega church is a stadium. Yeah, that's they're just really weird. I think of Joel Osteen, where it's all talk and they aren't actually a part of the community and think of themselves as your betters. Actual Christians are 100% against mega churches. Yeah, I don't know anyone who likes mega churches, so I don't know how they keep getting people to go to them. Mega churches are stadiums. They're for people who like to pretend they're Christian without any of the moral and spiritual commitment. It's so fake. They don't even teach the scripture. Now, President Donald Trump's mass firings of federal workers are shaking the foundation of these suburban DC counties' success. Reliable, good-paying government jobs. Isn't that funny? That they started cutting all of these jobs and all of these sectors that were either worthless or wasting millions to billions of dollars? And now they're saying, well, now you're affecting black people. They can't get good, reliable paying jobs. What an odd thing to say! What an odd thing that all of these jobs that shouldn't have existed in the first place and were just there for busy work are having this effect. Even when they're making a ton of money, they're still living off the taxpayer. So this is like you hate the rich, but do you have the courage to hate the poor, but like backwards? You go to one, it's in a bigger community, and you need to go to a sub-community within the church, single, married, older, etc., to be an effective member? What the heck? What the heck? Motherfucking... About 1 in every 5 black workers here is employed by the federal government, double the statewide average. An analysis by the Baltimore Banner of U.S. Census data. Unlike other communities around the country, federal employment is the main determinant of income status in Maryland's black neighborhoods. Every time I said I hope more feds lose their jobs, I didn't realize how racist I was being, chat. I don't know. Fuck you, Baltimore. Here, each 1% jump in workers employed by the federal government adds about $3,300 in median household income. This robust black upper middle class has helped fuel small businesses, restaurants, and retailers across Charles and Prince George's. Now, local entrepreneurs fear widespread job losses will ripple across the broader economy. We're just trying to stay operational for as long as we can. And I can understand the concern of the local businesses, right? Like I've been saying, when I move back home, I want to be able to prop up and support local businesses as much as I can. Aaron did not earn his iron urn. I didn't realize Fed is a race now. Apparently. The DC suburbs black boom. They're gripping it, chat. When President Franklin D. Roosevelt integrated the federal workforce through executive order in 1941, Prince George's was over 80% white and mostly rural. The order gave black workers who had long experienced discrimination in the private sector a path to better pay and career stability. Now, I don't know about Roosevelt's executive orders, but isn't that kind of weird that once again they're saying, hey, this area used to be majority white, and now it's majority black, and that's a good thing, and we need to prevent it from changing. Isn't that kind of weird? Just noticed the foreskin denial tag. Don't think about it. FDR had 4 terms because of the war. What? FDR doing something that we're still feeling the consequences of. It's like, I can understand, right? In 1941, you need to, like, do something for people because this was, like, right off the back of, like, you know, all of the actual unironic racist shit. But since I don't know what the executive order is, I can't exactly talk about how it might not need to be applied, you know, almost 100 years later, right? Don't notice the tags. Does that mean all the useless Fed jobs were filled with black people? I guess so. I assumed most of them would just be women in general, right? Like women and then the occasional, like, soy men. I didn't even think about race being a factor in these, like, useless federal government jobs. But apparently I should have been more racist. Mostly women. 1941 was also increasing the federal workforce in preparation for the U.S. to enter World War II. Also a good point. During the Civil Rights era, the Fair Housing Act opened many suburbs to black families for the first time. By the early 1970s, the first wave of black families had moved into Prince George's to claim a piece of suburbia, and with it, the American dream. Many who migrated into the country were government workers from D.C. Their children and grandchildren often pursued similar paths, drawn by the calling of public service and the promise of a middle-class life. One of them was Connie Moore, who grew up in a family of entrepreneurs and government workers. I don't think I would want to say that publicly. I feel like if somebody was like, oh, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm an anime woman. And they're like, oh, what's the background of your family? Like, what kind of, you know, like, sectors did your family work in? And I'd be like, oh, my family's entrepreneurs and government workers. Like, it just makes them sound like they're lazy assholes. Because, like, in current year, when I hear entrepreneur, I think of, like, buying wholesale garbage from China and then trying to sell it at, like, 500% upcharge in the US. Right, that's what I think when I think entrepreneur in current year. I don't think someone who's trying to build a new empire like Steve Jobs did with Apple, right? That's not what I think when I think entrepreneur anymore. That sounds very pseudo-nobility. Kier Mom is very much an entrepreneur if you twist the definition true and real. You hear you fell for an MLM scheme? That too. That's like, have I got some body wraps to sell you? You're an entrepreneur, you think drug dealer or pimp? And just say my mom was an unlicensed pharmacist. Entrepreneurs today are just influencers, pyramid schemers, and drop shippers. I hope I'm never called an entrepreneur, man. Inspired by their experiences, she left the private sector in 2006, landed at the Department of Transportation, and purchased a home with her fiancé in Okage, a community of black professionals. That's true. Why settle for a job in the private sector where you can get fired at any time when you can just somehow land at a government position where, you know, it's a little harder to fire you? What do they mean by this? What do they mean landed at the Department of Transportation? This Foxy was an icon. The longer the icon of Kirsche is on Earth, the stronger it becomes. Native American place mentioned. After a promotion, Moore transitioned to the Department of Education. I want to know what she did in the private sector, right? Because how do you go from a private sector job to the Department of Transportation to having any business being in the Department of Education? Like, no wonder it was a worthless department. They're territorial ever since they found out you live in Calvert County. You haven't lived in PG since the Popeyes Oxon Hill, Maryland stabbing. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. She failed. That's why she went to a government job. My mom's mom had like a local government job. And my mom's mom is not a very smart lady. Like, she's not a bad lady like my mom, but she kind of dumb, right? So, like, seeing someone like her be in a government position kind of made me have a bad view of most federal workers. Everyone you've known that worked for the Department of Transportation, any state, has absolutely hated it. Several reported being threatened with termination if they didn't slow down and stop doing too much work. What the fuck? What made you have an accurate view? You weren't wrong, Jesus. This is going to be it for me, Moore said, as she thought at the time. I want to stick with the federal government, get a good career, and retire. You know, I had another federal employee in my family, my aunt. She worked at the Pentagon. But my aunt was like actually an intelligent lady, and I do not know the extent of what she did while working at the Pentagon, and she typically could not talk about her work. Like, she's the one that, like, gifted me my like, beatbox car that I just replaced a couple of years ago. She was like, yeah, we're buying a new car. You can have this one. And they had, like, a really nice house. They had multiple kids that they could afford to have sent to college, right? Like, I don't know what she did at the Pentagon. That means she actually did her job. Yeah, if she couldn't talk about her job, maybe it was an actually worthwhile one. Can confirm you apprenticed at a bus barn fresh out of tech school and you were told you worked too fast. What the hell? Kirsch's aunt was a super fed. She was. Her husband is the guy in my family that I talked about all the time who was like hardcore autism over figuring out our family tree going back hundreds of years. Ask my aunt to tell me when she's eating more delivered pizza or other takeout at work, then worry. Thingtor. She was a 4chan Jan. That would be funny. That would be funny if she was responsible for 4chan Jannying. The concentration of federal workers in Prince George's County allowed it to become a national outlier, a place that grew richer and more educated as it became majority black. The concentration of federal workers in Prince George's County allowed it to become a national outlier. A place that grew richer and more educated as it became majority black. Okay, I had to read that a second time to like kind of grasp what it was trying to say. I am educated now. What an odd thing to say. Today, more than 70% of full-time black workers in the county are homeowners, more than 25% higher than the rate for black Americans as a whole. Most people think of the black middle class as being primarily a product of business ownership or perhaps attainment of other types of professional occupations, but they don't think about the role of the federal government as a potential employer, Duke University economist William A. Sandy Darity said. Isn't that bad? Right? Like, if people are thinking of like black middle class people as business owners or being like professional occupations, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that ascribing them like, oh, I think these are intelligent and hardworking people? I don't understand what this guy's trying to say. Yeah, like they actually earned it. I know, right? Yeah, that's a worthy. This is so fucking strange. This is like trying to make you feel bad that like it's going to impact the economy of these places because they're majority black, and it's like, I don't want government workers to lose their jobs because they're black. I want government workers to lose their jobs because they're government workers and they're wasting my money. Like, I'm... And Tsar-Bama level glow. Oh god, they're no longer the victims. Like, the Japanese and the Jews, not the enemy. If they happen to be black, you don't give a damn. Yeah, same. Like, I don't give a shit what race they are. Federal employment has even been a gateway into the middle class for black workers without college degrees, who earn median incomes more than $30,000 higher than other black non-college educated workers. Hot take, if you don't have, like, you don't need a degree, right? But you need to have some sort of skill set. And this doesn't talk about them having a skill set even. But like, if you're just like a high school graduate or a high school dropout and you didn't take time to increase any sort of skills, you shouldn't be working in the government. Hot take. 30K is so low. No, they earn 30K higher than other black non-college educated workers, not $30,000 a year, $30,000 higher median income. I don't want you to lose your job because you need a skill set that isn't just the color of your skin. $30,000 more, that's not even enough for rent these days. Chat, I beg of you to perceive breakfast. Help. Is this DEI before DEI? This sounds like DEI before it got the name DEI. This sounds like, right, they might have had a program that was useful in the 1940s. And then they were like, we need to continue this in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, fucking 2000s. Because we can just give these jobs that do nothing, mean nothing, you don't need an education for, to people to make them look better. Like, it's very weird. Yeah, affirmative action. Temporary government program, if you will. I am so fucking suspicious whenever the government's like, yeah, we're gonna do this temporarily. I just don't believe you. You work in local government in Texas. And along with an annual sexual harassment training, still being made to do with diversity and inclusion. Not sure what to do with that yet. I don't know how the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, like, discrimination claims work. But if something has happened at your work that you could claim is discrimination, I would look into that. We have a temporary state of emergency, state of war with Iran, don't we? Do we? I don't know. We're going to survey this bridge every year. Bridge collapses after 20 years of not being surveyed. How could this happen? Don't forget the income tax was a temporary program. It's been too long since we've thrown tea in the ocean. I think we need to throw something slightly heavier. In recent decades, the population boom in Prince George's has spilled south into Charles County, bringing an influx of educated black professionals to rural southern Maryland. By 2020, Charles had overtaken Prince George's as the wealthiest majority black county in the nation. I can't keep reading educated without thinking about that article. Like, every time I read the word educated, I think of an article from like a decade ago where they said that black women had finally become the most educated class of people in the United States. And the way that they arrived at this figure was because black women were given college degrees more often than any other race and sex combo in the country. And so it wasn't that they were actually more educated, it was that they had more degrees. And it didn't take into account what kind of degrees these people had. So it could have been degrees like that guy on financial audit who was like, I am going to get a PhD in African American literature of the Appalachians. Wasn't it even worse than that? Wasn't it just initial enrollment? I don't know what you mean. Look up how many emergency orders and actions we're under. It's insane. A lot of 20+ year temporary actions. I can only imagine it's insane. What could you do to make the government listen? Throw Diet Coke and cheeseburgers into the sea? I don't know. I have no idea how you do any of that shit. Like, I know there's a DM from RIS that I have to look at for like some lobbying company, but it's like, even something as small as like, I want to lobby for no tax on tips for streamers. And it's going to be a little bit difficult again because the way that we're even given our forms from Twitch and YouTube, they combine our tipped income with our subscription income. So if there were no taxes on tips, Twitch subs would not count, YouTube members would not count, but Twitch bits would count. Everything from our Stream Elements link would count. YouTube Super Chats would count. And this would cause more work for YouTube and Twitch when they give our general contractor forms for tax season. Because instead of just putting everything in one lump sum like they've been doing, they would have to separate things so we would know exactly which is counted for our taxed income and for our non-taxed income. And this is something that I kind of wish that I could get like a bit of help with from someone who is more intelligent than I. Because this isn't like a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. This is something that could benefit all streamers. This is something that could benefit everyone who does live streams, and I'm just a retarded anime woman who wishes I had helped. Mythic cover of Vishoho Phase OTK should talk. Yeah, like definitely one of those larger organizations would probably have someone that has an idea of what to do. And I did send my Mythic guy a message the other day because I was like, shit, I'm in a fucking management company now. Maybe I can ask them. That's something I didn't even think of. So I finally sent him a message asking about it. And we'll see what he says. Boomers don't get streaming and creation. I mean, a lot of boomers don't get anything about the internet in general, as we've seen from, you know, since the internet became a booming phenomenon. We're all a little retarded. It could, but the lefty streamers will counter signal anyway because Orange Man. I feel like if you are so far gone that you can't either criticize your side when something bad happens, Pam Bondi, where's the fucking Epstein shit? At least come out and tell us the FBI fucked around. Where's that, man? Or if you can't, like, praise your competition for actually doing something well, like, I feel like you're just ideologically gone, man. You said Orange Man, and I heard the Tall Hat Man. Aldous Creets, thank you for the 5. In Moorhead, Kentucky, is that KY? They have an affrilation spot in the Folk Arts Center. The crap you see as a fire protection inspector. Hi, chat. Affrilation. I feel like affrilation sounds better than Black Alacia, but affrilation sounds like a weird lactation fetish, where like you just really like how white the milk looks against a black woman's breasts. That's all I could think of when I read that. It sounds sexual. That sounds like affilation, like you're sucking some cack. Oh my god. That would negate it being able to be itemized as a tip if you're under management? No, because they have nothing to do with how I get paid. They have nothing to do with how I get paid. They don't handle any of my payments. I'm not under any sort of, like, paying contract with anyone. No, Kirsche, you're gonna create a whole new fetish. Oh, yeah. If only she saw what I posted in the Discord. What? We've gone too far. We haven't gone far enough. Federal workers make up an outsized part of the workforce in Charles and Prince George's. Both counties have a higher percentage of federal workers than the state average. So you have Charles at 28.38, Prince George 18.32, Anne Arundel 12.74, Baltimore County 9.78, Montgomery 9.67, Howard 8.67, and Baltimore City 5.48. Interesting. In 2018, Denise Joseph moved from Upper Marlboro to Waldorf for the hiking trails, extra space, and nearby black cultural landmarks for her foster children. What? She's black, but like, what does she mean by moving near the landmarks for her foster children? As someone who wants kids, not once have I ever thought, where are some nice white American landmarks that I can find for my kids? We need to go near Mount Rushmore, you know? Maryland sucks. We have a rain tax? What the fuck? Government workers are parasites and no federal position is supposed to be paid? I feel like they get overpaid, very much so. We've been complaining about overpayments and how, like, Congress and the Senate will pass shit to do with healthcare that they don't have to deal with because they get their own special healthcare, you know? All of New England is a white landmark. it's because you don't define yourself by your skin color. I mean, I'm sure they would say, that's because everything is made for white people here. In her new neighborhood, federal workers lived alongside military service workers and teachers. So you had a town that was government workers, teachers, military service workers. It's an interesting combination of three things there. For years, Joseph worked for public schools, local universities, and county government, but aspired to join the federal government. What? Who aspires for that? Eventually, she landed a dream job creating policy and leading trainings at the Department of Education. I love how this article is supposed to make us feel bad for people, but it just doesn't. I felt like it was a culmination of all of the different experiences I had, Joseph said. I figured that going there would just be my final stop. Yeah, if I can just get a federal government job, I'm set for life. I won't ever have to worry. On January 29th, less than 2 weeks after Trump's second inauguration, Joseph was nearing the end of her workday when she received an email at 7:58 p.m. At first, it looked like spam, but after opening an attachment, she learned she was being placed on administrative leave. Oh God, we love having a good ending to a story. Amid sleepless nights and difficulty eating, she said she has spent over 2 months contacting nearly 100 representatives from Congress and sending dozens of emails to the Office of Personnel Management, hoping to be reinstated. Department of Education's gone, baby. It's gone. It's gone. Rip bozo. Get a job. Learn to code. Learn to code, lady. She got doged. I'm looking at the yard here. And I'm wondering, like, why it's so scruffy around the patio. Like, especially if you got laid off, like, you have time to fix that, right? Get a real job. Yeah, sorry your imaginary government job finally got cut like it should have been. She doesn't know how to use a weed whacker. Where's the man to do the weed whacking? I love helping people. Then get a non-fed job. This is part of my purpose, my passion, she said. I love helping people, and the federal government helped me do that. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help, is the most terrifying sentence a man can hear. I don't know if this woman is deluded enough to actually think that she was helping people being a federal worker, or if she just has to say this because she wants her job back. She's like, yeah, I know I was fucking everyone else over, but like, fuck you, I got mine, right? Like, as the saying goes, womp womp. I was like, I do not care. I just want more federal workers to lose their jobs. Moore received a reduction in force notice in March. Her fiancé is also a government worker. If he loses his job, she said, she's not sure they can afford to remain in Prince George's County. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. I cannot believe that this is the federal government today. I voted for this! I voted for this, and I would vote for this again! They double-dipped fed jobs. Janine Horn estimates that 75% of the clients she sees at her health and wellness studio near Waldorf are federal workers. During recent meditation, yoga, and Reiki sessions, the workers have discussed their fears. Some who still have jobs dread checking their email and showing up to workplaces wrought with disgruntlement and fear. Others, laid off after decades in the government, are wondering how to start over. Now, you see, I will feel bad for the small business owners in this area, because that's just, that's not their fault that the majority of people in this area were federal workers in useless jobs getting paid to do nothing, or getting paid to make your life worse. Right? That's not their fault. It's not their fault Reiki, fucking Reiki. No pity for these assholes. Layoffs in the government, not an eternal job. Yeah, right? Reiki sessions, you tax dollars at energy healing work. You can't fire me if I never got the message. Typical government worker response. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. The only small business owners I wouldn't feel bad for are if they're just like, I've been told by my friends that there's a high concentration of federal workers in this area. If we move there and set up a business, we'll be set for life because the government workers will patronize us. I wouldn't feel bad for them. You'll not feel bad about the small businesses in the area as you do about small businesses who suffer from loss of U.S. manufacturing. You know, I could feel bad for people who set up a business, who wanted to do something, who believed in something, who weren't trying to take advantage of a system. I feel bad for those people. I like small businesses. Sure, a lot moved there because of the Fed jobs. Your other girlfriend became a lesbian minister. Your whole sentence makes no fucking sense. And I'm pretty proficient in English. Remember, no empathy for federal leeches. During recent meditation, yoga, and Reiki sessions, the workers have discussed their fears. I read that sentence. Let's move on. Horn herself has experienced anxious days. Less than a year after she opened a physical location of YRYL Studio, her business experienced a sharp downturn. See, this is one of the people I was talking about where I wouldn't feel bad. Less than a year, she probably moved there for the guaranteed federal worker income to patronize her business. My clients were scaling back, and that was a source of worries for me, Horn said. In recent weeks, however, her business has rebounded. She believes that's a sign that ongoing stress related to the federal government is driving demand for mental and physical health services. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta see what she offers at her Zen studio. It's a holistic wellness service in Maryland. Let's see. They got a Facebook. A quick behind the scenes at our YMP kickoff last week, the Estate Well Youth Mentoring Program, in partnership with Y Help Now and the St. Mary's County Health Department, is a nurse-led initiative created to empower youth ages 12 to 17 with the tools they need to grow and thrive. I don't know what they mean by this. I don't know what they mean by this, cause like, you can't really give medical training to a 12-year-old. I don't really understand. Do you feel good for psychologists who move out there to help with recently fired government employees with their depression and anxiety? But I want the government workers to have depression and anxiety. There's a community resources fair. But like, what do they offer? What do they do? Man, they have so many youth mentoring programs, dude. A couple of, like last week, today's the day, Elevate Well Youth Mentoring Program kicks off this evening. Partnership with Y Help Now, St. Mary's Health Development. Oh, it's like the same people who sponsor it each time. I keep getting that stupid fucking Facebook login message. I hate that shit, man. I hate that shit. Do they have a Twitter instead? I can fucking scroll there. Oh, they have a YouTube. Hold on. They have a YouTube. YRYL Studio pitch to Damon John of Shark Tank on Sway in the Morning. Sirius XM Shade 45. What am I reading? What am I fucking reading? Here's a video from 9 months ago.
Hey Janine, how are you doing, girl?
I'm doing good. How are you, Joy?
I'm doing wonderful. So I'm super excited about the event that we are co-hosting on November the 16th at your wonderful studio in White Plains at 11:30 a.m. Can you please tell the people what they should expect for the Empower and Thrive event that we're hosting?
Yes. I'll be happy to. So I am super excited for this event, right? We've been talking about a lot of different things surrounding hormonal imbalances things that affect us women over the age of 40 as we begin to move into our mature stage of life. And what does that look like? You know, like a lot of our my clients that I work with, they really feel like they are on this island by themselves in a silo, and it is not just you. These challenges that we experience are not unique to just us in particular. So I'm excited to start the conversation, open it up, have people understand.
I'm a minute in and I have no idea what services she is providing here. I got hormonal imbalances, women around 40, so like maybe something to do with menopause, but like, why is it called Empower and Thrive? And what are you providing?
Understand that there's help and support out here. We have so many different credible information to give out.
So many different incredible information to give out, by the way.
So many answers to your questions. We hope that you'll be able to find, you know, your community and your tribe here at this event.
Tribe mentioned!
I totally agree with you. I mean, I think the fact that you are a nurse and you have such a well-established business in Charles County you're just a wonderful gem, right? Because you are someone that's relatable, you know, but then also you have this knowledge that can help us to understand the other side of life. We talk about, you know, when
Gem or Jim. She said you're a gem, like Jemmy. I don't think I can make the joke I want to because it might be perceived as racist.
you're going through puberty and those sorts of conversations, but we don't necessarily talk about what happens on the other side, which I'm really excited about getting older. I don't know if I'm all by myself, but
who the fuck is excited about getting older? Who the fuck says that? That's not a normal human sentence. Yes, officer, this one right here. This is a lizard person.
I'm looking forward to
we was gemerald. Absolutely not.
Not necessarily because I got to do it, but you're right. With the changes within our body, it definitely makes you want to be more aware and feel like you do have a community of people.
Yeah, maybe when you're 12. Yeah, I was excited for getting older when I was like a teenager, right? Then once you start hitting your birthdays, like in your 20s, you're like, no, I want it to stop. Please stop. You know, like.
So I'm really excited. Some of the things that I'm going to be contributing to this intimate conversation will be from the perspective of diabetes. We're going to be talking about the skin, how that changes, because with the changes of our bodies as we get older, and also sometimes with the onset of disease.
But just because you're a woman in her 40s doesn't mean you're going to get diabetes. What are they providing? What is the service?
Differing health realities come a lot of changes with our skin. So I'm super excited to talk about that side of aging, and we're going to have some raffles. We're going to have opportunity to take some pictures. We're going to have some goodies in our goodie bags.
What?
And I think we're going to have a wonderful good time. So please tell everybody where the event is going to be, the who, what, when, where, all that good stuff of your beautiful space.
Of course. So please join us on Saturday, November 16th from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. for the Empower and Thrive wellness event. We're just opening up the conversations. We're getting the conversations flowing. So it'll be at.
So they're just sitting around and talking at a wellness event? But like, what does their studio do? Do they just provide conversation normally? What is this?
475 Printers Court, and that's in White Plains, Maryland, at Zenwell Studio. I am looking forward to this and welcome you into the space, as Joy had mentioned. I think you'll all will find this very informative, very on brand, and right in time, in alignment with all of the challenges that we've been facing over the last, I don't know how many, months, years, post-pandemic era. And so we're really excited to welcome you into our space and talk about these things, and know you're not alone. So come and join us.
Wonderful. So be sure to check out the Eventbrite page that we have. It's Empower and Thrive. If you can't remember all that, just Google Zenwell Studio Empower and Thrive. The tickets are only $30. This is going to be an intimate setting of grown women having great grown conversations, and we cannot wait to have a good one.
Empower and Thrive, mastering hormonal balance, diabetes management, and healthy aging. Workshop objectives: understand the hormonal imbalances, diabetes management, healthy aging. Why did they just put the same thing in 2 different colored circles? Joy of Beauty. Our speakers, Joy Johnson, CEO of Joy of Beauty, and Janine Horn, MSNED RNAHNBC, owner of Zenwell Studio. That's a lot of letters. What the fuck is this?
Opening the conversation about talking about 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 opening the conversatio.
Conversatio. That's how I feel. That's how I fucking feel. Augustus Sinclair White, I'm glad to see that you're a strong, independent, black female federal worker. I hope you get your Reiki sessions in, dude. Thank you for the 25. This is a CEO Chats Reiki edition with Kathy Guzman Russell, President and CEO of Charles County Chamber of Commerce. Chat, please get involved in your fucking local government, man. TTS, are you okay? He needs to go to the health and wellness seminar about his pubertal changes in his 40s.
Guess who showed up? Who's in the building?
Hey.
None other than my wonderful, wonderful friend and supporter, Miss Kathy Guzman Russell.
Hi, Janine. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
I had a Reiki healing, and let me tell you something. It's a lot of people know my background as far as businesses, and even my personal relationship and religion and things of that nature. Let me tell you something. Open your mind. I invite you
and
to
your
open
wallets.
your mind and move forward with someone, first of all, that you trust. And I 1000% trust Janine from day number one, from her loving nature.
You see, that's when I go to my massage therapist, I don't trust them from day number one, right? Like I need one massage and I'm like, okay, that felt pretty good. I'll give you another chance. And if the second massage is as good as the first one, I'm like, okay, now I trust you. Now I trust you, lady.
And her openness.
This is the
to
black
me.
version of Gwyneth
Yes,
Paltrow's
I do
Goop.
what I do. Yes, she, admires me.
That's
but at
true.
the same time, I always trust the professionals. As the president and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce.
Always trust the professionals. If the mortgage lender says you can afford a $1.5 million loan, don't question it. You can afford it.
I always tell everybody, I am not an expert at everything, but I'm going to point you to the people who are the experts. And Janine, you're an expert. I love your heart. Congratulations on the opening of your businesses. Our first conversation at Starbucks Coffee on Smallwood Drive. Also another chamber member. Shout out to Alvin Stewart and the owner over there. Again, thank you for welcoming me into your space, for allowing me to see the progress that you've made from, I think it was maybe 9 months ago when we sat down at the coffee house. And thank you for trusting yourself to come to Charles County to enrich the lives here of the Charles County residents, as well as anybody who's going to be coming from the outside of the county. So thank you. I welcome you. There's other services that she offers. I see that her banks took advantage of the IV hydration. Go to her website, which is
ZenwellStudio.com.
ZenwellStudio.com. I invite you guys to open your mind to make sure that you get yourself centered and ready to go. There's a lot of work to be done in Charles County on our end with existing businesses, with businesses who are coming into the area.
What do they mean by this?
Need that a moment to just pause, reflect, get realigned. Is that the word that we're using?
Centered.
Yes. In order to move forward without fear, just take an hour.
What does that mean?
Take an hour with Janine. I highly recommend it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I feel like I just had a stroke. You still don't know what these people are supposed to be doing. Aren't the IV hydration things? Wasn't that a huge joke where a ton of TikToks were being made a few months ago? Where guys were when you have to take your girlfriend to the emergency room to get an IV hydration because she's too retarded to drink water often enough? Isn't that what those things are? 20K IRS employees take Trump up on offer to resign. Wait. Wait, why did he give them an offer to resign instead of just firing people? What is, I don't know, I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by that. They're saying nothing with as many words as possible. I just like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. I was like, what do we have here? A Senior Wellness Chats IV Hydration Edition. Small Business Development Edition. Take a peek inside ZenWell Studios. I think I will. Show me your studio. Without music. I don't want to get DMCA'd. Help. Don't have to pay severance as much as your guess? I don't know. Can't get unemployment if you resign? Then why would they agree to resigning? I'm seeing the studio. I like the black walls. Those chairs don't look comfortable. Those chairs look really uncomfortable. It's just like a lobby. I guess this is a massage room. So I guess they do provide massage. Is it like real massage or is it like one of those yoni massages? The fuck is this back-ass garage area? Why would you show us this? What did... Oh, it's like the gym area? Okay. Okay. There's a whiteboard. I feel like they could have done more to make this look, I don't know, like a real business. That was so fucking fast. That was so fucking fast. I couldn't even see what was going on. Welcome to ZenWell Studio. Oh, they don't even read it themselves. ZenWell Studio is an inclusive, one-stop health and wellness haven dedicated to providing our communities with essential tools necessary to promote healing of the mind, body, and soul. Okay. We curate soul care sessions by using a variety of approaches, including activation coaching, laser skincare, yoga, sound healing, Reiki, and more. Chat, what the fuck is activation coaching and sound healing? What the fuck are those things? Schedule your free 30-minute consultation to see how our team can help you achieve your overall health. That is literally the last thing in the video. Okay, I need... What is activation coaching? Activation coaching. There's actually a place called Activation Coaching International? Oh. What is resource activation? Okay. Alright. Tell me about it. This is a 24-second video?
Helping people identify the resources that they have so they can use those resources more. That means internal resources, the things they feel or think or do inside of themselves, and resources that they can access in the community, in the support networks around them. Quite often people, when they have a problem focus, tend to not see or realise that they have resources available to them because they just haven't got their brains switched on to notice those resources available.
What? What? Stop saying resource. I don't understand. What did I just watch? Does she have a more descriptive video? Resilience in teenagers. How can coaching help? Comfort zones. Coaching young people to learn and grow. Positive emotions. Well-being activity for teenagers and students. Why is this all teen-focused? Training to be a coach who supports young people, impact, and outcomes. well-being education reform. The problem with WMHD, I don't even know what that is. Emotionally based school avoidance. I just wanted to stay home and play video games, man. How to become a certified youth life coach. NEAT prevention. How coaching and positive psychology can help young people. They have a literal NEAT prevention course. What the fuck? What the fuck? You stayed home because you were sick, boy. You're being oppressed. They're oppressing the NEATs. All right, this channel I don't think is going to be very helpful. What Lindsay's 3C activation coach journey. All right, certified coaches review life-changing 3C activation. These videos sound like they'll help me, chat. These videos will activate me. Let's fucking go. Let's still. Oh my god, I'm feeling activated. White woman jump scare.
Overall, what would you say your biggest takeaways are, and how you're?
That it is possible to organize my life.
What?
It's just like, it is possible. So thank you so much for that.
Hold on.
This is a user manual of your life, like when you're done with it. Yes, you've done 12 weeks of intensive work. You're still working, right?
I really appreciated the neuroscience pack because it provided so many of the whys. Like, why is this impacting time blindness? Why is this impacting? And a lot of that I've been able to incorporate in my...
I have time blindness, but also certified coaches review life-changing 3C activation training. We're a third of the way through this video, and I feel like I have heard nothing that makes sense.
Private practice work with folks, and it's just like you can see the light bulb go off, and they're like, "Oh," because there's so many of those negative messages that people are so frustrated of. Why can everybody around me do the thing and I can't do the thing? And
I'm not broken. There are ways to hack it. And
I'm not broken. I'm a normal person. I got 3C activation training.
And I don't need fixing. I just need to figure out like how to work within me.
But what I use from this course is when a client comes in, and sometimes client comes in, and I think therapists know, everybody knows that sometimes they come in and they're just like, I don't have actually what to talk about. I just don't know but I would like to change something, just like, so and then I bring out my 3C activation book and was like, okay, let's do this one. Or if a client says, I don't know what to talk about today, sometimes they just wish for me to give them some kind of direction, and then I can offer them something from this toolbox. So.
And I wanted to remind people, we are not
That's not your real hair color.
Abled. We are differently abled abilities.
Hold on, what the fuck?
And I wanted to remind people, we are not disability abled. We are differently abled abilities. And
we are not disability abled. We are different a bit. What? Fucking what?
Wanted to remind people, we are not
disability
abled. We are differently
abled abilities.
And
what the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? She's actually retarded. Holy shit. That's a really convoluted way to say that you are below 60 IQ, dear lady.
With the values and the strengths and some of the other exercises, what the strengths are. So
why did she scream that?
We can really turn that negative anxiety on its head and celebrate the person for their strengths.
What?
What I use from this course.
Oh, she found the toolbox for her ADHD clients. All right, men in chat, listen up. I heard all of you guys have ADHD.
is when a client comes in, and sometimes client comes in, and I think therapists know, everybody knows that sometimes they come
Wait, we
in and
already
they're just
heard
like,
this.
I don't have actually what to talk about. I just don't know what. But I would like to change something, just like. So and then I bring out my 3C activation book and was like, okay, let's do this one. Or if a client says, I don't know what to talk about today, sometimes they just wish for me to give them some kind of direction, and then I...
We literally just heard her say this. What does this have to do with ADHD? What is a... Yeah, we're looping. I was hoping that maybe there would be some more at the end of it, but it's literally just the same thing. What the actual fuck am I listening to? What? All right, okay, so those videos weren't helpful. What about this lady? Lindsay's 3C activation coach journey. Lindsay, please, I have no idea what this is. Educate me. Help.
Hi, I'm Lindsay.
Hi.
A recent graduate of the 3C Activation for Coaches program. When I say recent, I mean like literally...
Why is her camera wobbling like she's underwater? That is gonna distract me the entire fucking time.
Today was our last class, so we just finished the 12-week program.
Do you guys see this? Is this AI? Is she not real? Why is the entire like picture wiggling? Horrible. She's on a boat. Is this a boat? It doesn't look like a boat. It looks like a kitchen. It's a cheap webcam. She sounds underwater too.
Super proud of myself, and I have so much clarity about the next steps that I'm going to take. And it wasn't always that way. When I
Her voice is sped up.
I didn't have clarity. I wasn't confident.
Wait, hold on.
Super proud of myself, and I have so much clarity about the next steps that I'm going to take. And it wasn't always that way. When I started the...
Chat, is this woman real? Is this... Look at when she scratches her face. Am I Destiny right now? Am I having schizophrenia?
I have so much clarity about the next steps that I'm going to take. And it wasn't always that way. When I started the program,
I don't know, man.
I didn't have clarity. I wasn't confident. I was dysregulated. It was chaos for me in terms of just managing my life. And so I really needed to go through the program as a student and be honest about where I was, because I'm not going to be able to help anybody. I can't be a coach if I can't coach myself.
What does she mean by this?
Not that I have to be perfect, but I need to understand how to be an advocate for myself before I can be an advocate for anyone else. So that means I came into this program without any coaching experience, which is what I absolutely love about this program, is it offers you the opportunity to kind of start from ground zero.
I still have no idea what this activation coaching is. We've watched like 4 videos now. What is this?
And really learn those foundational tools that are going to get you clear so that you can take the next step. And that's absolutely what that did for me. Not only for me, but for my daughter who has ADHD, and she was at the time in
This is the 3rd time they've mentioned ADHD in like one of these videos or video titles. What is activation coaching and what does it have to do with ADHD? Are these just like more worthless jobs, but instead of being in the government, they're private sector worthless jobs, and then these women get paid to just say nothing for 8 hours a day? And then like random government contractors come in and they're just like, I trust this woman with all of my being. She has helped me so much with all of her activation and her expertise. She is an expert. It's like, what are they doing? What is this?
grade, getting ready to go into high school. So I was looking for things for her when I stumbled upon this program. And I was also kind of in this point in my life where I was trying to decide about going to school, back to school, to get a master's degree in social work. So it felt like it came at the right time. And, I did have some questions about, can I afford this? Is this a time commitment that I can invest in? Is it going to pay off? Am I going to be disappointed? All these questions about,
Yeah, these are questions I had, but I still don't know what activation coaching is. How have I watched multiple videos from multiple different people and none of them have been able to explain what the fuck this is or what it does?
Is this going to be the right program? What if it sucks? Where am I going to be at the end of this 12 weeks? Am I going to be...
I don't know. It's a mystery because I don't know what the program is. Where are you going to be in 12 weeks? How many brain cells have you lost at this point?
Closer to my goal, or am I going to be further away? And I had to just kind of get clear with myself and also ask questions. You know, don't be afraid to ask Brooke and Kelly these questions. They're going to be there for you and answer those questions for you like they were for me. And I'm so glad that I took that leap, because right now the way I feel, the confidence that I have, the clarity that I have is invaluable. I hope that anybody who's considering this program is willing to put the time and energy into it, because
what is happening?
You get out of it. And I would say, if you have ADHD or you have a loved one who has ADHD, you have nothing to lose. You're going to only gain information that's going to help improve your life, even if at the end of this you decide to take another path. So anyone who's considering this,
I'm not gaining any information.
And I wish you all the best of luck.
Namaste, crazy woman. Wait, hold on. This one's a man.
Hey, my name's Jamie.
Hold on, Jamie's journey to expertise in 3C activation. Maybe, chat, he's a man. Maybe he'll actually say something of value.
I run a program called Flojo, which is a coaching program for entrepreneurs and creatives living with ADHD who are struggling with burnout.
What? Why do they all mention ADHD? Why do they all mention it? Is ADHD required to get something out of activation coaching? And also everybody else was talking about like youth or just ADHD in general, and this guy is like, yeah, I'm going to be coaching creatives and entrepreneurs.
And creatives living with ADHD.
Is this like that? Is this like that one scammer guy who set up that YRYL network where he's like, I've tried every other scam. Gamers are retarded, so they'll surely buy from me. I'll be able to make money off of the gamers by pretending to make an esports league. This guy's like, yeah, content creators are fucking retarded. They'll hire me as a consultant.
Who are struggling with burnout and struggling to...
Wait, hold on. Activation method, or AM coaching, is a dynamic type of life coaching which is used worldwide to help individuals, families, couples, and organizations to support the individual and the group. That explanation still doesn't tell you what it is! That doesn't tell you what it does! I was like, when I go to, like, get help with anxiety, they're like, we're gonna teach you methods to help deal with your anxiety when you're alone or in crowded places. We're gonna teach you things to say to yourself, to physically do, to help you deal with this. This doesn't tell me anything. What are they doing? It tells you who it's for, but not what it is. ADHD bros, I think they're trying to take advantage of you. I think they're using ADHD in the way that like all Zoomers think they have ADHD when they really don't. So they're gonna be like, oh, I need activation coaching for my ADHD. You know, like one of those things.
Flow and want to find a quicker and easier and funner way of scaling their business. And
yeah, a fun way. Okay.
So about 4 or 5 months ago, I wanted to really increase my knowledge and capability and credibility.
So he only decided to increase his credibility 5 months ago? So he started doing this 5 months ago? Or was he doing it before and he was like, oh, I don't have enough credibility, so I need to get more than what? What am I listening to?
In the ADHD space specifically. I'd done a bunch of different coaching trainings, but I felt like there was a bit of gap in my knowledge and sort of credibility. And so I looked at a bunch of different programs, and the two things that were really important to me were, you know, a solid accreditation and a certification that was credible and that I could use to build authority.
He keeps using the word credible. Build authority. He's using the word credibility again! Chat, this is a snake oil salesman. I don't trust anything this broccoli man is saying. This broccoli zoomer.
And credibility in my personal brand. And then the other really important thing was to make sure that I was learning new things, new interventions and new techniques to work with my clients, and really to understand the neuroscience behind those techniques and behind those interventions.
I'm sorry, I can't take anyone with this accent talking about neuroscience seriously. You know, that's just, you know.
So after doing a bunch of research and speaking with Brooke, I decided to join the 3C activation coaching program, and it's been fantastic. Brooks,
he's just saying words.
Make sure that any sort of additional learning or questions that I have, that she's just been really responsive.
What was that cut?
Sure that I'm super engaged and really enjoying what I'm learning. She has a very...
So is this like an MLM? He went to Brooke to get more certifications and credibility in 3C activation, and now he's doing 3C active. This is just an MLM. Well, this is just body wraps repackaged as like mental illness.
Light and friendly and positive energy, which is just fun to engage with. The course material is fantastic. She's put a lot of effort into delivering not only the techniques and interventions, but also really marrying the neuroscience and the explanations to why.
Marrying the neuroscience and the explanations. Okay.
These interventions work for people with ADHD, and that's been a really key thing for me. I'm in the last week of the program right now. I've learnt a lot. I have a lot more confidence talking about ADHD with my clients. I now feel like I'm able to start building more of a public-facing brand and start educating through content online about ADHD. I have lots of juicy things to refer back to from the coursework.
Why would you say it that way?
It's been a really, really valuable investment.
That's a valuable investment. Go pay Brooke money. 7 months ago. None of these. Wait, it's on Brooke's fucking channel. What? It's on Brooke's fucking channel. This was an advertisement, man. Still no answers. Yeah, I still have no idea what the fuck this is. I still have no idea what the fuck this does. What am I even... What am I even, chat? Well, maybe I'll go to the Activation Coaching International website. This is the official organization. Activation Coaching. Coaching for self-leadership. Allow me to introduce you to yourself. What is this, like, alien jellyfish Native American cheetah with a butterfly saddle? What is happening? What the fuck is this website? Why does that man have a tiara? All good questions that I don't have answers to. Anthony, thank you for the 10. The 3C program is to help them deal with the fact that the Ritalin stunted their growth by an average of an inch, according to a recent study. I don't know. Is this man a Yakubian? Is that a Yakubian headband? Your coaches, Kevon Fair and Michelle Gaza. That can't be her real name. Michelle began working with IFS in 2008, completing level 3 training at the end of 2009, after 10 years of international expertise as a yoga instructor. What? Kevon began his devoted study of human design in 2010 after developing lucid dreaming and out-of-body travel skills for years. Bro, they're marketing fucking astral projection. These people, this is the international, or no, sorry, not the international, it's just the United States. It's the national organization for this activation coaching shit. And they're selling you lucid dreaming, out-of-body travel. How do so many people end up getting these, like, absolutely worthless positions and make money off of it? How are they making money? Is it, like, because all federal workers are, like, 55 IQ at best? And so they're like, yes, please, Daddy, teach me how to astral project. I'm going to give you government funds. I don't understand. When we met in 2013, we instantly knew that we had a special magical combination of tools that could help clients tackle just about any challenge they faced. As the first coaching duo to use the potent combination of human design, IFS, quantum shamanic healing, and advanced dreaming work. We are uniquely positioned to help you move through trauma, pain, suffering, and confusion in a way that is enlightening and even fun. You know, instead of pledging allegiance to the state of Israel, did Kirsche ever think about making a quantum shamanic healing company? Because I feel if he made, like, KQSH, he could maybe get rebanked pretty quickly. If these people can do it, I'm sure he can, right? The fun part might be hard to believe, since the process of healing and awakening can be fraught with pain, confusion, anxiety, and overwhelm. After doing dedicated and extensive work on ourselves, we know firsthand how vulnerable you can feel in this journey. Ah, yes, we've investigated ourselves and we found ourselves to be the premier experts in this field. Oh my god. For this reason, we provide a safe and supportive space for you to explore what feels very unsafe, your triggers and the patterns that hold you back, using human design to help us get a big picture view and to map the territory that you will be navigating. You will feel more confident, encouraged, and energized to embark on your journey. I just want to remind people, the only reason we're reading this fucking gobbledygook is because we were reading an article about federal workers losing their jobs, black people most affected, the economy in the largest, wealthiest black-owned neighborhoods is going to fall because of all of the federal funding cuts. And then they brought up this lady who was complaining about how she went there last year to set up a healing studio. And I was like, what the fuck is activation coaching? And why is she offering that? And it took us like half an hour to finally get to any fucking kind of answer about what activation coaching is. Again, I like small businesses, but if you're selling snake oil, I'm not gonna give a shit if your business is failing. ADHD does give an advantage here. Combining that with the uplifting, profound, and deeply refreshing reset of unburdening ceremonies with the IFS. Ah, yes. We will be unburdened by what has been. Our clients discover there is also joy in this process of healing our pain. Our clients experience healing trauma, aligning with true purpose, mending relationships, feeling lighter, greater motivation, increased energy, razor sharp clarity, expanding abundance flow. What the fuck does that mean? Increased lucidity, greater favorable synchronicity. What the fuck? More peace, satisfaction, success, and joy, and much, much more. Is this just like Scientology, but for black people? Is this just black Scientology? What am I reading? Yes! Oh my god. It's Timu Scientology. Look, they don't even need to ask where the white women at. The fucking star-found girlfriends will just come to you. The Sigma activation coach black male needs his astrology white girlfriend. From the people who brought you Yakub Black Scientology. If you're interested in working with us to develop your self-leadership, we're currently accepting clients who are interested in both human design and IFS. We know some people come to us looking for just one of those tools. However, although after almost a dozen years of working with clients, they've been on this grift for over a decade, man. Holy shit. Our data shows that those who embrace both of these paradigms have the greatest results in the shortest amount of time. For this reason, we now work exclusively with clients who are open to this alchemical combination. Does this feel like a good fit for you? Begin to cultivate self-leadership with us. Sign up for an intro package today using the green buttons below. Choose IFS intro package with 2 IFS and 1 human design session. Or if you call in the next 10 minutes, you'll get $10 off your first astral projection package right now. You'll even get free shipping on a magic wand, but only if you call 188 definitely not bullshit in the next 10 minutes. I feel like I'm literally reading an infomercial from the 90s. Oh god, what's the price? I'm gonna have to click on it. Our favorite way to work with clients is our in-person private personal retreats hosted at a 5-star Airbnb. There's no fucking way. Check out our 5-star sparkling clean Airbnb. We provide a kitchenette, full private bathroom, and an outdoor hot tub. Just steps from your door. Relax and enjoy unobstructed views of the Front Range, including Tava Kiva, aka Pikes Peak. Visit our Airbnb unit. Is this gonna dox me? Hold on a second. Okay, no, this looks fine. This looks fine. Hosted by Michelle. 4 guests, 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Sorry, 2 bedroom, 2 bed, 1 bath. There's 294 reviews. That means at least 3 times as many people have stayed here because most people don't use reviews. Top 1% of homes. Holy shit! This is the longest fucking... Holy fuck, I'm not reading all that shit. You're crazy, bitch. Check-in date. Guest favorite. Loved everything from the decor to the clean products that match what we use at home. What? Wait, why did they all disappear? Can I see... Wait, they don't have any 1-star ratings. What about the 4-star ratings? Can I see the 4-star? Learn how reviews work. No, I don't really care how they work. Let's look at the pictures. Photo tour. This just looks like an apartment. Like, this literally just looks like an apartment. Why would you stay here? There's, like, nothing fancy about this. I don't understand. This deep dive seems to leave us with more questions. Yeah, I'm more confused than when I first got here. Not even a photo of the view. What? What is the point of this? This just looks... Like, I know it's supposed to be, like, Zen garden-y, but this just looks messy. It doesn't look relaxing. Oh yeah, look at that beautiful view of this fucking suburban complex, man. How beautiful. How fucking... Fuck you, Red Square, you piece of shit. In before 10k donathon for Kirsche's Quantum Shama Trauma Healing Vacation Retreat. Yakub, stay away from the fox woman. But Yakub is my creator. Oh, I guess this website is fucking broken, man. Wait, they have pictures. They have pictures of exterior 2, and it says a hammock. But, like, I don't even see a hammock. And then there's hot tub pictures, and it's just the same 2 pictures that were in exterior 2. What the fuck? What the fuck? Make that a triple? No, I'm green. I'm green right now. The CIA got her. Go away, Red Square. We need peace on our journey of astral projection. How much is this? Add dates for prices. We're gonna check in. Okay, the calendar's not loading. The calendar. I can't tell if it's not loading or if it's just like fully booked. Okay, no, it's just not loading. Okay. How am I supposed to check in? I want to know how much this fucking costs, man. Let me refresh the page. You like that the area is so densely developed, but you look out the bathroom window and into your neighbor's bathroom, right? All right. Let's see. You want to check in, like, you know, a little bit away from what the date is now. So let's say we're gonna go in June. All right. Oh my God, so many of these dates are already taken. What the fuck? And like midweek is usually the best. Let's go like Wednesday into Thursday. 2-night minimum. What the fuck? Okay. Wednesday into Friday. $122 a night, and you're required to do 2 nights. So it's a minimum of $244, and then an $85 cleaning fee, a $46 Airbnb service fee. So it's $375 before taxes. And it just looks like a fucking apartment. Why would you stay here? Why would you stay here? That's almost a whole month's rent for you. I mean, I guess that's another way for them to make money. They're on that Airbnb grift. For longer stays, we can also schedule day trips into the mountains and outdoor hot springs. So like travel agent. Medicine ceremonies with trusted local medicine people are also available. Colorado Springs. Medicine ceremonies with trusted local medicine people. Oh, it's fucking ayahuasca! This is the shit that one-shots the liberals! Oh my god! Oh, there's something called Edenology, holistic wellness as well. Nice, they'll buy you weed. No, they'll buy you a fucking trip you can't come back from, baby. Holy shit, they're actually advertising the ayahuasca stuff. Oh, it said right here, we require a 2-night minimum, but recommend 3 nights as a minimum. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure it has nothing to do with $122 off fucking night. This allows you to settle and ground on your arrival date and have a check-in session, followed by 2 full days to work extensively with us. This schedule allows room for rest and integration. This also allows flexibility to work outside in nature, explore somatic movement work, and even art therapy and parts mapping. Go on a deep dive of inner work without distractions. Enjoy private space to process and rest in between sessions. Professional chef-prepared meals are also available at very reasonable rates. It's probably just feckin' HelloFresh. Schedule a free consultation. I feel like I should send them an email. I feel like I should send them an email, man. What is the IFS intro package? It's $400 fucking dollars is what it is. Remember they said almost a dozen years of working with clients, our data shows that those who embrace both paradigms have the greatest results in the shortest amount of time. For this reason, we now work exclusively with clients who are open to this alchemical combination. So no longer can you only buy one or the other. You have to buy 2 of them. And the IFS Self-Leadership Super Package, it's like the Super Maya, is $400. Intro package, only 1 package available per client, most affordable package, giving you an opportunity to sample our services and the different tools we offer to help you into alignment with your divine blueprint, supporting your higher self to get into the driver's seat. How do people pay for this? Like, chat, don't pay for this. Just watch streamers. It's literally free, and they say dumb shit all the time. Listen to the shit coming out of my mouth, alright? Like, you didn't pay for this. It's alchemy. That's like science, and you can't argue with science, true. Now, this package is not refundable, and all sessions must be booked within 90 days. Holy fuck. And the other package, HD Intro Package, is also $400. Wow! So you have to spend a minimum of $800. Only 1 package available per client. This is our most affordable package, giving you an opportunity to sample our services and the divine tools we offer. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I understand. I misspoke. It's $400 minimum, and each of these come with both of the things needed for the alchemical combination. So it's only $400. All right, I understand. Sorry, chat. I led you to believe it was more expensive than it really was. But you get a dream rave reading and a human design reading. Do they explain what those are on the website? Do they explain that? Alchemy. Learn more about our apprenticeship programs. Okay, all right. Learn about personal retreats. Oh, this just brings me to the Airbnb page. Apprenticeship details here. The New Earth Self-Leadership Academy, or NESLA, apprenticeship program. NESLA is currently available as an apprenticeship program designed for those who are interested in a deep dive into the world of shamanic healing, human design, and interdimensional lucidity. This is an opportunity to work directly with Michelle and Kavone to master these fantastic tools for self-leadership. Apprentices receive one-to-one coaching, mentoring, and teaching, all tailored to their individual needs. Enrollment is ongoing and you may start at any time. The apprenticeship programs are designed to allow you to work at your own pace and take the time you need to master these skills. You must be approved to join this intensive program. NESLA is an advanced activation school supporting spiritual seekers, light workers, and star seeds of all ages. What the fuck is a star seed? To align with their soul's purpose and their multi-dimensional intelligence. Self-leadership and higher self-embodiment is a fundamental skill that can be taught, practiced, and learned. We help students discover who they really are and how to stand in their power. Our graduates experience profound, multi-dimensional healing. Together, we lay the groundwork for a new reality in which their higher self is in the driver's seat, rather than conditioned, distorted fragments or parts running the show. NESLA students learn powerful tools and techniques, then spend time applying them, practicing them, and experimenting with them. We provide a supportive environment as you gain confidence in your ability to apply these tools on your own. We combine webinars and private sessions to allow you to study these tools in depth at your own pace, while allowing having access to support and coaching whenever the need arises. These are rigorous classes that require your full participation. This is not just a study of theory, but an opportunity to actually apply the tools you've gained proficiency. For this reason, we are now offering the coursework as an apprenticeship program so that each candidate can structure their journey in a way that is right for them. We recommend studying all subjects, and discounts will be available for students who want to study all the tools online. Shamanic Healing with Michelle Gaza. Access to micro-coaching, bonus, get unstuck with stickers workshop. Learn the IFS method to heal and integrate fragmented parts of you that are stuck repeating stale patterns due to trauma, pain, confusion, misunderstanding. Bring these aspects to your own higher self for healing and release. These people are fucking crazy, chat. What is happening? You will learn to travel through your timelines and rescue any parts of you that are disconnected from your 0 point now power. Why are they explaining this like it's a JRPG minigame? What is happening? You're thinking this shit's so boilerplate bullshit, it already seems like it'd be easy to make illegal, but it probably already is. This is just Scientology rebrand. It's Scientology for black people. And this process reclaims energy that is being siphoned off and drained into pockets of unresolved trauma, pain, and confusion where parts of you currently remain stuck. These stuck parts can exist anywhere on your timeline, whether it's in this life, parallel lives, or past lives. How are you supposed to heal the trauma of a parallel life? Like, what does this even mean? Learn to distinguish between the self and sub-personalities. Oh my god, they have head systems. Oh my god, head systems are making a comeback, chat. Work with inner protector parts who might be rigid and resist healing due to fears of being overwhelmed by intense feelings or pain. Learn to access exiled inner children to release their trauma and restore their organic light templates. Learn to work with your critters or undesirable entity attachments, releasing them from your energy field and returning them to the light. What the fuck am I reading? This is the fucking feng shui stuff your mom is obsessed with? It's feng shui for a modern audience. Kivone will guide you through the process of understanding your human design. From following your strategy and authority, understanding your aura type, understanding the magic of your profile, and discovering your individual superpowers in your chart. Chat, I can become an X-Man. You will also learn about your PHS, primary health system, and what this means in terms of what diet is correct for you. I don't think these people should be giving, like, food advice. Your aura's hostile. This is just new age bullshit. I am astounded. Additionally, you will learn about what location is ideal for you to live in based on your body design. What? Kivone will also provide guidance about your transit charts, i.e. Saturn returns, Chiron returns, and Uranus opposition. I feel like most people's anus has opposition. And how these impact your experiences, as well as how you can learn to take advantage of opportunities provided in these transits. Course topics include the 9 centers, the qualities and themes of the 9 main chakra centers, the 6 profile archetypes, and the 12 profiles, human design and relationships between aura types, human design and relationships, channels and connection themes, bonusu, what human design can teach us about authentic sexuality. What is authentic sexuality? Mastering your multi-dimensionality, astral travel, lucid dreaming skills, out-of-body experiences with Kivone Fair. Kivone will practice guidance and exercises to build your lucid dreaming skills and achieve out-of-body experiences, developing the capacity to co-create multi-dimensionality with your higher self. You get an astral travel field trip, pre-recorded. Oh my, your life will never be the same. I kind of want to do like an astral projection course on stream. This is just fucking freaky, man. Holy shit, that menu was massive. Why does she look like she took a headshot for like a Renaissance fair? This is goofy. This is fucking goofy, man. It means hippie orgy. Michelle has developed a gentle, powerful healing style based on years of training as a yogi and shaman, combined with her training in the internal family systems therapy model. Clients benefit from her ability to bring healing light into any situation. She has experience addressing a range of traumatic issues, from everyday childhood wounds to the extreme trauma of satanic ritual abuse, and the challenges veterans face after surviving warfare. No! How are you gonna put satanic ritual abuse next to veterans surviving warfare? This woman is crazy. And this woman is insane. Sessions are 90 minutes. It's a free consultation. How much does a shamanic healing 90-minute session cost? Why is this so long? To get a code for your package, fill out the form? International clients, we accept Venmo, Cash App, or Stripe. That's how you know a business is legit. Low income? Contact us for low income rates on sessions. I'm a streamer. I have volatile income. Date and time. It's $200. What the fuck is this image? It's $200 fucking dollars, man. This is more expensive than my actual deep tissue massages that heal my pain. You wonder if they provide healing vibrational crystals to put in your doorways in the corner of each of your rooms. 90-minute session packages. They have a fucking tip jar on their website. There's a tip jar here. What the fuck? What does this take me to? Hold on. What does this take me to if I click on it? Okay, it just opens a box that says make a donation to activation coaching for activation coaching. I can donate with PayPal. That's insane. That's insane. Michelle began her formal study of psychology at the age of 16, enrolling in a 2-year college-level course offered at her high school. Oh, God. After a full session explaining the challenges she was facing, Michelle was disappointed that the first response was to prescribe prescription drugs. She knew that this was not the route she wanted, and she was looking for something to actually heal her problems, not a band-aid to numb her further. But the mainstream medical and academic worlds did not seem to offer any real solutions, only symptom management. Somehow, she made it to graduation. Apparently, she had depression and suicidal ideation at 19. And then began daily yoga practice. She traveled to India! Single white women should not travel alone to India. To further her studies and eventually practice with master teachers in 8 different countries, spending over 4 years overseas. This led to shamanic initiations in several healing traditions, as well as some difficult initiations into the world of sorcery and shadow work. When Michelle returned to the US, she began to teach yoga full-time and eventually opened a yoga school, Higher Vibration Yoga. While yoga provided valuable healing methods, it was not so effective at compassionate healing of the emotional body. She found that some traditions and practices effectively bully the client for their own good, and this can have terrible repercussions. Eventually, she discovered the Internal Family Systems Therapy, IFS, a profoundly effective, respectful, and compassionate approach to healing trauma. Michelle was so impressed with its effectiveness, she completed all 3 levels of training offered by the Center for Self-Leadership, now called the IFS Institute. The IFS system proved to be excellent at healing trauma, and Michelle began to feel that she could no longer just teach asanas? Was that like ananas? Without providing trauma healing tools as well. Thus, activation coaching was born! Wait, is she like the creator of it? During shamanic healing sessions, Michelle uses IFS techniques along with a synthesis of healing arts from many shamanic traditions. Isn't this cultural appropriation? Isn't it? Like, if you go to, like, different cultures and you absorb their shamanic traditions and then you combine all of these different cultures' shamanic traditions into, like, one... like weird blob of all of these different isn't that actual unironic appropriation? It's cool. She's a white woman. Whenever IFS is referenced, it makes you think of irritable bowel syndrome. This allows clients to clear out unfinished emotional business. Oh, you're right. It is just IBS, but for your emotions. Michelle will travel with you to the places in your timeline where parts of you are stuck. Her role is to remain anchored in her higher self and to guide you in your clearing process, getting to the root of the issue and releasing patterns that no longer serve you. Issues that seem insurmountable are transmuted and dissolved for good. Once the trauma is released from your system, energy that was once trapped can be redirected to something positive and fulfilling. Your system can rejoice in the fact that you are more than your past, and you can safely enjoy a future different from what you've always known. Man, I just like... Michelle created a space I could safely access many painful feelings from an 18-year-old memory and let them go. The most psychedelic experience I've ever had while sober. Oh my god. But she can help with the false light deceivers. John Bird, thank you for the 5. Kirsche doll had departed the California facility several days ago. Good to know that the doll is okay and you didn't get killed doing the Fox things in LA. Hell yeah. I'm gonna do Fox things in your house. Oh, he's also got like a Power Rangers headband. Chat, what fucking are these people? Conscious coloring. Kivon's long-awaited conscious coloring book is now available. Enjoy unique, original hand-drawn images filled with light codes and downloads. Most of these images were created while living at 9,500 feet in the Rocky Mountains. Is that a positive? Does that matter? Kivon put so much love into this project and was so excited to offer it to you. Google Kivon Fair Conscious Coloring And you'll find plenty of booksellers to purchase from, including Powell's, Booktopia Australia, and Waterstones UK. I just gotta see the reviews. Hold on. Where are we? What is happening? Oh, it's got 5 ratings. It's $33. This is a $33 coloring book. Reviews from the United States. All 5 reviews are 5 stars. Almost done with my first page. Very relaxing. Flows well for me. I think I can show this page. I think this is fine. They added some pictures of their coloring abilities, chat. Look at how well this user colored the coloring book. False Light Deceivers offer a free Kirsche with new membership. A fantastic coloring book. This book is filled with intricate, original, unique, hand-drawn images. It is unlike any other coloring book I've ever seen. Really enjoying coloring these images. They come alive when color is added. Hold on, this woman, this name, M. Gaza. M. Gaza. Almost like Michelle Gaza wrote a review for a book being sold on her website. We figured it out. We figured it out, chat. Seymour, ain't no way. I bet the other 5 reviews are from like family members, man. Oh, I hit the see more reviews button and it asked me to sign in. What piece of shit, Amazon? You piece of shit. You piece of shit. Okay, so authentic sexuality. What if I just search that? Authentic human sexuality, an integrated Christian approach? 3rd edition? That can't be what they're talking about, right? That can't be what they're talking about, right? Sex pervades our culture, going far beyond the confines of the bedroom into the workplace, the church, and the media. Yet despite all the attention and even obsession devoted to sex, human sexuality remains confusing and even foreboding. What, after all, is authentic human sexuality? That is the question the author set out to answer in this wide-ranging and probing book. Heh. Informed by sociology, psychology, and theology, the authors investigate how human sexuality originates both biologically and socially. They lay the groundwork for a normative Christian interpretation of sexuality, show how authentic sexuality is necessarily grounded in relationships, and explore such forms of inauthentic sexuality, such as sexual harassment, pornography, and rape. Since its first publication, the book has established itself as a standard text at numerous colleges and seminaries. Now, this 3rd edition features updated theological and social science research, insights from current neuropsychological evidence, and an expanded biblical model of authentic sexual relationships, along with an updated discussion of sexual minorities, same-sex attraction, and lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or questioning issues. A new generation of students, pastors, psychologists, and sociologists engaged in counseling will be indebted to the author for this study of an endlessly fascinating and perplexing facet of human identity. In this 3rd edition of the book, the authors have made some changes in the organization of the material, but the major changes have to do with updating the social science research on issues of human sexuality. Building on the Trinitarian theology, I don't know what Trinitarian is, the authors bring a biblical model of covenant, grace, empowerment, and intimacy in defining authentic sexual relationships. Now, I'm no longer a practicing Catholic, but this sounds very heretical to me. This sounds the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Oh, how are they building Father, Son, Trinity theology around, like, sexual minorities? What is happening? Trinitarian is Father, Son, Holy Spirit, 3 in 1. I've only ever heard it as the Trinity. I haven't heard Trinitarian. That's like my first exposure to that word, dude. Trinitarian tends to be the woo-woo wacko in the name of Christ. That explains why I haven't heard it. They're basically twisting the holy books to talk about gender politics bullshit. That's what it sounds like. That's what it fucking sounds like, man. What the fuck is this? How is it okay to do this kind of thing with, like, Christian and Catholic theology. But if you even, like, scuff the edges of a Quran, you're gonna be beheaded in the street. I'm like, this is some advanced heresy. As a practicing Christian, this is subversion. Yeah, like, again, I'm no longer, like, a practicing Catholic, but this is still, like, how the fuck is this okay, dude? You only hear about Trinitarian in reference to non-Trinitarian beliefs and the flammable people that hold them. Oh, man. You know, you just got here, but oh boy, it sounds spicy. For people just joining us, again, we managed to get to authentic human sexuality and integrated Christian approach from Trump's federal cuts and Doge cutting both, like, federal budgets and federal workers. Apparently this is mostly affecting black people because a lot of these worthless positions that had no business existing were given to black people to have larger incomes. And so we were reading an article on this. And then there was a lady who was in the article talking about how she set up a business in this, like, black economy last year and how they started having trouble because of all of the federal cuts recently and how they weren't having as much business as usual. And one of the things she offered was activation coaching. And I was like, what the fuck is activation coaching? And now we're here. Destroying the only religious foundation that built such an amazing civilization is integral to dismantling and destroying them? I fucking guess so. I fucking guess so, man. This is a TV tropes level rabbit hole. A deep dive on how truly useless these federal workers are. D7 Origin, thank you for the 5. Your urge to Deus Volt is growing stronger. We must bring back the Templars. Mexican Zobat, thank you for your member. Per reference, months ago, the Kirsche plushie has arrived and you are preheating the oven. Please do not fuck your plush. Please do not make a miniature BDSM stage like that guy did for his Twilight Sparkle plushie. Shit like this makes you want to switch from peaceful Protestant to full-on Deus Volt. Activation coaching is deprogramming sleeper agent codes. I mean, I was not expecting this when I searched for authentic sexuality. I don't know what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't that. Grips the Kirsche lovingly. Oh god, I have so many of these fucking crazy people tabs open. Where even was I? Oh yeah, we were looking at this Power Rangers guy. We talked about his coloring book. The human design reading with Kevon is life-changing in a way that is difficult to imagine before you've been initiated, as there's no other system that provides this information. By combining several ancient systems, including astrology, the I Ching, the chakra system, numerology, the Kabbalah? Why are the Jews suddenly involved? And astrophysics, human design offers detailed and accurate insight into your unique blueprint. Even if you study each of these systems separately, you would still not access the information. The magic is in combining these wisdom traditions in a particular way. So they're blaspheming both Christianity and Judaism. What is happening? Jewish magic suddenly. There's the chakras. Bro, ain't no way they can do the math needed for astrophysics. There's no way.
Crazy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Don't worry, Kirsche. We're still ramping up hiring for the VTuber army, especially now that they figured out the CIA was running 4chan. Gift a cup for your cup, chat.
Gift a cup for your cup. Thank you, JK the Slacker, for the heckin' 88. Yeah, we're gonna need to teach the VTuber army how to access their chakras, man. Clearly that's a necessary teaching. Help. Yeah, there's only a couple of days left to buy the Kirsche merch on gamersubs.com. I know I'm not shilling a ton, but like, you only got a couple of days left if you want to buy any of the merch. Get a cup for your cup. Get a mouse pad for your cup. You know? Yes, all those other traditions, they're no good. You gotta come to us. Let's see here. Human design code. As a projector, he is designed specifically to guide others, and his readings are truly exceptional. Using your chart based on your birthday, time, location, Kevon can pinpoint the strategies that will optimize your experience in this incarnation. Kevon will discuss your energy body, or aura, your conscious personality, and importantly, your unconscious self. He will provide guidance regarding the mechanics of your aura type, which is your strategy to operate in alignment with your design and your inner authority, which is how you are designed to make decisions and listen to your soul's guidance. Man. Human design provides a second chart called the Dream Rave, describing the qualities and characteristics of our dreamtime body, the body we are in when we leave our physical bodies at night. The chart is completely different to the waking life chart, and in most people, the aura type is different. For those who have already had at least 2 human design readings, a Dream Rave reading is an opportunity to explore that aspect of your reality. Man. New client intro package. How much is it? $399. Wow. I'm so shocked. Return client, human design reading. Oh. It's $144. What the fuck is this chart? What the fuck is this? Can I see this? Okay, so you have like a rotating floppy disk, and then like a weird wheel with a bunch of numbers on it. And then I think these are the symbols for the astrological signs. And then there's a really poorly drawn human figure here with like triangles and square. What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at? It looks like a stealth bomber. The floppy disk was the answer the whole time. Oh yeah, that's that good schizo shit. This doesn't even have a name, so I don't even know what I would look up to find this. To like have somebody else explain to me what it is. Human design return client. So this is like a weird chakra chart, I guess. I would love to look this up. I would love to look this up and like watch people talk about this on TikTok. I just like I really want to do that. I really want to do that. What if I hold on? What if I search for I'm gonna be as schizo as possible. Kabbalic expression in astral projection. Gemini. Videos. Esoteric meaning of Gemini, the Kabbalah month of Gemini, astral projection in the Kabbalah. Talking about exactly who the enemy is in the astral battle. That's what I want. That's the kind of schizo shit I want to see. Holy shit. Give it to me, freaky ass lady.
Never is what I figure. So, today I want to talk about the enemy in the spiritual, astral, magical battle going on. Hello, I am Amanda Edmonds, Professor Bangton, Susan. Hello, good morning, India. Hi.
What?
So yes,
what does she mean, good morning, India?
They wanted me to name the enemy in the spiritual, astral, magical battle that's at hand. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Tispal3.
It's really low, chat. It's on Instagram, so I can't even turn it up, man.
First thing I want to address is that there are forms of magical spiritual battle that target physical groups of humans. So you can buy a book called The Magical Battle of Britain. Maybe I'll type that in the chat so you can see it. The Magical Battle of Britain. It's a wonderful book. It's very...
Chat, why is one of the hashtags Hermeticism? What? Chat, is this real? This is so good. I've shared it with my family and close friends. Oh no, man.
Inspiring. And it's about how Dion Fortune, who wrote a famous classic of esotericism called Oh, wait, what was it called?
She just like me?
Something about the Kabbalah. She wrote a great book on the Kabbalah. I'm blanking on the title right now. The Mystical Kabbalah by Dion Fortune. There, it came to me. She led a group of adepts in doing astral battle with the Nazis. So the Nazis had a very clearly defined symbol, the swastika.
Chad, you need to astral project and do battle magic with the space Nazis! The internal space Nazis who were trying to disrupt your chakras, Chad! Good morning, India!
And they were fighting under a fairly clearly defined ideology. And Dion Fortune figured, well, I need to impose a stronger force for good, a stronger astral symbol for good, over the Nazi swastika. So that's what she did. So her and a bunch of other adepts summoned, they would invoke Merlin and King Arthur and Excalibur. And
I'm summoning Merlin and King Arthur to give me protection over the swastika. Merlin will be my familiar in the battle against the space Nazis because I am an advanced witch. I'm an advanced witch with battle magics. I can defeat the space Nazis, Chad. How did we find this? How did we get here from government workers?
and the Knights of the Round Table and the symbol of the Rose Cross. And they asked...
Oh, wait, the Knights of the Round Table is actually a summons, isn't it? That's a Final Fantasy summons. I know that one.
Really sent the Rose Cross to defeat the swastika.
I also want to remind you, to get to this video, I Google searched for Kabbalistic expression in astral projection Gemini.
And it's fun because there's a children's movie called Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, which is really, in a way, it's actually the story of Dion Fortune's magical battle of Britain, although not explicitly, but there's a lot. They have a lot in common. And I love the movie.
Hold on. Dion Fortune, magical battle of Britain. Because she said that like 3 times now. The Magical Battle of Britain. Pentagramsalem.com. Oh yeah, fucking feed that shit directly into my veins. Oh my god. Dion Fortune. I spelt Dion like a black person. I spelt it D-E-A-N-N-E. I was wrong. Dion Fortune. Immediately following Britain's declaration of war in 1939, Dion Fortune began a series of regular letters to members of her magical order. Oh, it's a woman. The fraternity of her inner light, who were unable to hold meetings due to wartime travel restrictions. Oh no, the witches couldn't have meetings because of the war. No, dude. With enemy planes rumbling overhead, she organized a series of visualizations to formulate seed ideas in the group mind of the race. Archetypal visions to invoke angelic protection and uphold British morale under fire. The war has to be fought and won on the physical plane before physical manifestation can be given to the archetypal ideals. What was sown will grow and bear seed. So all those witches trying to curse Donald Trump before the election actually had precedent to do so from our British foremothers, as it were. And also, it's no fucking wonder British has fallen. The British have fallen as a nation. This is something that people take seriously. It sounds like historical fan fiction. It does. As the war developed, this was consolidated with further work for the renewal of nation and international accord. For the first time, the fraternity doors were open to anyone who wanted to join in and learn the previously secret methods of esoteric mind working. With unswerving optimism, she guided her fraternity through the dark days of the London Blitz, continuing her weekly letters even when the bombs came through her own roof. I just don't believe you. I don't believe that was real. Introduction and commentary by Gareth Knight. It would be by a man named fucking Gareth, dude. What the hell? About pentagram shoppe. The witchcraft and magic shoppe would be in Salem, Mass, dude. Oh no, mice. Book a psychic reading. Welcome to the Pentagram, where we offer psychic readings for those seeking guidance and insight into their lives. We added a new reading type for children aged 15 years and younger. Bro!
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
15-minute in-person... A psychic reading by phone. Okay, hold on. Hold on. When I move... I'm bookmarking this website. When I move home, I'm gonna go do a psychic reading in person, chat. 30-minute in-person couples reading. I'm gonna force my future himbo to come with me. I love this shit. I love going here and just seeing what weird, wonky shit these people say. Before I move out of where I live, we have a local voodoo shop and everyone hates the woman who runs it because apparently she's a cunt. Before I move, I plan on getting a souvenir from the voodoo shop and also having the voodoo lady, like, read my palm or whatever the fuck she does. I want to get weird voodoo lady reading. I feel like I'm pay money wubby talking to those, like, Michael people. Oh my god, there's so many options here. There's so many options. Can I identify as a child so I get, like, price off? Can I be like, hello, I am in my astral journey, and the inner voice speaking to you right now is a part of my inner child who is fragmented on the parallel lines of my journey. I am from a different timeline right now, and I am only 13 years old in this parallel timeline. I need you to help heal my traumas so that I can put this part back together in my whole idealized self. It would work as long as one of your systems is, I know how to speak to these people. I can speak retardese. All right, that's bookmarked. Let's go back to this freaky lady.
Bed knobs and broomsticks. Watched it all the time growing up. Anyways, point being, lots of people normally think, okay, well, World War II was won by, troops on the ground. And sure, obviously that played a big part in it. But the idea...
Yeah, sure, hundreds of thousands of men died on the ground fighting in the armies, but, like, witches played a really big part in the war.
When you get into magic, part of what you learn is that everything happens astrally before it happens physically. This physical realm is a realm of causes. It's not a realm of effects. If you want to change something at the level of effects, you have to change it at the level of the astral, which is thoughts, visions, emotions, symbols. So it's my personal belief that Dion Fortune and her working group made a huge contribution to winning the war against the Nazis by sending the power of the Rose Cross, sending the power of basically Jesus and the resurrection.
How were witches invoking astral magic sending the power of Jesus? Can anyone explain how that makes sense in anyone's mentally ill mind? I'm listening. That's against the Bible. They're just like, I can just use the name Jesus for whatever I want. Like, the Bible is also magical mysticisms if you think about it. New Age Christianity. I need whatever drugs this lady's taking, because damn, they hit hard, baby. Jesus witches, they're heretics. They can't talk to Jesus. Is Santa also there? I mean, they were summoning, like, King Arthur as a familiar to fight the Nazi iconography, so why not? Why not summon Santa to the battlefield in face-down trap card position? In Trench Crusade, there's artillery witches, but they actually summon mortar shells. Closest thing on the top of your head. Even DMT wouldn't make you talk like her. Someone is probably dating this. There's a man out there who is putting up with this woman in daily life. Manifesting helped win World War II. So now when we ask, are we the bad guys, we can actually just blame it on women. It wasn't our grandfathers who brought this on us in current year. It was the women!
And the Holy Grail and all of the mystical beauty of Great Britain against the force of Nazism, which was a very one-sided, imbalanced, destructive force.
If they were a one-sided, unbalanced, destructive force, and like the witches were trying to apply a balance patch to real life through using astral projection and summons powers in the Great Divine, is that the logic that we're working on here? That if the witches weren't applying the balance patch in the stars, the Nazis would have just steamrolled everyone? It wouldn't have mattered that they invaded Russia in the winter time. They would have acquired the powers of the Aryan race to resist the cold. Is that what? They would have ascended to being the true Ubermensch that Hitler wanted them to be. Their muscles would have grown 5 times in size. Why always Nazi? I don't fucking know, man.
Carl Jung's characterized Nazism as being sort of like the shadow of Odin, so like the repressed shadow of the Germanic god, war god.
How are you summoning Jesus and Odin and King Arthur together at the same time? What is this like fucking Fate Stay Night ideology? What is happening?
God, Odin, sort of rose up in a very unbalanced and painful way. And Dion Fortune sent it back down with the Rose Cross. And there's also evidence that...
Wait, she's saying the Nazis summoned Odin and the witches vanquished Odin as a summon that the Nazis were going to use to increase their battle power. Chat, what the fuck is happening? What is fucking happening? Final Fantasy 17 confirmed. Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura, listen to this crazy bitch. That'd make a good game.
Aleister Crowley participated in the magical Battle of Britain. You know, he taught Winston Churchill to make the V for victory sign, which is actually, I don't know, why my Instagram filter is doing something weird. The V for victory is an invocation of Apophis. So it's an invocation of the Egyptian forces of destruction. So
why are the Egyptians getting implicated in this now? What is happening? What is going on?
He taught Winston Churchill to make this V for victory sign.
Winston Churchill invoked the ancient Egyptian mantras through the V for victory sign and became a transgender goddess in the image of Cleopatra.
Apophis and conquering his enemies with the power of Apophis.
The V is an archer thing. The English were longbowmen. How dare you erase strong transgender women from the battle of magic in England with the Nazis? They summoned Odin, you bigot!
So that's one way that Aleister Crowley participated in the war. Aleister Crowley was also a spy.
Who the fuck is Aleister Crowley?
Here's my first payment for streamatology. Please align my thetans with my chakras, THX.
I don't know how to do that yet. I'm not an advanced enough activation coach. I'm not on this woman's level. Okay, all right? Help.
But anyways, all of that is to say, it's understandable to ask who is the enemy in this astral battle that's on right now.
I thought it was the Nazis.
That is how magical battles have traditionally been fought, which is against a defined enemy. In the story I just told you, the enemy was the Nazis. Okay. It's very much like bed knobs and broomsticks. And
Aleister Crowley is a very important person. He was a very powerful occultist. Okay, are they summoning him, or was he alive during that time? A Satanist that believed he was an Egyptian god. She has just sent out so many fucking names and references at me. I feel like I'm being bombarded, man. I watched bed knobs and broomsticks a lot growing up, so did I, but you don't see me shouting Trogna Makosides. I can't read that.
In the sense of, Saluna remembers, in the sense of, summoning the ancient warriors of England to fight the threat. Okay, so the kind of magical battle that I'm talking about is different.
Okay.
In that there certainly are physical manifestations of the enemy. So I would say, for example, that a lot of intelligence agencies at work today are actually closely allied with organized crime and banking cartels, meaning
Oy vey, cool it with the anti-Semitism, witchcraft lady. I don't know, is she allowed to say this? Hold on, what's happening? Is that how you actually start talking about these things? You just try to sound as crazy as fucking possible first? What is going on? What a fucking turn!
Like the World Bank, meaning like huge flows of money connected to globalist institutions, let's say.
What the fuck is happening?
That,
my face when I look up and I'm on the same side as an astrology woman against the banks and the government. This is just like that Stone Toss comic. I'm so fucking confused.
And the biggest reference point that I would refer everybody...
The first part was just a Fed filter. Yeah, she didn't count on people with autism watching the video.
To learn more about this is called One Nation Under Blackmail by a genius journalist named Whitney Webb. One Nation Under Blackmail. It's a very dense, heavily referenced book. It's all... Whitney Webb basically charts the history of a union between the Italian mafia and the Jewish mafia with the CIA, with the founding of Israel and Mossad, with what turned into the Jeffrey Epstein blackmailing.
Am I allowed to keep watching this, chat? Am I allowed to keep watching this? Activation code Ronald McDonald. What? I'm so fucking lost, chat. What is this madness? This is not Sparta. Holy, she's casting a spell on you. I don't think we can stop her, chat. I don't think we can stop her.
Operation. And this permeates government. This permeates, interestingly, there's a foreign lobbying institution called AIPAC that owns pretty much all of our Congress, all of the United States Congress, receives donations from a foreign country.
Woman, you can't talk about how much money IPAC gives our government without getting black bagged. I worry for this woman's safety.
That should not be legal. In fact, JFK was trying to make it illegal right before he was assassinated, which the recent release of the JFK files emphasized again. So anyways, if you want to learn more about the precise details and the human faces and organizations, before...
Woman, your protection spells aren't gonna work. You're gonna wake up with 2 bullets in the back of your head from suicide. I beg of you.
Before he died, JFK gave a speech about how there's this many-tentacled, covert organization that's operating behind the scenes that has all sorts of different symbols, that has all different sorts of masks, that identifies itself in all different sorts of ways and changes.
So anyways, back to the German summoning Odin. I'm just waiting for it, man.
And has become this amorphous, really creepy thing that is a mix of extreme organized crime, human trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, CIA, intelligence agencies, and
once again, I want to remind you guys, we got here from reading about how the Doge cuts and the federal the federal workers losing their jobs is mostly affecting black people. That's how we got here.
Corporate industry. So it's this huge It doesn't have, what I'm trying to say is there's no one unified flag that all of this is flying under. Where does Russia fit in? Because it seems multifaceted, asks Professor Bengton. I'm not exactly sure. Russia wasn't the main focus of the Whitney Webb book. I'm sure there's things to do with Russia. But what I'm trying to say is there's things all over the place. It's this many tentacled, wiggly thing. I'm sure the KGB isn't full of a bunch of total innocence. But there's not a single enemy in the sense that there was in World War II, where there was this clearly defined symbol, the swastika. There was Hitler and his bunch of Nazi occultists to fight, and Dion Fortune could just...
how do you... I'm imagining, if I'm this woman, and I believe that in World War II, the Nazis were the bad guys, how do you align the Nazis being the bad guys with also saying Israel and the Jewish cabal under direction of Mossad and IPAC are controlling America and wreaking havoc on the world? How do you hold those two beliefs simultaneously? I don't understand. This is beyond schizophrenia.
Right there. It's not like that. It has gone after World War II. The enemy wasn't completely vanquished. It went underground. The US absorbed so many Nazi scientists. Look up Project Paperclip.
True.
If you learn more about the CIA, the Bush family was intimately involved in funding Nazi projects. And then, of course, two of the Bushes became our president, and one of them was the leader of the CIA for a long time.
Did the Bushes fund Nazi shit? I don't know about that. I don't know anything about that. She keeps dishing out red pills.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Oh god. Hold on. I'm gonna look up that other book that she was talking about. One Nation Under Blackmail. The sordid union between intelligence and crime that gave rise to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so this was a book in 2022. One Nation Under Blackmail is a damning indictment of the consequences resulting from the nearly century-old relationship between both U.S. and Israeli intelligence and the organized criminal network known as the National Crime Syndicate. This book specifically explores how that nexus between intelligence and organized crime directly developed the sexual blackmail tactics and networks that would later enable the sexual blackmail operation and other crimes of deceased pedophile and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Other books on Jeffrey Epstein focus on the depraved nature of his crimes, his wealth, and his most famous and politically connected friends and acquaintances. This book, in contrast, reveals the extent to which Epstein's activities were state-sponsored through an exploration of his intelligence connections. And I did read on stream before about his connections with Mossad. Chad, I'm not suicidal. I didn't kill myself preemptively. Highlights in this book. I'm reading this off of Amazon, which is why I'm not showing it on screen, because it is I can't. Operation Underworld was the beginning of the creation of a new underworld entirely. One built on the cooperation, if not outright symbiosis, created between organized crime and American intelligence. This Luciano Costello-Lansky-Siegel alliance was the basis of what subsequently became known as the National Crime Syndicate. The Green Gang financed its activities through the cultivation and sale of opium, an activity that was fully sanctioned by Chiang and the KMT. I don't know what the KMT stands for. This has 1,860 reviews. Focus, people! This is from Camper Dude. You'll need to make it through this book, which is a fairly comprehensive rehash of the history of the relationships and partnerships between certain sections of the government, the military-industrial complex, the banking industry, and organized crime. Now, that is a lot of ground to cover, and this book could easily have been twice or 3 times as long as the over 500 pages it already is. It's not so much about Epstein himself, but about the creation and functioning of the systems that allowed, and continue to allow, such a monster to not only exist, but to repeatedly get away with it. If you're looking specifically about info on Epstein and only Epstein, then you can pick up Volume 2 and skip this one. Though I do not recommend that you do that, for reasons I'll explain at the end of this review. For those looking for salacious details of Epstein's sex trafficking organization, look elsewhere. That's not what this series is about. It's about a much deeper and much more troubling systemic corruption that gave Epstein his incredible wealth and power over politicians, businesses, and law enforcement agencies that were supposed to be watching him, but ended up letting him go time and time again. Warning to conservatives, some of your heroes will be exposed as the truly evil people they are/were. I personally have no problem with this. To me, the truth is important. But if you're the type of person who responds reflexively when bad things are said about conservative Republicans, then you'll have some issues with this book. Then again, if you can keep an open mind and are old enough to remember the narratives presented at the time of the events referenced, you should be able to keep your preconceived ideas from blocking out the truth. KMT means the Kuomintang. They're basically the Chinese government that lost to the commies and that had direct ties to the founding of the triads. Oh. Oh. Help. Where was I reading? I lost my place. I'm dying. You'll have a much easier time with this book if you have some knowledge of the major corruption scandals of the 20th century. Specifically, Watergate, Iran-Contra, the Promis/Inslaw scandal, BCCI, and the SNL scandal, as well as the history of Israel and its intelligence and defense apparatus. Even if you remember just the headlines from those days, it'll help. The only thing this book is missing, in my opinion, is some sort of family tree showing in graphic form the interconnectivity of the enterprises involved. But seriously, that would be somebody's dissertation giving the volume of information involved. I also wish it was better edited with a little more connective detail, but then that would make this 5 or 6 volumes rather than just 2. I'd love it, but I doubt many other people would. The main takeaways are that as long and as dense as it is, this is really an introduction to the systemic corruption of America, not the last word. If you're looking specifically about info on Epstein, and only Epstein, pick up Volume 2 and skip this one, though I do not recommend you do. Okay. The rest of that's not really relevant. That's kind of nuts. That's not the SNL scandal. The fucking scatter, what is this? Chat, I want to live.
And there's just, it goes really deep. Basically, there was a CIA coup when JFK was assassinated. And basically every president since then has been controlled in a lot of ways by the CIA. So what am I saying? I'm talking about this from an American angle, from just sort of the point of view that I have right now. But this has tentacles, it has impacts all around the world on every continent. And sure, there's stories and histories and organizations that I have zero idea about that have plenty of nefarious participation in all of this stuff that's been going on. So what I'm trying to say is that the enemy in this astral battle, we're going up a level. So we're not looking at the enemy as human organizations. You know, St. Paul in the New Testament said, our enemies, we are fighting against powers and principalities and wickedness in heavenly places. We must put on the armor of God. So powers and principalities. He was talking about forces, celestial, astral, spiritual forces that impact humanity and that keep humanity stuck.
Is this how is this how you prevent yourself from waking up dead? Anytime you talk about the Jews, you just gotta also start talking about witchcraft and astral projection. I'm so
Look up
fucking
Skull and Bones
confused.
Society. Both Bushes were members of this group. They went by the code names Gog and Magog. Both of these names were in reference to 2 powerful Hebrew biblical demons. This society was also called the Brotherhood of Death.
I've heard of the Skull and Bones Society, but I didn't know that the Bushes were Gog and Magog. That doesn't sound real. That part sounds goofy. Gog and my balls, dude. I'm suddenly unaliving myself with unaliving juice. Oh god, the rabbit hole is deep. I guess so. This woman's video. All right, I feel like I should cut this off because, like, I don't know how long we've been watching this, but her video is 1 hour and 19 minutes long, basically. So I had zero intent on watching the entire thing, but her craziness was fascinating. Her craziness was fascinating. I guess don't Google Kabbalic expression and astral projection Gemini, or you're gonna get put on a government list, chat. My FBI guys are salivating right now. What is her name? What is her? I'll link the Instagram video. I'll link this. I fucking have movie time with the boys. If we can survive, we can watch it all. She live streamed it on Instagram. Insane. This is actual fucking insanity. Actual insanity. I don't know what the fuck. Next movie time. Good lord. Shadow work, magic, and alchemy with Carolyn Lovewell, digital creator. Chat, she's got, I don't know what this is, but there's like a magical fucking Jew star here. There's a magical Jew star. Unlock radical freedom, exploring existential kink. Oh no, don't make me log in. No, I hate you. I hate you. I hate Instagram. Oh no, I'm gonna click on the Jew star. No! No! Why does it make me log in for every... Okay, here we go. It's just a trail. What does that have to do with a magical Jew star? I don't understand. You can't say Jew star? Wait, why not? Jew star is 6 sides? Yeah. Oh, wait. You're right. These are more than 6 sides. Hold on. Hold on. Instead of triangles, they're like a weird trapezoid kind of thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's a corrupted Jew star. We have to do magical battle. Instagram of insanity. Counting is hard. Counting is hard. I can't numbers, chat. I can't fucking numbers. Where were we? I have so many tabs open from this. Fucking... I was reading this Power Ranger guy's description of what he offers you from his coaching, and I wanted to look up the weird sexuality. Oh wait, hold on. This is that weird chart. Human design software from Jovian Archive. A 3/5 projector Kavon is a natural guide and messenger. That's cool and all. I don't really care about that. I want a video of someone like reading this chart. Human design software from Jovian Archive. Human design software from Jovian Archive. Okay. Alright. Videos? How to create custom human design reports. Okay, that's an hour long. I'm not watching that. Create your free human design chart at My Body Graph. Yeah, okay. I'll see that one. How to read your human design chart. Okay, you're all right. There's a Facebook video. All right. Okay. So I have to refresh the page again, and then click that.
And I don't know if Jovian will do that. I would love to see community more. I would love to see events, you know. I would love to see festivals. Because human design can feel very lonely. I mean, as Ra said, it's a selfish process. I understand, I get that part. But sometimes it would be nice to be able to have more people to talk to, you know. I mean, the Facebook groups are good, but it's just reading and writing, you know. Like, you would love to have someone to just hang out with. And like for me now, it's already much better because when
This is kind of sad. He's just like, I'm really lonely. I know there's not a lot of people who are following his lordship, God Ra. Praise the sun god, but like, I want more friends.
I learned about human design, I started doing events. You know, I made projector meetings where I would meet only projectors, which is a beautiful experience, by the way. If if you have a room of your own kind and only of your kind, it's nice.
Wait, you can't say that. That's racist.
Yeah, well, it's very calm, you know. It's like no one's really talking over each other, you know. Everybody's listening. It's amazing. I think that my biggest takeaway is that everything's perfect as it is. You are what you are, and all your actions are somewhat in alignment with who you are. And you can just be aware or you can't, you know. And that, I think that you can free yourself.
Anger is a very, very powerful thing. It is deeply distorting.
Raw TV?
In anger, nothing is visible.
Hold on. Before we watch this old man at Raw TV, I forgot that I had my volume cranked the fuck up to watch that other video, so I had to turn everything down.
Nothing. The manifester that is restricted and limited, the manifester that feels alienated or isolated, is a manifester that is developing a deep anger.
What the fuck is he talking about?
That anger can be pointed towards the social environment. That anger can be released with its parents, but that anger is there and it's
no, not Ra like Ra dog in it. Ra like the sun god Ra.
growing. See, manifestors are here to be able to operate on their own.
What the fuck?
They're here to operate on their own.
You can trust me to do surgery.
For manifestors to do is to be able to operate in conjunction with others.
Like, I've seen Papa Gundam's videos on, like, the manifestors on TikTok. Is that this shit? Those people who are like, I'm manifesting money in my life, and I'm thinking of numbers 78, 36, 142, 7, 13, 2,784, 2,138,014. Right, is that this?
It's difficult for them.
Woo! Okay, bye! What the fuck is this video?
Anger is a very, very powerful thing.
Okay. Okay, old man. Go back to your bed. I don't know what the fuck I just listened to. Uncover secrets. How to use my body graph. That's an hour long. Jovian Archive. Human design for business leadership. I need something like longer than a minute. The inanimate, the design. Jovian Archives. An introduction to the human design system with Ra Uruhu. Oh, that sounds like it'll be enlightening. Where's Ra Uruhu? Wait, where did it go? What? Oh, okay, here we go. Bro, my tab, like, didn't open where it should have. And then when I found the tab, opened in a place where it shouldn't have opened. It opens with spooky music. It's a sign, chat. We're playing with powers we do not understand. Yeah, it says, Ra Uruhu. It makes me think of rathergood.com. They had that one song that was like, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-uhu. Spooky.
Welcome to this introduction to the human design system.
Is this a real person?
I'm Rotwuru.
Oh, it's the old guy from earlier!
What human design can do for you. And human design is truly for you. For the enhancement and enrichment of your individual experience. But first, some background. In 1781, coincidental to Sir William Herschel's discovery of the planet Uranus, a momentous event took place. The advent of the nine-centered being. Centeredness is a structural aspect of evolution. Neanderthals were five-centered beings, like modern mammals, and so-called Cro-Magnon or Homo sapiens were seven-centered.
Okay.
We are nine-centered.
Okay.
We are a transitional form, Homo sapien intransitus.
What?
Human design is the knowledge of the mechanics of the nine-centered being, and this knowledge is the basis of the science of differentiation. Since 1987, we have been awakening to our nature and its extraordinary potential.
How do we get more centers?
As fitting a new evolutionary form.
Why is it suddenly so much louder?
Is a synthesis of past exoteric and esoteric knowledge, integrated into a unique...
It's exoteric and esoteric, chat. You just wouldn't understand. You don't have a high enough IQ to understand Rick and Ra-Uruhu.
Revolutionary mapping. The Rave Mandala and the individual Rave body graph.
Rave
The mandala is the imprinting matrix. Though based on the astrological wheel for the purpose of tracking the planets, there are in fact 69,120 unique points of imprinting.
All right, I'm sorry. What the? I'm like jamming out to like a Gex level music track here. There's 69,120. You had an opportunity to make that 69,420 and you didn't fucking take it. Oh my god, that's loud.
Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America.
There we go. Now it's not blowing out my eardrums. Thank you, Jimothy Fun! Thank you, Jimothy, for the 99.99. Thank you for the slaves, my guy. Leo the Unwell and Archimedes Engraven beat you at the Game of Subs gift, and you tip your hat to the both of them. It looks like New Age junk or some more cults and false religions. Yeah, we had a lot of thick baby gifters, some oil barons throwing around their thick schmeats all over the cup page. Very, very wonderful lads. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Help. And thank you, Jim Farm, for those 100 motherfucking slaves again. Thank you, thank you. I'm awake. You're a jeweler? You made a pendant of this chart thing for a customer, and only now are you finding out what it's supposed to be? You didn't have any questions while you were making it? You were like, what the fuck am I looking at? Exoteric, like superstitious aliens? I mean, I guess so. I guess so.
The Rave Mandala. The inner wheel of the mandala is divided into the 12 astrological constellations.
Oh, I was right. I recognized them.
The outer wheel is divided into 64 partitions.
Partitions of the soul.
The 64 is derived from the I Ching and its 64 hexagrams.
I don't know what that is.
This construct divides the wheel into genetic potentials.
Oh.
In human design...
Wait, so these like little floppy disks on the outside are fucking parts of your DNA? What the hell?
Planetary imprinting is classified according to position in a gate. Every position within the arc of that gate has a value.
Okay.
A gate has an arc of 56 minutes, 15 seconds.
I don't know what that means.
And each gate can be subdivided into lines, colors, tones, and bases, giving 1,080 unique points.
I guess fuck you if you're colorblind. You don't get gates.
Of value. Human design is truly the science of differentiation. It is the Rave body graph that transforms all these possibilities into the magic of a unique individual design. The body graph is new, an extraordinary
I want you to
map
study my body
individual
graph.
transformation.
Oh, the music stopped.
And it too is a synthesis. The graph is built on centers or energy information hubs. The centers are rooted in the Hindu Brahmin chakra system, which had formed principle...
This really is just a whole bunch of other shit smooshed together into some new age mumbo-jumbo wonky-winky woodoos.
Pastry in the age of the seven-centered being. The connections between the centers, known in design as channels, are from the Sephiroth of Kabbalah.
Oh, that was in the fucking spooky witchcraft house that we were looking at! We saw the Sephiroth on the altar in the creepy room!
And the gates at either end of the channels are from the I Ching. It is the I Ching gates that are the key. Through the gates, any position in the wheel.
This guy's inflection is so fucking weird. He sounds AI, even though I know he's not.
Can be translated to a position within the body graph. In this way, human design calculations can translate an individual's positional data into a unique body graph configuration.
So you need to have like multiple gates opened in order to fill the travel pathways completely. Like if you get 22, it only goes halfway, so you also need to get 12. So you gotta figure out how to open multiple of these. How do these people memorize this shit? How how do they remember this shit, and how do they know how to do this? This is fucking nonsense, man. What is happening? He sounds like he's from Mars. Well, he is a man.
Wave chart. The calculation of an individual design begins with accurate birth time, but unlike astrological calculation, an individual design is based on 2
He's doing this for an Italian?
calculations.
Okay.
The nine-centered being.
Oh, that didn't explain anything!
Our binary consciousness. In rave cosmology, the totality, called the biverse, is the byproduct of a juxtaposed tension between atomics and dark matter.
What?
According to the cosmology,
why are we on the surface of the sun?
There were 2 dark matter crystals that shattered and dispersed at the Big Bang. The yin and yang.
Who made the dark crystals, and why were they floating out in space to get destroyed by the Big Bang? Like, what were these, and how did they get there? Is there an explanation for that?
Expressed through design and personality crystals of consciousness.
Charge of jerk-off
crystals. The
crystals.
emergence of atomics also produced neutrinos, the most abundant of all things. The neutrino ocean produced by all the living stars is filtered by the crystals of consciousness. Every living thing is endowed with 2 crystals of consciousness.
Where are these crystals located? Like, is this why some African tribes find bald people and break their heads open to get at the inner crystals? Like, they think it's gold. But if it's not gold, maybe it's these soul crystals they're trying to get. Maybe we need to start cracking open bald people's heads to get the soul crystals.
An aspect of the original yin, the design crystal, that transforms the neutrino data into the body.
Wait, I thought it was neutrino. Now we have neutrina? How am I supposed to know the gender of the neutrine? I don't understand.
And the aspect from the original yang, the personality crystal, that transforms the neutrino data into the potential of self-reflected consciousness.
What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about?
What binds the biverse together binds us as well. It is the third and crucial element to the structure of the nine-centered being. It is the magnetic monopole. In our design, these 3 elements have specific locations within
Why is the body the Grand Canyon? What is this topographical map?
our bodies. The magnetic monopole sits in the sternum and holds us together in the illusion of our separateness. And gives us our direction for life. The design crystal sits within...
Look, you can't just activate the Zohar and stop playing the song of Nephilim while I'm watching this video, okay? Your mind control ain't gonna work on me, little girl.
Skull, and is the intelligence that operates and maintains the body. The personality crystal sits above the scalp, and it is the intelligence we recognize as who we think we are. The design...
I was correct! Hold on, chat, you can't see it. You can't see it. The bald men's heads, we need to crack them open. This video speaks to me and tells me so. Hold on, I broke it. There we go. I was trying to fix it. I go, well, you transform, edit transform, 95. I go, remember the 95, 0. All right, so look at it. Look at the crystal in the bald man's head. They held the secrets the whole time. They held the secrets, chat. The bald men's heads contain the crystals. And if we acquire the crystals from their heads, we acquire the knowledge of the universe from the original dark matter crystals that exploded at the Big Bang. And then once we get our hands on those dark matter crystals, we will understand both the inside and outside of ourselves and the parallel dimension selves that are parts scattered all across the universe. I figured it out, chat.
Is the vehicle. The magnetic monopole is the driver. And the
Driver.
personality crystal, who we think we are, is the passenger. One of the most profound...
So the dark matter crystal that's farther in our skulls speaks to the driver in our sternum, and that's who we really are. but we think that we are the passenger crystal that's at the top of our skull. That's where our personality is held, but our personality isn't real. Our personality isn't who we actually are. We need to tap into the vehicle crystal that communicates with the driver crystal in order to figure out who we really are. And this is what these definitely not lying people are going to help you figure out.
Potentials in human design is the awakening of passenger consciousness.
What?
The two calculations in a human design chart display the imprint of each crystal separately. In the rave chart, you see two sets of data on either side of the body graph. On the right is the personality data, coded in black. And on the left, the
Why has
design
it gotta be
data,
black?
coded in red.
Why has it got to be red?
At conception, the fetus is endowed with a crystal.
Hey, I've seen this movie!
That manifests the evolving form.
I liked Look Who's Talking! That was a fun movie! So you got your manifested dark energy crystal inside your skull when you're a baby. And if you grow hair, your dark energy crystal is protected from outside influence. But if you're bald, then people can steal it.
Magnetic monopole that maintains its unique integrity and destiny. Only when the vehicle is ready does the personality crystal incarnate. This event takes place exactly 88 degrees of the sun's movement before birth.
Brother, what? Brother, what? So what if the baby never turns the right way to welcome in the 88 degrees of the sun's movement before they're born? Is this how we have like child murderers? They never got implanted with their dark energy crystal that turned into a light energy crystal that was able to help them unlock their true potential, and so they retained the dark energy crystal because they lacked the 88 degrees of the sun's movement? And that's why we have so much crime? Don't take the Kool-Aid from this guy. Rabbit, thank you for the 10. Kirsche, can you help me? Suppose an electron confined to a box emits photons. The longest wavelength that is registered is 500 nm. What is the width of the box? Well, the width of the box is not something that can be calculated on this plane of existence. In order to figure out the width of this box with your registered 500 nm, you're going to have to complete a course in astral projection. On this course in astral projection, there's a discount on it right now. Look, you only have to pay $399. What a deal. What a steal. And then I can teach you how to reach into the parallel universes and grab the other parts to put together the lid of the box. And then once you have all of the pieces put together, you can create the lid, which will create the light, which will show you the size of the box. I hope this helps.
Or more simply, approximately 3 months before the birth. In a human design calculation, the birth...
So that's why states are like, okay, we can't do late-term abortion because then you won't grow your crystal. They have to wait until the crystal grows inside the baby's head.
Time calculation of the positions of the sun, earth, lunar nodes, moon, and planets form the personality database, the black, the who you think you are. Calculating backwards from the birth time, 88 degrees of the movement of the sun, the point arrived at is the basis for the second calculation of the planetary positions.
But how do you know that?
The red, the body, the biogenetic inheritance, the unconscious. Once the two calculations are complete, and the positions of the imprinting objects indicated in the rave mandala, then the magic of a unique individual design can emerge.
The fuck?
The positions in the gates of the wheel can then be transposed to the graph itself. This is illustrated by coloring in half of the channel.
Okay.
The database comes alive.
But what if you had like extra strong sunshine rays when you got hit with the 88-degree sunshine angle while you were in your mother's womb? What if in fact you fill up more than just half of one of these traverse tunnels inside of your body? Like, how do you know it's always equal halves? Couldn't it be less? Couldn't it be more? You know? Like, how do you know?
The body graph.
The
graph is a map. Imagine that each center is a community, and these communities are connected by roads and tunnels.
Oh, so we're miscegenating inside of our own bodies, you say?
And the tunnels in red are what is unconscious. When centers are connected to each other, when the gates at either end of a channel are activated, a definition is formed.
Okay.
A definition is what throughout life will be reliable and consistent.
Okay.
Human design is the science of differentiation. There are endless numbers of possibilities in the way in which body graphs are configured.
Is this a Creed song?
There are 4 different kinds of definition. Single definition, a continuous connection. Split definition, 2 areas of definition separate from each other.
The fuck?
Triple split definition, 3 separated areas, and rarely quadruple split definitions, 4 separate areas.
So, like, which one's the best
Finally,
one?
there
I
are those
got a
without
min-max, dude.
definition. Most importantly, definition or not, leads to the core of human design knowledge and its value to you.
I don't know, you guys. Like, I really like MMOs, but I feel like this skill tree system is really convoluted. I feel like this is going to be kind of harmful to casual players because they're not going to be able to compete with the PvP players who are going to be able to dump a lot more points into the skill tree than they are. I feel like the devs really need to rework what they're working with here. It's a bit too much. All right, okay. The fuck is this, like Martin Luther King Sacagawea shit in the background?
Mechanical knowledge. The mechanics reveal that we are a binary consciousness. The graphing clearly indicates that we are a juxtaposition of 2 sets of data. Herein lays the dilemma.
Wait, but how can we be a binary consciousness if we're also able to use this as like a way to help our astral projection to communicate with parts of us in different parts of time? So like I can go and communicate with like my 11-year-old self and also my 89-year-old self, but also I can communicate with myself in other dimensions and other timelines. So like what if I wanted to timeline hop and then talk to myself at like both like 37 years old, 82 years old, and 7 years old? Like how... That's not really binary, is it? Because it's both interdimensional and intertimeline, is it not? So that would be more than just binary, would it not?
And the greatest challenge of the emerging 9-centered being. We are all objects moving through a duality.
The infinite Kirsche.
Our 7-centered ancestors were limited to a singular consciousness and relied exclusively on mind for decision-making. Human design is about transforming.
That's my head. There's nothing in there but a couple of gears, and sometimes they don't turn very well.
Your life by making decisions as yourself, and it is not about mind. It is type that reveals the mechanical strategy and authority derived not from
that
your
guy's
mind and
cute.
its deep openness to conditioning, but from your body, your vehicle.
Is this fucking silhouetted image wearing Jinko jeans? Is he wearing Jinko jeans? That's how you know he's truly enlightened. That man can fit a toaster oven in them pockets.
Your design consciousness. This is the great experiment that defines human design. The experiment with your strategy and authority. Free your mind to see and discover the beauty of your unique purpose.
That's true. Chad, if you're still confused, you just need to free yourself, okay?
All begins with your type. Humanity, mechanically, is divided into 4
I feel like the video should have ended there. Like, that felt like a good conclusion for what we were watching, but there's still a few minutes left somehow.
Manifestors, generators, projectors, and reflectors.
Wait, so after all of that skill tree nonsense, I have to pick a subclass now? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to know what kind of subclass I need to be? What am I spec'd for?
Generators are the dominant type on the planet with nearly 70% of the population.
How do you know?
They are the driving life force of the planet. Their strategy is to respond, and through response to find satisfaction and avoid frustration.
If they're 70% of the population and they're also the driving force, how are they responders? Wouldn't being a responder naturally make them not a driving force because they're responding to things, not being the thing creating the force? Hold on, wait a minute!
They have an open and enveloping aura and are here to know themselves.
themselves.
Projectors are around 20% of the population. Their strategy is to wait for the invitation, to find success, and to avoid bitterness. They have a focused and absorbing aura.
Oh, it's green.
And
I
are
hate
here
this
to
one.
understand the other.
Who are you?
Manifestors are about 9% of the population.
Is that why a lot of these people who offer these coaching courses call themselves manifestors? So they can be like, well, I'm not the rarest type, but I am a special little snowflake, and that's why you should buy my $800 course.
Their strategy is to inform before they act, to find peace and avoid anger. They have a closed and repelling aura and are here to understand their impact on others.
So is this just like MBTI scale for even more mentally ill people? Is that what I'm getting from this?
Reflectors are without definition.
Oh.
And are just over 1% of the population.
Yeah, that's me. I'm so special you can't define me, chat. This one's me. Look, it's blue. It was meant to be.
Their strategy is to wait a full cycle of the moon before making decisions to find...
Yep, that's true. I do that. I leave my tabs open if I want to buy something for a full moon cycle before I decide if I actually want to spend money on it or not. Chat, it knows me so well. Chat, how did it know?
Find surprise and avoid disappointment.
That's true. I do avoid disappointment, and today we found surprise. Look at what we're watching! Thanks, federal agents. I'm so glad you're losing your jobs. And that brought me this surprise. I'm not at all disappointed.
They have a resistant and sampling aura.
Oh, I get an expanded definition. That's why I'm only 1% of the population, and like you guys are so common, chat.
To see difference. The quality and potential of your life is based on the decisions you make and the directions they lead to.
The quality of your life is based on the decisions you make. We're getting real fucking deep here, chat. I don't know if you guys have the IQ levels to understand what this guy means.
Look at any rave chart and you will see an obvious duality between what is activated and colored.
You're a rare gem. That's right, I'm not Cole.
As humans, we are ruled by the genetic imperative to be attracted to what we are not. This genetic law that maintains the health of the gene pool pulls us towards conditioning. Each open center
was all
has a
preordained,
strategy that directly impacts mental decision making. For the majority of human beings,
that's
their
you're
minds are
attracted to
conditioned by
gay
their
men.
openness, and this distorts their decision making. Your strategy sidesteps this basic pitfall. In human design, as we are a binary consciousness, we are endowed with two authorities. The inner authority of the body to determine the life and the outer authority of mind to express unique awareness. In the conditioned being, known as the not-self, the mind expresses both inner and outer authority. A mind absorbed in the machinations of survival will always withhold some truth in its attempt to control its future. We are not here to be absorbed in survival consciousness.
What does that mean?
Your strategy is there to align your life to the correct geometry, to eliminate resistance, and to offer the great challenge of awareness to your personality.
What the fuck?
But the most important step is to try the
Is that an
experiment
elephant?
for yourself. Change the way you discover your decisions. Through experiment, you will learn
Did they just layer him talking over himself? Hold the fucking phone.
Is to try the experiment for yourself. Change the way you discover your decisions.
They did!
Through experiment, you will learn to honor your strategy and authority. It is the way to differentiation and the fulfillment of purpose. And thank you for watching. And remember, you're here to love yourself.
What is happening? You're here to love yourself, Chad. You gotta be gripping it more often. Boom. What is this? An Introduction to Human Design with Ra Uhuru. Animation and editing, Mao Cataned. Script and audio, Ra Uhuru. Original soundtrack and composer, Jean-Pierre Pasquier. Produced by Jovian Archive Media. What the fuck did I just watch, chat? Brother, this said all rights reserved 2009. Chat, my memory stopped working in 2009. Is this a sign? Is this what happened to me? Did I unlock some sort of inner chakra knowledge that sealed away my memories because I played with Dark Crystal powers across too many timelines and I lost a battle against an Odin summon with my King Arthur summon? Is that what happened to me? What is going on? I gotta fucking fix my browser. Hold on. I gotta fix my browser. Edit transform 95. 95. Oh my god. Boop. She's spiraling your reflectors so your memories were reflected. And am I not even real? Am I not real because I'm a reflector? Holy shit, I have like 7 trillion tabs open from this, dude. Where is... Oh god. I'll go to the Zenwell Studio website, man. I need to feel seen, heard, and enlivened. Zenwell Drip, let's talk. Fuck off. Our partners. The CIA. Joy of Beauty, Aisha AM Masak, makeup and skincare. Okay, alright. Zenwell Studio. Services. Explore our holistic wellness classes. Alright, so they offer wellness classes where they swing candles around for some reason. Each session integrates a blend of guided meditation, healing energy, mindful movement, breath work, and intuitive coaching. Reiki energy healing. That was that room, the massage studio room. So it's not even a real massage. She just hovers her hands over you and puts a weird pyramid with a shrimp on it over your penis. Okay. Guided meditation and sound healing. Bong. I've healed you, chat. Now you owe me $1,000. You're welcome. Whether you're looking to relieve tension, elevate your energy, or simply find stillness in your day, these sessions offer a powerful way to realign and reconnect with yourself. Pilates, gentle flow yoga, beginner yoga, mat Pilates, testimonials.
I love your class. Please and thank you. See you on Saturday.
Okay. Why did they use like Medicare music for that? V-Peel for face and body. Why V-Peel? Why does she have a tattoo that says 444? Isn't that like a gang affiliation thing? What's this? V-Peel Precision Plus with Purify. Holy shit, did you see that? How does that happen? How does that happen to your chin? Oh my god! That's scary! Like, you need a dermatologist, not a holistic lady. What? That looks kind of gross. It's like, is this like the Indian special facial? They increased her melanin. That That didn't really look any different to me. As a black man, you know, she was plucking her chin hairs. Why does that cause, like, that severe discoloration, though? That seems kind of crazy to me. Like, I got Italians in my family, right? Like, Italian women, like Latinas, they get kind of stubbly on their face when they get older. So, like, you know, I've seen, like, my mom and, like, her oma do the plucking. They never got, like, crazy rigidy skin, like, discoloration. It's ingrown hairs? I mean, maybe. Pico's causing facial hair, type 2 beatus causing rot. I don't know. Maybe it's something that's, like, it affects, like, differently because of, like, the skin type, maybe? I don't know. These are the effects you wouldn't know. You know, rubbing weird stuff on the face. I mean, like, I've gotten facials before. They're nice and they're fun and they can be relaxing, but, like, I usually don't get stuff smeared on my face that's, like, poo-colored. Was I just cracking my knuckles? I was. There's holistic health coaching, biometric screenings here as well. What's the drip? IV therapy, hydration, and vitamin injection therapy. Yeah, I don't know if I would trust that shit, man. I drink enough water, okay?
Thank you for the healing. This is the first of 20 payments.
You need a payment plan? I don't know if I can give you a payment plan, alright? Spiritual healing. I don't need a full upfront cost. Ty Jack, thank you for the 50. Thank you. Lanya. You got a modified Myers cocktail. Versatile cocktail with a history dating back to the 1960s, addressing a range of health concerns. I don't know if I would trust an injection from the 1960s. You know? Skinny drip. Burn fat. Yeah, I bet it does. Yeah, I bet it does. You let dogs in here? Taurine, glycosine, magnesium, get big cums. We're now offering injection therapy. B12, glutathione, metabolism, vitamin D, tri-immunity. Speaking. Public speaking engagements with Janine Horn. Why are these guys giving public speaking? How to book me. Book now. How much does it cost to have you speak? 30 minutes. Let's say June 19th at 12:30 p.m. Continue. Oh, it doesn't even tell you a price. That's how you know that shit's about to be expensive. That's how you know. Browse our website. Crystal Welcome. What a horrifying name. Blog? Fed workers turn presidential stress into Zen calm. Discover how. Yeah. That's how we got here, by the way. Mindfulness sessions, Reiki, healing energy, why ZenWell Studio. Integrated programs designed specifically for federal workers. These programs combine mindfulness, physical movement, and emotional resilience training. Personalized coaching and workshops tailored to individual needs, ensuring that each worker can access the tools that best work for them. Digital and in-person sessions, flexible delivery methods. Okay, all right. Building trust through a search-driven why. Okay. Call to action for federal workers to reclaim their well-being and for leaders to champion initiatives that care for the whole person. Embrace the journey with ZenWell Studio. Chat, I have a question. And if they're black people in chat, let me know if I'm hitting close here. So you know how when immigrants come to America and like their family immediately thinks that they become like super fucking wealthy, and so they constantly send money back to their family all the time, and their family ends up basically financially abusing them as like a free wallet. And like usually their spouse has to be like, honey, I know you love your family, but like you're paying for their rent, you're paying for their clothes, you're paying for everything. And they're just being mean to you, right? Like they're taking advantage of you. You maybe need to stop sending as much money back. These people who set up these businesses, right? Like these black people who come in and they set up these scam businesses. I'm assuming they know that they're taking advantage of people. and they're basically giving out scam courses. Are they doing the exact same thing as like the immigrants' families taking advantage of them for the long term? They come into these like wealthy black neighborhoods and sell them snake oil and hope to make a comfortable living off of selling the snake oil. Yes, okay. All right. I had to ask. I'm not black, right? So like I wouldn't know. This is a Dominican thing as well, exactly as you mentioned. I mean, I've seen it like, you know, with like Colombian people who have talked about it, and like Mexicans who have talked about it. People from like Nicaragua have talked about it. It's like I don't know how widespread it is. I just know that it's like a typical stereotype, as it were. MLM don't care about color, only green. Oh yeah, there's plenty of like fucking dumbass white women who do the MLM shit as well. But this is like, the dumbass white women will just go anywhere, right? Like they don't specifically target white people. But this was like, this woman is a black woman who set up a scam studio with like a scam practice specifically targeting a black neighborhood. Right? So it feels a little bit like extra insidious on it. You worked in Detroit for 15 years and yeah, wait, you're not black? I know. I imagine Tim Pool not telling you the truth. The Philippines has a whole OFW. That's why they're all nurses. Hospital shortage in the 80s. I don't know what OFW means. This is so centered on high income white liberal women. No, this is not. Surprisingly, I can't even find my tab of like the article I was originally reading. Here we go. So this is how we got here. Janine Horn is the owner of that studio. We watched a couple of her videos. We went back and we read some of the services she provided because none of her videos explained what the fuck she actually does. So we finally have come full circle, chat. And she estimates that 75% of the clients she sees at her health and wellness studio near Waldorf are federal workers. Please remember that schizophrenic journey we just went down. 75% of her clients, she offers that kind of coaching. I've already forgotten what the fuck it's called. She offers that. 75% of the clients are federal workers. Oh boy. My clients were scaling back, and that was a source of worries for me. In recent weeks, however, her business has rebounded. She believes that's a sign that ongoing stress related to the federal government is driving demand for mental and physical health services. Yeah, the activation coaching. Thank you, chat. It was activation coaching that she offers. I was like, I can't fucking remember that name, dude. We're too many rabbit holes deep. According to early results of a survey by the Charles County Economic Development Department, 20 businesses have reported being affected by federal policy changes under the Trump administration. Besides losing customers, entrepreneurs said they've experienced delays, cancellations, or changes to government contracts that supported their businesses. There it is. The government funding of your nonsense schizophrenia is running out. You're gonna have to find another grift, lady. Oh god, that makes me so happy. Cut the fucking gravy train off. Businesses are also facing an uncertain future in Prince George's County, where 28 government installations and over 70,000 federal workers fuel the 5th largest economy in the state. Brother, that's not good if the 5th largest economy in the state is entirely run by federal workers receiving funds by being part of the federal government. Economy with heavy quotes, dude. A family-run linen store in Oxon Hill announced it would close this month after federal layoffs contributed to a steep drop in customers and its worst sales month in 37 years. Federal workers live in almost every tract in Prince George's and Charles counties. In the tract where the Joint Base Andrews is located, more than half the workforce are federal workers. A state DEL, is that state delegate, Adrian Boafo, expressed concern about attracting new business growth, particularly after Trump vowed to block the FBI headquarters relocation to the county. It doesn't allow us to become economically viable at a time where we're trying to make sure that Prince George's County is open for business, said Boafo, whose district includes 2 major hubs of federal workers, Bowie and Upper Marlboro. If your economy literally relies on government funding, you don't have a real economy. That is like complete smoke and mirrors, man. Wait, a government-funded economy. At a February meeting of the Board of Charles County Commissioners, local leaders called Trump's return to the White House a pivotal time in the country's history. One commissioner warned that widespread job losses could shrink the country's property and income tax revenue, affecting its ability to fund schools, public safety, and infrastructure. It looks like you're going to have to expand your private sector, eh? You shouldn't be economically viable only from the government that literally just a bankruptcy with permanent delay. You're right. Open a factory or something. The Boafo woman isn't even American. I didn't even think it was a woman from the name. Adrian? That's not a woman's name. This could have devastating effects across these communities. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. Not my problem. I didn't put all of my eggs in federal funding baskets. Not my problem. I don't care. Said Darity, the Duke economist, increased unemployment has a community-wide effect, even in the households or families where the adult has not been rendered jobless. Learn to code. Learn to code. The current climate is already forcing some residents to make hard choices in the housing market. There were nearly 6,000 new listings in the greater DC area in March, according to a report from the multiple listing service Bright MLS. Inventory there is rising faster than in the broader Mid-Atlantic. This is great because this is a way that house prices are going to continue falling. All of these federal cuts, all of the federal funding cuts, all of the job cuts, they're going to be basically bringing prices back in line where they should have been the entire time. Because people are going to be losing their busy work jobs that they didn't actually do anything at. Funding for nonsense gobbledygook that had no business being funded is going to be hopefully redirected into things that actually matter, and we're going to save quite a lot of money. Learn to put the fries in the bag. John Collar, a property manager and owner of Colonial Realty in Waldorf, said one of his tenants moved out of a Bryan's Road home after losing a 6-figure government job. Way. Another left Waldorf to live with family near DC after Trump required remote employees to return to their offices. Way. It was a single mom, so her life changes when she has to commute. You telling me that a single mom had a 6-figure job in a government position and was able to live in one of the more expensive regions of the country? And you expect me to feel bad for this individual who was doing nothing and making much more money than I was? The houses you're talking about are priced to make Mass and New Hampshire homes look cheap? Oh yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. No feeling, single mom. What a surprise. Boafo, a first-term delegate, grew up in a community full of federal workers, which he said inspired him to major in government and public policy at the University of Baltimore, work on Capitol Hill, and eventually run for office. Hey, yo, everyone else around me was on the free gravy train ride for life. Why can't I take advantage of that? It's my turn. It's my turn for the free set for life gravy train. Who am I going to scam now? How are they taking away all of our free funding? Oh, my God. If she can do such an important job, why can't she do the important job of finding a father that'll stay? He worries that the federal government's actions will reshape the region and have lasting effects on its future. There's a generation of kids who are seeing this and are looking at federal government work as not dependable, Baufo said, and that's going to be the worst part of all of this. No, that's the best part. Government work should not be seen as a dependable set-for-life guaranteed income. What the fuck do you mean? This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Jesus Christ. Fucking good, yeah. Yes, it will, and that's a good thing. Jesus, we've gone down the rabbit hole of schizophrenia from the federal cuts are destabilizing the richest black counties. And, you know, if you ask Grok, hey, Grok, is this real? Is this real, Grok? What are the estimates of college-educated white and black people in government positions? And Grok will tell you, The final estimates of college-educated white men, about 11 to 12% work in the government, federal, state, county, local. College-educated white women, about 11 to 12% work in the government. College-educated black men, about 16 to 17% work in government. And college-educated black women, 20 to 21% work in the government. Notes: black overrepresentation. Black Americans, especially black women, are overrepresented in the public sector jobs relative to their population share, often due to stable benefits and less discriminatory hiring practices historically. Less discriminatory? Do you mean affirmative action? At the state and local impact, local government, e.g. teachers and social workers, boost female and black representation, increasing percentages compared to federal-only estimates. Data gaps, no single source, perfectly aligns race, gender, education, and all government employment. These estimates rely on BLS, OPM, and census data with assumptions for distribution. Context: public sector jobs include diverse roles, e.g. postal workers, teachers, and administrators, and college-educated workers are more common in professional or administrative positions. Isn't that funny? Isn't that kind of funny? You know? Isn't that silly? Doesn't that just make you feel like having a laugh, having a little goof, you know? Artificially inflate you, AI. Most of those jobs are just looking for a warm body. Anyone that can do better will. Which is why that article in and of itself was funny. I need a drink. Oh god, explains why things are so foobar in government. True DK0, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. They move commas around in the tax code. That's, oh my god, you get it. You ain't laughing, but you get it. That's crazy. I never even knew that, like, getting into a federal position was something people desired because it was just like free 6-figure gravy train for your life. Like, that never even occurred to me as like something that people strive for because it just sounds so insane. After all that useless info, your brain is fried. Has been for a century. That's actually just kind of nuts. Actually just kind of blows my little brain cells out of this plane of reality. Remember, public sector unions are relatively new. Most of the people that are competent in the government are contractors. Oh, I don't know. Including Booma conservatives. There's a lot of people like that. Your previous IT coworker would always tell you to reach government level. That's why Venezuela collapsed. Oh no. Your dad worked for the Department of Defense and the Space Force for decades, and lots of good work, including helping the development of GPS. Not all Fed workers are seat warmers. I know not all Fed workers, but obviously from what we're seeing here, there's a lot of seat warming positions in the government. They were just handing out cushy do-nothing jobs to people who did nothing and accomplished nothing, and paid them hundreds of thousands of dollars to do so. And the only reason they're able to do that is because of the people in the government who actually have jobs that actually do something. It's the same in tech. They were able to hire so many worthless people who didn't do anything because they had enough people who were actually capable of doing things at one point in time to be able to run things smoothly and do the work of 5 people. Government work is generally safer work. It's just blasted federal guys get paid a lot better than the state ones. Source, a state worker. Asmongold stories of being in the IRS. Oh yeah, I did have an Asmongold video, but I don't know where that tab is. I don't know where that tab is, man. I think I accidentally put it like in my wrong browser because like it's not in my tangent tab area. Cause like he read one of my tweets. The king noticed me. He read one of my twoodles, but I don't have it on hand. I don't have it on hand. Amunya munya munya. Amunya munya munya. Amunya munya munya. What is happening? This is not what I'm looking for. My Discord is not enjoying things here. Amanya manya manya. I don't know where the Asmongold video is. I don't know where I found it. Oh, that's not the YouTube video or his stream, though. I can't play that in Discord. I can't play that. Anti-Federalist Pain, thank you for the 10. Remember, high enough rank in the government and you can create a private sector position that you just happen to fit perfectly. Then you retire from the government, go private, make 6 figures from both. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, KB, thank you. Thank you, KB. Thank you, KB. Munya. KB got it, he got it. He got it, man. Boop.
Anyway, what's this here? Fox is right with this one. What seems to not be understood. So how South of Midnight, Suicide Squad, Kills the Justice League, and Assassin's Creed Shadows doing? What these people need to understand is these people are ideologues playing a long game. They can withstand short-term financial losses for long-term gain of cultural control. While people are laughing at them for making games to a modern audience and removing any inkling of previous cultures by transforming IPs, TV shows, movies, and video games to suit their ideology, the modern audience doesn't exist. They're trying to create it. If a generation grows up inundated with propaganda, they will not see it as propaganda. They will see it as just how things are. It will be reality. It will be the culture. That's not true because kids are racist. Like, I was really worried about it too, but then I was at a park and I heard a bunch of kids playing basketball, and they were calling each other retarded and other words that I'm not allowed to use on the stream. Yeah. And I realized that actually things are going to be okay.
I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree. Because, like, he said that, like, this isn't true, and it is true. But what he's saying is that, like, even if that's what they're trying to do, they're not going to succeed, which, yes, I would hope that all of us keep paying attention and make sure they don't fucking succeed at what they're trying to do. That's the whole point of being vigilant. Make it so they don't succeed. And it's like, the problem is that you can go by these, like, basketball courts and you can hear people lobbing racial slurs at each other, but when you get together in, like, the online space, you still have to deal with the mental illness of people controlling your speech. And we need to make sure that is also not the case, right? We need to extend the basketball court into the online arena. If you don't like the words I use and you don't care about context, just don't be here. This isn't the basketball court for you. You don't have to take it upon yourself to crusade against my sponsors or crusade against making sure I can't live. That's crazy. Kids have the opportunity to be saved. They become teachers so they can ambush these kids as soon as they take it in. Yeah, and it's like, I like the way he kind of words things because it sounds less black-pilling than the way I word things. Oh, it's just maybe why some people feel like I'm like saying that, oh, the Marxists are guaranteed to win, which is never what I've said ever. Domain expansion, Xbox Live lobby. Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be all right. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. It was. And so, like, good for them. And people, I know that there were some people mad that Joe Rogan said that we reclaimed retard. And now we're using retard again.
Which is great, because there was a point in time where if you said retard on Twitch, you would catch a suspension. There was unironically a part of time where if you said retard, you would get suspended. They were trying to turn it into a slur, and thankfully, enough of us are autistic enough to have said, absolutely fucking not, you're not taking my retard. Soon we'll be able to say candy ass again, and it will be a wonderful day.
We're not finished.
True.
We're not.
True.
That's just the start. We just getting started.
That's actually, this made me think. That's a good point with the retard thing, because they were not able to make retard, to convince enough people that retard was a slur, that they were able to restrict speech even farther. They didn't win that battle. They didn't make that gain, which is a great thing.
I'm just gonna let you know that right now. We're gonna go Clerks 2 on this shit. We're taking it back. Yeah, bro, we're bringing it back. Exactly. Fuck political correctness? I know.
Candy ass isn't even that bad. Candy ass is the stand-in I have to use for the word that I can't say.
The thing is that the main people, the tone policers that do that, is always Karens, bro. It's always Karens. Nobody actually gives a fuck about
It's Karens and it's minors. How often has it been that, like, when Rev and other people showcase the, like, you're a pedophile people online, they're actually unironically just minors, which is why I keep saying people want to think, like, oh, Gen Z is overwhelmingly more conservative, and I think that's a dangerous mindset to have. There's a lot of these kids that are already online mini activists chasing after people. And, like, yes, online isn't representative of everything in real life, and yes, I'm sure there are some incredibly right-leaning Gen Z people, but you have to pay attention to what the overwhelming sphere of them are doing, whether it's online or in person, and just hope that these children have somebody to wrangle them and tell them, hey, don't be such a fucking candy ass.
Shit at all. And strong competence, yeah, I know. Is predicated on either the children's cartoons or the entire culture. Yeah, anyway, we're not fighting against woke and gaming. It against Marxist cultural takeover of all institutions. How many of these kids use reverse racism or reverse discrimination as a real term as kids? What were we taught growing up? There was actually just previous generation of acolytes priming us for a modern audience. And you're going to sit around and wait for them to run out of funding rather than doing something like our parents did. Well, the way that the thing is that even Larry at BlackRock is roaching out on him now. Like, he used to be talking about how much he cared about that shit. Recently, after he lost some money, he said, never mind.
This is the biggest thing that I disagreed with him about here, is Larry Fink is not turning his back on DEI. He's not turning his back on his baby ESG. He understands where the culture is going and where the fighting back is happening. So he knows how much he has to pull back and hide. The funding isn't going to stop. The terminology is going to change like it has before. Larry Fink was the one who said, now is the time to start forcing behaviors. That is not the mindset of someone who would just throw their hands up and say, well, I've lost a little bit of money, it's time to change. It is about the ideology to people like Larry Fink.
Give a fuck about them, man? Absolutely not. And I do think that she's right. Like, here she's right about this, that for fucking sure, you have a degree of these people that are like in it for the long haul, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. The moment that these people put out a dud, they put out a turd, well, people don't like eating turds, so they're not gonna buy it, and then these people are gonna be out on their ass and they're not gonna have anything to do. And so this is what's gonna happen. Like, these studios get shut down over and over and over. And also, here's what's important to keep in mind.
Unfortunately, he kind of fell into the trap of what I was saying at the bottom of my post, where it's just like, if these keep flopping, if we keep not buying it, they'll eventually run out of money and they won't be able to do anything. You can't just idly sit by and that be the only thing that you do. You have to do more. You have to create things, and not things that are like overtly right-leaning, right? Just create things that are good. Just create things that people want to play, want to watch, want to engage with. It doesn't have to have a political message, man. Husbando's bringing back the Y to Kirsche. It's just a pet name, you know? Asmon's right. You literally just walked by a kid saying slurs in a basketball court. I mean, I guess you missed the beginning of this where I also said he was right, question mark? Where's the Asmon collab? I don't know, man. Make a good product. Yeah, make good product. And it's like, yeah, he does have a point. They are bleeding money, which is great. And voting with your wallet is a good thing. I would never advise people to, like, buy from people who hate you. Make sure they feel these losses as strongly as you can. Make sure that they lose as much money as possible. Don't give them a fucking inch. Make it hurt, right? And eventually, unfortunately, in some of these cases, China's going to come in. They're going to bully their way into the market. They're going to buy these IPs. They're going to buy these companies. And I don't want to see China pushing propaganda any more than I want to see the Western Marxists doing so. But it's like, you can't fight a million battles at one time, you know, which is why I think that you can't just sit here and wait for them to lose money. There has to be a degree of, like, doing something. Call his ass. What do you mean call him?
Is that the ideology that they're trying to put out there isn't popular. Nobody likes them. Fuck, they don't even like themselves. And so anyway,
he's right. It's not popular, and that's why they have to do all of the subversive garbage that nobody wants. That's why they have to hide the DEI vegetables, because they know people don't want to eat it. But it's what's best for you. Even if you don't want it, it's what's best. It's for the greater good, chat.
That's why they all hate themselves. They're typing up all this shit, hating each other, hating themselves. And so whenever one person sees one of these studios die, if it bleeds, you can kill it.
Yep.
Keep making it bleed, metaphorically.
Yes.
Never fucking put up with this bullshit.
Yeah, definitely
Never
metaphorically.
Let them fuck you around with this shit. Absolutely not. So yes, and Karens drinking the haterade? Yeah, they are. Karens are witches? Yeah, bro. You know what? I'm not gonna say that. Anyway, let's move on.
Never give up, chat. Don't let them demoralize you. That's what they fucking want. Literally, too. They bleed cash. Exactly. The anger addicts yelling at us that they're happy. Yeah, I believe that they're happy like I believe I'm not a fox woman. You can't say that you just want to be left alone and grill in peace. That strategy hasn't worked. They're relentless because their ideologically captured minds drive them like a parasite ants to their doom. Pretty fucking much. That's why like the indie game sector has been thriving. That's why when people played Helldiver and it was just a good product, they felt like they were fucking taken advantage of when Helldiver started having all these issues with the people who were playing their game. They were like, I just wanted good product. Why are you being ideologues now? You know? And when our autism powers unite, they cannot stop us. Yeah. They just couldn't leave the video games alone. They weren't prepared for how autistic video game enjoyers were. They thought it would be just as easy as co-opting Hollywood, man. So I'm glad that somehow Asmongold got to see my tweet. That was very nice. Thank you. Watch the Polish film, The Confession. It's an excellent exploration of the mind of a socialist. Depressing as hell, but it's really good. I've never even heard of it. You just want games to be fun. If they won't make them, then you will. Go play more indie stuff, man. I think we have settled on a collab date, but I won't say it yet just in case it didn't work and we have to restructure the date. But I think we have a collab date coming up for Schedule 1. Help. I'm on ya. They were very close to putting in rainbow capes. Oh boy. The noticing will continue until video games improve. And it's like, whenever you mention video games, there's a lot of people who are just like, well, why do you care? It's just video games. Oh my God. And it's like, well, it's something I enjoyed. And I don't like seeing something I enjoyed get fucking destroyed. And also, it's not just video games. They're just one facet of entertainment in your culture, right? It's like, there's much more than just video games being an issue, unfortunately. Why do you care then? Yeah, exactly. Chicken God, thank you for the 5s. They found the Boston mayor is being funded by Chinese intel. I saw that, and I had that somewhere in a tab, but I don't know where it is anymore since I opened like 7,000 for our schizophrenia dive today. But yeah, apparently Michelle Wu, Boston mayor, had CCP funding. Wow, who could have seen that coming? I'm so shocked that the Chinese are funding DEI in the political arena after we saw it happen in California and New York City and in video games. Wow. Wow, I'm so surprised. Blades Arrow, thank you for the 3-month resub. Keep being a fantastic cherry fox woman. May you find your dream himbo, and may the red square be kept away forever. Thank you. Thank you. It's all so tiresome. Isn't that treason? You would think so. You would think so. Cult of Personality, thank you for the 2. Asmon is the one Patrick Star meme personified. Ryan Crowley, thank you for the 20. It was a fun schizo tangent. Let's go again. I could not believe how fucking weird that got. Isaac 13D, thank you for the 25-month tier 3 resub. Thank you. Psycho, thank you for the 5. You got 6 cups, 2 shirts, a desk pad, 5 stickers, 2 weeb dishes. Use code Kirsche. Hell yeah. Save 10%. Hope that's enough support out of you this month, Psycho. You're fucking crazy. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you for the thick support. You guys have a couple of more days left. This Friday, the 18th, there will not be another extension. So this Friday, the 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern is when all of my merch leaves the GamerSup store. So if you were interested in getting anything, make sure you check out the gifting page. If you might not be able to afford it yourself, you are unfortunately still responsible for shipping costs if you do go to the gifting page and get something. Otherwise, make sure you're going to the GamerSup's website. Use code Kirsche for 10% off your order, man. 3 cups are currently available to be claimed as gifts. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. And we have a gifting channel in the Discord if you would like to throw out a request into the void, and maybe a kind oil baron would smile down upon you. You can take a chance in there if you desire. Make sure, please, to strike out your message if you do get a gift, just so people know that you've already been gifted. I would appreciate that. Thank you. If we don't get the 100%, is it possible to try again? It is possible. It depends. Desert Ghost, thank you for the 200 biddies. How close are you to getting a flavor? We're at 55%. We hit 55 friggin' percent. Lord Brown Bear, thank you for the 690. All the talk of shamanic healing, it made you realize one of your own techniques. The soft and cuddly embrace of the Kirsche will buttress your soul against corruption. Trust me, do the Kirsche. No, you don't put your dick in it, that's disgusting. You put it on your lap like a cat and you pet it, and you let it fall asleep in comfort and safety. Video Gamer, thank you for the 225. Foxu plush tomorrow. Pics with Cat in the Discord soon. Cat and plush. Cat and plush. Oh, I have to refresh my browser. This thing won't scroll. I hate you. I hate you, Stream Elements. When will they fix their fucking website? Gurami, 9 versus 6. Thank you for the 11-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No. Oh, wow. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 361. Fashionably late to the stream. Are we ranting about US aid? No, we were ranting about... I don't even know how to describe what we were ranting about. Doge, federal funding and federal job cuts, black people most affected, so other black people come in and sell them shamanic scamming products, question mark. Anti-Federalist Pain, thank you for the 10. I remember reading that earlier, thank you. Terra1125, thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. True DK0, thank you for the 14-month resub. Origami White Boy, thank you for the 8 months of Proom. Thank you. Not actually here, thank you for the 100 biddies. This is one of those DEI money laundering things. I fucking guess so, I don't know, man. Yucks, too, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for Prooming, my guy. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 350. Best you can do is the tree fitty. JC Dosk, Foxu, a friend of mine has fallen victim to a cult, and I have no idea how to react / approach that situation. Thank you for the 100. I guess it would depend on what kind of a cult they have fallen for. They might be already too far gone. Every time I say shamanic, it makes you want to start moonwalking. Shamona. Rockwell Hardness Tested Boopus, thank you for the 10. You will love thyself and grip it. Another doctor saying, dripping in heat. Sounds like something a Kirsche would do. What's wrong with you? River of Gorillas, thank you for the 18-month resub. Literally just got your Kirsche plush delivered. Time to set this gooba next to your Pippa plush. Hell yeah. Tony the Mighty, thank you for the 30-month resub. Thank you. Charminator, well, thank you for the 3-month member. Sparky, thank you for the 9-month member, my dude. Thank you. Risk Videos, thank you for the $2 doodles. You bought a couple more cups and a mouse pad. There's gonna be like an army of cups at the end of this drop, dude. There's so many cups in production. Thank you, thank you. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 10. I didn't know you were watching a crossover episode of Xavier, Renegade Angel, and Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where Carl gets transformed into a Foxwoman VTuber. Hey, Fryman, you make sure to keep that fucking shake off my lawn. You see this line? This is my property. That is your property. That's why it looks all fucked up. You stay off my lawn. Ghost, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Thank you for proving. Please enjoy a nice Reiki-infused placenta for your imbibing pleasure. Please give me the correct crystal, one with the chat. I don't know, you gotta be the correct degree from the sun. Emmanuel Castanellos, they give the 246. The only crystals you've had in your body are calcium stones that you urinated out many years ago. Oh, no. I've never had the kidney stones, and hopefully I never will. Low Speed Boot, thank you for the 20. You've heard shit that made more sense from Xavier Renegade Angel. Oh my god, that show never made any sense to me either. The Pakistani National, thank you for the 361. You don't know what you just joined into, but it's creepy. I appreciate the, like, 3 people in chat who understood my Song of Nephilim reference. Thank you. Rabbit, thank you for the 10. Kirsche, can you help me? I read this earlier and I gave you a good response, I think. Thank you, Rabbit.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
The angriest, the honey badger. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. This makes me remember that I got a raid from Moomy playing games probably like 4 fucking hours ago. real delayed thank you. And also, Moomy playing games, you are absolutely able to put the plush wherever the fuck you want in your background, baby. I hope you have fun with it. I hope you have fun with it. So many cups today. We got a full cup of all your love, chat. I love a cup of your love. Hassel Hoppa, thank you for the 2. When does Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal factor in? I don't know. They didn't mention summoning Jim Henson in attack mode, so. John Burt, thank you for the 2. Are we finally going to get the Infinity Gems? Zantetsu 13, thank you for the 488. This is almost as complicated as Path of Exile skill tree. I wouldn't know. I've never played that.
Charminator, thank you for the 144. Is there an update on the guy who stabbed that kid? I was so happy. And then I had to remember that fucking guy. I was so happy, man. I was so happy. Man. A judge lowered Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000 after killing Austin Metcalf. Fundraising campaigns have already raised well over $500,000 for Anthony, so he'll be out on bond imminently. Austin's family deserves justice. This is not justice. Carmelo Anthony has been released on bond. Earlier today, the judge cut his bond by 75%. His fundraising campaigns had raised well above that. I guess it's a silent video. You can see him coming out of the courthouse. What do you... They're renting a house from an Indian developer with the money raised.
We're up.
It makes me so fucking mad, dude. It makes me so fucking... Like, how can these people, unironically, with a straight face, talk about white privilege when as a black kid, you can murder a white kid, get a payday for it, get out of jail? Like, how is this not the epitome of unironic privilege that we're seeing right here? Somehow still a victim. It's the programming that we've been inundated with for decades. People are trained to see you as a victim if you have a certain skin color, and it's unfortunate. Systemic blah blah blah. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, dude. And there's the Texas judge here. Everything's got to refresh. The Texas judge that reduced the bond of the admitted murderer who stabbed a track competitor in the heart earlier this month by 75% and is allowing him home release is a huge proponent of DEI. After Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf in the heart, he died in his twin brother's arms. Judge Angela Tucker doesn't care about Austin because he was white, which is true. DEI is exactly that. And also, this woman was a registered Republican. That's interesting. That someone who has very far left beliefs would register as a Republican. Is that to sort of obfuscate what your beliefs really are because you know a lot of people are low information voters and they're just going to vote based on color instead of looking into what you actually believe? Interesting.
I didn't see a female in my hometown that was an attorney until I was in law school, and went back to intern, and certainly not a person of color. And so now when we can have, summer interns come up, and they are every race, creed, color, gender, but they can see someone that looks like them on the bench. I think that is so beneficial because it's representation. And when they look at me, young kids, law students, whoever it is, I want them to say, if she can do it, I can do it too. I didn't see a female in my hometown that was an attorney.
It's to interfere with the primary elections, also a good possibility. Also a good possibility to interfere with that. I know there was a bunch of people who had tried doing that previously in Georgia as well. Dollars to donuts, the judge won't be there within the next 2 years. God, I can only hope so. And then this person said, Carmelo Anthony is safe at home. This moment is a reminder that a community united can never be divided. The journey ahead is long, but today we celebrate a victory for justice, for family, and for the power of people coming together to protect our youth. Thank you to everyone who stood with us. The fight continues, but tonight Carmelo is home. A community united can never be divided.
hot take. Maybe we should stop putting other people above ourselves. And the fucking hashtag justice for Carmelo Anthony is a crazy fucking thing to put in this post. That is a crazy fucking thing to put here. Justice for the murderer? What the fuck did you mean about this? What the actual fuck did you mean by this? He was acting in self-defense the same way Kyle Rittenhouse was acting in self-defense. What's the issue? This is a person who knows they're lying. This isn't someone who's dumb. This is someone who knows they're lying and wants to encourage other people to believe that these two situations are the exact same. Because there are idiots who will believe this. There are idiots who will believe this. And I don't think I have the other thing in a tweet, but I did retweet it, so hold on, let me go grab it. Let me go grab it. Motherfucking AF post over here. AF post over here. Carmelo Anthony's family, following his murder charge and the killing of Austin Metcalf, plans to use the $400,000 in donations to buy a new home and hire security amid alleged racist threats. It's always alleged racist threats, isn't it, chat? Don't you ever get tired of hearing that? This black kid murders a white kid in cold blood. Black America pays him $500,000 for a job well done. They move into a mansion and hire security to protect the murderer. What the fuck kind of message is this sending to the entire country? Chat, there is no way to articulate this situation without catching a ban. Because if you notice what's actually happening, you're a bad person. If you notice what's going on, you're the racist. You just have to sit down and shut up and accept that this is part and parcel of the way you're supposed to live nowadays. Nowadays. And I think it was articulated decently well here. Mr. Homath Man said, if you're black and you murder a white person because you feel like it that day, you get to go home. And also everyone will buy you an entire house. How are we all doing? Are we still tolerating the way things are? Everyone all set? Permitting this? And someone said, don't fall for the race bait. Don't do it. Mr. Homan responded, dude, honestly, at what point do you stop calling it bait and start calling it an unsafe world to exist in? There are fewer and fewer places you can live where you can't be attacked by someone who will be given a free pass by the courts. They could even break into your house and they're still the victim. What bait? What is the bait? He's completely fucking right. He's 1,000% right. And anytime people point it out, oh, well, you're just a fucking far-right operative conspiracy theorist racist. You should get banned. You should lose your job. You're a terrible person. And the guy responded, side note, I love your work, and I'm not some DEI or defund the police idiot. I agree the world is unsafe, but I could argue that it's never been safe. It depends on whose lens you're looking through. Don't fall for the race bait, meaning don't make it a racial issue when it's not. You keep bringing up black and white. It's a human issue. The young man made a mistake, and humans will judge his mistake. Trial has not even happened yet. You may not get the results you want, or maybe you will, so let's see what happens. And this is what happens when you're inflicted with, like, a terminal fucking post-sitting centrist attitude. Like, I know a lot of people have to pretend to be terminally online centrists in order to not get banned, but, like, this is another level of just mental illness on display. Mr. Homath Man here says it is a racial issue. When When you grow up and you're told your entire life, white people are the reason you have a bad lot in life. White people always treat you terribly. White people always think less of you. You grow up with this intense anger at a group of people that's been consistently dehumanized. When we wanted to fix racial tensions, when we wanted to no longer have discrimination, we wanted it to be equality. We wanted no discrimination. The answer to discrimination is not more discrimination. It's not time for revenge. It's not time for we get to do the same thing that happened hundreds of years ago. It's our turn now. That's not how you fix things. That's how you make it worse. This is basically one reason the killer has any defenders. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. To say, to look at the situation and to say this has nothing to do with race, I think is to be delusional. Eventually this will turn around. There will not be another Martin Luther King Jr. There will just be a, you had your chance and you blew it. And it's like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm not surprised this is happening. I'm not surprised. And I want to see the body cam footage, right? Because, like, there's always the chance that, like, maybe the judge has seen something that we don't know, and maybe this was some, like, astronomically impossible fucking self-defense case like Tim was really badly articulating before. There's a chance that that's real. I don't think it is. I don't think that's the case. It doesn't seem like it, but I want the body cam footage. I want to see for myself what happened. Why don't we have it yet? Why don't we have it yet? Bail isn't about guilt, it's about flight risk. Yeah, that as well. Like, why did they reduce his bail for a murder charge? I don't think that's normal. It was good for the killer. It would have been leaked by now. We never will. You don't think that there is a body cam footage? Or not body cam, sorry. Like, yeah, the phone footage or phone footage or whatever, security cam footage. Whatever it is. There's some footage. Not body cam, sorry. There wasn't police there. It should have been cameras. The fact that we've seen no footage tells us exactly what happened. I mean, yeah, pattern recognition pretty much assumes that, right? There was video, but it was taken down. I mean, I haven't seen any video, and I want to see it. I want to see what the footage says. No body cam because it may taint the jury pool. We saw the Floyd shit day of. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. You don't recall ever hearing a bail amount being dropped? I just talked about it. What do you mean? I just talked about it. Was it this tab? He was released on bond. Judge has lowered Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000. And when you have a $250,000 bond, I think you only need to actually pay like 10% of it up front or some shit to be released on your own cognition or whatever the fuck it's called. I think it's 10%. If somebody else knows the bail system better than I do, please let me know. You pay about 10%, or if you pay 10%, you lose it. Get a weapon on school grounds. The fact that a high school track and field event has no video footage is impossible in 2025. Yeah. That guy should fry for killing someone else. It was in cold blood. Apparently, since he's 17, he can be tried as an adult in Texas. So, reality will taint the jury pool. Floyd was cell phone footage easily uploaded by the public. This was CCTV. Oh, fuck, man. I thought there was cell phone footage that somebody had mentioned, but maybe not. I don't know. I don't know, man. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 10. You spent your entire K-12 career learning about how evil white people were in the past and that you had to repent for their sins. When you prostrated yourself before them, they said crack. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 10. Demons need to be exposed for the evils they committed. We cannot coexist with those who commit atrocities and get off scot-free. It reminds me of that fucking, what was he, Tibetan? I think it was a Tibetan guy talking about the invasion of his country. Saying that, like, you can have all of the love and kindness in your heart, but you can't lay next to mad dogs or something like that. And it's like, this isn't like, yeah, everyone is like that, just write them off entirely as a group of people, because that's crazy. But it's like, something has to be done. Why is there a two-tier justice system? Why is it allowed that some people, by their immutable characteristics, get off way too easily? Why is it that there are judges willing to protect people based on immutable characteristics instead of following the letter of the law? Why is this the case? Why do we have so many activist judges? Like, right? Like, if we can't rely on our system, if we can't rely on actual justice to be brought, then the system has lost its point. The system isn't working as intended. O.J. Simpson juror who admitted their ruling was revenge for Rodney King and was unapologetic about it is all you can think of seeing this? That's absurd. That's absurd. What we've been taught growing up only stoked the flames of resentment, and intersectionality further drives a wedge between race relations. It's just divisive. If you treat it equally, the city will burn down. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I gotta fucking tread on fine wire, as it were. Gotta be very careful. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Yeah. You remember white guilt jokes in 2012? That fucking image of that, like, weird white guilt retreat where all of the white people are wearing, like, I'm sorry t-shirts and they're in fucking shackles. That has been burned into my brain since I saw it, like, at the either late 2000s or early 2010s. Because it's just like, how do you do something like that? How do you feel so much shame for something you had no involvement in? You had no part of. You had nothing to do with it. How do you feel that much shame in your skin color? It's just as absurd as feeling that much pride on the opposite end. Like, it's insane to me. It's like, you can be proud of your heritage, you can be proud of things that have been accomplished by your ancestors, but it's like, you as a person are not them, as it were. Recenter your chakras, Foxu. Unrustle your jimmies. They're so rustled I have a wedgie, man. They don't feel any shame, that's the problem. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Oh man, I need another schizophrenic rant to not be angry about this shit. I need another schizophrenic rant. Oh god, where's my fucking regular browser? Heritage and skin color aren't the same thing. I mean, yeah. There's a similar one in 2020 after St. Floyd's death where some white people were in chains and apologizing. Yeah, there was one where, like, white people were, like, kissing the boots of the black Hebrew Israelites, I think they were. It's insane. Some people are just fucking insane, man. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 20. Most people feel betrayal. Many 80s to 90s kids were told, yes, America had its issues, but we're going to move forward. The first generation of white people to genuinely be post-racial were sucker punched with Obama. We give up. What do you mean, give up? What do you mean by give up? Because it's like, if you give up, it's just gonna get worse, as it were. It's just gonna get worse. And it's like, yeah, we wanted to reach that post-racial thing, but it felt like while we were trying to make things better, a lot of people, and I'm not saying it was like black people only, because there's a lot of fucking self-hating white people that wanted this to happen. They were just like, yeah, we're going to look at you guys who want post-racism, who want equality, who want everyone to get along, and we're gonna laugh at you for being naive, dumbass pieces of shit, and we're gonna do nothing but take advantage of you.
We need something to stop glowing like reactor 4.
True! I love the butter dog! Butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. I put the butter on the dog, the butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. I put the butter on the dog, butter dog. I love the butter dog. Thank you. Thank you, Bigglesworth, for the happiness in these trying times. Thank you, Mr. Bigglesworth. Thank you for the 69 butter doggos. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. No, Kirsche, you don't want to reach the post-racial anymore because they don't consistently. You're jaded, you don't care. Bring on full-blown segregation. If they're arguing for segregation, us arguing for coexistence will not work. Right? It's like, if that is what they want, and they've shown, by they, I don't just mean black people, I mean, like, the people pushing for DEI stuff, to be clear. The people pushing DEI have shown that they want segregation. They've been trying segregation. We've had all these issues on college campuses where they're just like, no whites allowed in these areas. We need safe spaces for indigenous people of color. We need to segregate the white people from everyone else. And it's like, if they've been pushing nothing but pro-segregation for like the last 15, 16 years, what are you supposed to do about that? What are you supposed to do?
Honestly, sure, fuck it. Unironically looped on several rights, or civil rights. Yeah, fucking time is a circle, man. Time is a fucking circle. They want segregation so bad, and it's like, I think that's a really weird thing to be wanting to push on people and make them believe that that's like 100% the best thing to do, right? Because if you bring back segregation, people also again lose freedom of association, which I don't think is a good thing. Rabadob Flob, thank you for the 8-month resub. Can't drop by as often as you like, but you'd hope I've been doing good. You know, it's already been a minute, but props on getting a Gamer Subs cup. Hope this sale pleases the Gamer Subs gods. Thank you, Mr. Flobby. Thank you. Exohammer 2, thank you for the 18-month resub, dude. Thank you. Let's segregate the commies. I wonder if we segregated the commies, if most of these issues would just completely fucking go away. You know, just rip the commies out. The Red Scare wasn't scary enough. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 361. Your Slavic blood has no pity for those that still bring up slavery in current year. You play your tiny violin for them, based Slav. A Rabbit, thank you for the 5. You're a proud fox who enjoy your hell, yeah. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. Didn't have to riot as first response. Revenge seeking is why we've gotten to this point. You should have let the Rodney issue go. I don't know who you're adding. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 10. You spent your entire... I read that. Thank you. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 361. When murders start catching sniper rounds, then justice served. I don't like advocating for, like, mercenary justice, right? Because that'll get real sloppy, real messy, real fucking quick. Spicy Flower, thank you for the 100 biddies. The best way to describe the Carmelo Anthony situation: my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. My disappointment is immeasurable, but not unexpected. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus, thank you for the 100 biddies. You're glowing bright right now. Potent pays me to post, thank you for the 5. This proves black privilege exists, right? If there are people that can see what's happening with this case and don't think black privilege is real, I don't know what you can say to those people, man. 6 cups in the giveaway right now? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Disappointment is an understatement. Master Prick, thank you for the 5. Black community got destroyed and turned into a shadow of its former self by their leaders and the progressives. Yeah. And any time, like, a black guy, like, in a position to want to change things talks about it, he just gets called, like, an Uncle Tom. He's told he's turning into the white man. He's turning his back on his people. And he's like, if we can't even have a conversation about how, like, the government has come in and ruined, like, the nuclear black family, ruined black neighborhoods, how are we supposed to solve the issues? Exactly what are the odds that this judge just happened to preside over the case? About to say that it might worsen. I mean, I don't want to think about that, but, like, I guess we'll have to see where the case goes, right? Like, well, maybe some sort of common sense will happen, and I will be shocked beyond measure. That's why a lot of us are like, fuck the community. That's why I hate, like, community talk in general, because it just feels, like, very hive-mindish, right? It feels very, very hive-mindish to think that way. Fact that being eloquent is acting white is funny to you? Yeah, it's a really dumb thing to do. And we've read articles where, like, people have talked about how, like, they pull themselves up out of poverty, they get out of, like, you know, the ghetto neighborhoods, they go on to, like, get an education, get a career, and they come back and visit, and instead of being celebrated for the achievements they've accomplished, people are just like, oh, you just a white man lackey now. And it's like, that's weird. That's weird. You should celebrate achievement and accomplishments. It feels gross when people get conscripted without their consent, as if they owe nebulous statistic loyalty. Get out of here with that shit. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the 199. Defeated segregation before, we'll do it again. I can only hope so, man. I can only hope so. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 10. Talk about freedom of association going away, but what you don't get is the CRA is what killed that. No, I agree. Like, we have a degree of freedom of association right now, but we don't have, like, full freedom of association as we should. And I would say it's not just the CRA. There's definitely other parts that go into that, which I'm sure you also know about, based on you even mentioning that. You'll never forget when your copy of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows got stolen and torn up because reading was acting white. What the fuck? Bro, I'm sorry that happened. That sounds really fucking horrid to have to live through as a kid. And Kirsche properly pronouncing weird. She's overcoming her Bostonian disability. You know, sometimes I just get so fucking stunned, man. Demons ate my dog. Thank you for the 2. You hope Carmelo Anthony goes to jail for 40 years. Only 40. Risk videos. Thank you for the 2. Postmodernist morality is anything but moral. True. Master Prick. Thank you for the 2. You hate these people? I don't know how we have so many activist judges, man. I don't know. As a Puerto Rican, it's really hard to hear that is segregation because of skin color, because your country's racial foundation at the point that brothers from the same parents can have all different skin color, but you think that's why, or that's we are already mixed? Well, it's like, you know, again, the joke that, like, fucking Italians aren't considered white, right? Like, they have, like, the olive complexion. They have a Mediterranean skin color, right? So it's like, yeah, you have different densities of skin color even within Europe. It's a little silly. I'm gonna smoke a huge dab. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 361. Hopefully they get her kicked from the bench and no longer be a judge for obvious bias. I don't know how she would be allowed to stay on the case, like doing something like that, right? Sargon has a black grandfather and he's called a Nazi. The half-black face of white supremacy. It's only recent that Irish are considered white. They always forget that. True. Mr. Dro, 00, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. These types of incidents lead to pogroms. I hope everyone else is doing well. John Bird, thank you for the 2. Kidney stones are 100,000% awful. You had them once? Fingers crossed I will never get a kidney stone. Black Italian, you mean? Yes, my Italian brothers in the chat. My African Italian Americans. Vouch, thank you for the 18-month resub. 1 year and a half of confusing chat. Hell yeah. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 361. Wonder if getting a Kirsche plush and putting it in a bowl of cherries or have it holding a bottle of ketchup over some grilled cheese. I love grilled cheese. I fucking love me some grilled cheese, man. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. JC Dosk, thank you for the 100 biddies. I read that already. Wow, I read a whole fucking chunk of these, I think. I hope this isn't breaking. Zentetsu13, thank you for the 195. Ignore the sun! Alfie89, thank you for the 200 biddies. He posted a 12-minute video, Understand the Human Design Chart, from their website and stream suggestions. I think we understand everything about the Human Design Chart. I feel so empowered. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 10. Carmelo was charged with murder 1, not capital, because you have to be committing another felony, like, say, burglary, to raise the charge. What was he doing at that tent that wasn't his again? There are some people on Twitter trying to say that, like, he was invited to the tent, but, like, I don't think I believe that, based on everyone else having said that he shouldn't have been there. You know, I guess we're just gonna have to wait for more things to be written in plain text. Sicilians and Sardinians, funny folks. Southern Italians have a bit of Arab genes. Bro, I saw this, like, beautiful Italian farmhouse with, like, I don't even remember what the number was, but it had hectares of land. I was like, I don't even know how big a fucking hectare is, man. I've only seen acres. Because they're using hectares, that makes me feel like it's a lot of fucking land. That's fucking farm, bro. It was a beautiful house. It had a pool. You had an amazing view off of, like, a fucking hillside. And hectares of land. It was like 135,000 euro. And I was like, okay, hold on. Why is it so cheap? What's going on here? You want him locked up, but you don't have high hopes? OJ 2.0 is definitely in the cards. I wonder how many times they can do the same storyline, you know? Hectares are 100 acres. That's fucking crazy. Hectare, a spin-off of the Helltaker. At this point, everyone's kicking up dust. You mean the bail is bullshit, but beyond that, you don't think we have a clear picture for a while? I feel like the lack of certain evidence kind of, again, pattern recognition, but, like, we could be wrong. I don't feel like that's the case, but there's always the infinitesimally small possibility that this doesn't play out like pattern recognition has taught us. It's a hectare, not a hectaker. Now I'm gonna keep saying hectaker. You're gonna take the heck, chat! DRT is King, thank you for the 10. The KMT were the national Chinese in the Chinese Civil War. Their government would eventually become Taiwan. They were aligned basically everyone but the Soviets in World War II. Weird. Weird. Manama. Beard, they give the 15. All this magic stuff and why it's performed mostly by women makes a lot more sense when you realize that it's just their way of coping with their inability to impact things in a constantly changing world. But I mean, you do have the ability to impact things. You literally make Babby. You literally bring more human into the world. What do you mean? Kamen Rider Paul. Your name is hard to read because of the upsy downsies. Thank you for the 250 biddies. Alex Jones talked about the Bush family funding the Nazis and the connection to the CIA. What the fuck? John in English, they give the 5. You went to Methuselah to come down when all is lost and do the fire sword fire wave attack like in Noah. I don't know what that means. That guy Gus, thank you for the 20. You dated a girl into the witchcraft stuff, nut job that loved to be called slurs in bed. Search Spirit Science History of the World. It claims that Mars was old men that did bad things to Earth, which was a girl because of an asteroid. Brother, what? Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Chat, step away from your windows right now for your own safety. We can't risk being sniped for knowing too much. Bro, that Instagram video was insane. Ant the Fool, they give the 4.99. The witches know too much. Shut it down. Coalgrave, they give the 6.90. From witches summoning Jesus, Allah, XYZ, summoned with Odin and Sir Arthur to becoming more radioactive than the Demon Core. Whiplash so hard, I almost got decapitated. Yeah, that was like whiplash on a degree above even myself. That was kind of intense. I'm impressed. JoJo references, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 10. The kids at those schools are going to be radicalized far more than any of us here. They'll be genuinely hateful, and those true believers will have no one to blame but themselves. Yes. Yes. And I feel like, once again, I've heard a lot of stories of people who went to like inner city school places. And they were just like, yeah, you know, that taught me a lot. Not school-wise. She's sure the Earth wasn't a boy, too. Kane's brain, they give them 199. For some reason, I'm really attracted to her now. Stop it! Spocky, they give it 87 cents. You jest, but today Lotus Eaters posted a vid about how the feds are involved in many occultism cells and another attempt at Orange Man. Didn't in the JFK docs that they declassified, didn't it say that the government paid for like astral projection to try and like figure out some shit? Didn't we read that? Are the space Jews real, chat? No one's more racist than, oh god. Hylian Juggler, they give it a 10. Didn't attempt to fix anything? Guess 100 years of legal wins meant nothing? Just never satisfied. Are you having a conversation with someone else in chat through super chats? Because like, having me read your response to someone else in chat through a super chat is just gonna leave me very fucking confused. It's not gonna make any sense. I'm not gonna understand what's happening. They tried to use astral projection to find the Ark of the Covenant. Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't JFK. It was the Ark of the Covenant. It was the Ark of the Covenant. Say it. Oh my god. Dr. Faust MD, thank you for the 25 months of prune. You now understand how Gimli felt fighting side by side with Legolas. Paradoxical Madness, thank you for the 2. Who knew a witch could be so based? I don't know, man. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Oh god, she's going into the Candace Owens and Ian Carroll bullcrap. What's next? Is she gonna say the Jews are blackmailing RFK through Segs tweets? You know, that was an hour-long video, so maybe she got to that point at some point. But like, did Candace Owens go down some like weird spirituality thing? I don't know anything about Candace Owens, really. Everyone knows that JFK is alive in the Ark. Well, maybe. Maybe. Jonah Hex, they give the 2. The CIA ninjas glow in the dark. I mean. Phantom STND, they give you the 9 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Thank you for pruning. Is this what women conspiracy theorists look like? I mean, her shirt was cute. I liked her shirt. Please enjoy a conspiracy theory placenta pumped full of alien hormones. Didn't she decide the world was flat? Don't say that. Rockwell hardness tested Boopus, they give the 10. Broken justice system, crappy judges and DAs, along with incidents that are exacerbated to encourage outrage, to encourage vigilante justice, to destabilize race relations further. Appears to be by design. I mean, again, this is kind of like what Marxists do, right? They try to inflame tensions, and they have the ability to do that along racial and along gender lines and along now sexuality lines, because, you know, fucking you gotta hate them gays, you gotta hate the straight people, they're oppressing you, you know? It's like, it's just all fucking divisive tactics, but like, what are you supposed to do, man? Patchouli, thank you for the 5. Gonna be real with you. Your high school going from top 10 in the state to the fight capital of the country in less than a year taught you a lot. What the fuck? That's so fast. How? That's Psycho, thank you for the 2. Confused Foxy was best Foxy. My brain is leaking so fucking hard. It's big leaky. Mr. Fondue, thank you for the 5. V for Victory literally summons balloons. I get it now. I never summoned balloons! Viperius, thank you for the 200 biddies. Alistair Crowley is also a crossroad demon from the TV show Supernatural, who died as a human in medieval Scotland. What the fuck? Anti-Federalist Pain, thank you for the 5. And they that feed the Kirsche shall be blessed by the Foxu against the Nazis, but they that grip the Kirsche shall fall before them. Cult of Foxu. Please do not start a cult in my name. Virtual Maid Miyu, full menu, thank you for the 4.99. Had a massive headache yesterday listening to the Foxu deep dive, cleared the rest of it up. Wait, can't wait to get your plush soon. I'm sorry you had headache. I have tummy hort still. I'm glad you feel better. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Men Who Stare at Goat movie is just a soft disclosure for remote viewing. What? To create context, that's what I need. Thank you for the 10. I have experience with these people. They believe all gods are real and you can pick which you follow, but most of the time they pick you. I used to be a part of a coven. Oh. I find it fascinating to listen to these people prattle on about this stuff, because it's like they genuinely believe it. They genuinely believe it, and so it's fascinating to listen to, no matter how crazy they are. Rockwell Hardness Tested Bopus, thank you for the 5. Chat eats corn the long way. Jimmy Stickle Tasty, thank you for the $9.99. Your name always makes me think of pastries, like a nice fucking frosted coffee roll. It's important to not get too far. Ultimately, anyone who carries the American spirit is your brother or sister, regardless of characteristics. I mean, that's kind of what I wanted, man. That's kind of like how I felt, right? Men Who Stare at Goats is a CIA psychic soldier training. Oh, what the fuck? Adam Wofford, thank you for the 2. Too late, I will be the high priest of the Foxu. Don't do it. The Great Baguette, thank you for the 5. This is the Astral Witch version of the Avengers Endgame scene meets Fate. Yeah, I got kind of loopy. Dak55, thank you for the 5 months of Prume. Thank you for pruming. Bruce Silbolvaro, thank you for the 5. They sent the entire mythos to clutch up on H-Man. Adolf was putting up real numbers solo. How could Hitler stand a chance against the entire cosmic intergalactic god sphere? I ain't no way, dude. Affiliate fan, 1996, thank you for the 100 videos. Do not face Allah alone on the astral plane. John in English, thank you for the 5. You should look up the post of the witches that astral projected to fight Allah. It didn't go well. Wait, that's a thing? I thought Affiliate fan was making a joke, but I'm gonna need to look that up. Not tonight. Kermit Peterson, thank you for the 690. Thank you for this rabbit hole. We still haven't gotten to the necrophilia isn't illegal in India rabbit hole that I accidentally went down the other day. I was like, I wanted to read about that. Giga Twin, thank you for the 361. This lady in her magical battle in Britain thing sounds like someone read the 90s RPG Mage the Ascension and thought it was real historical fact. Kurgan, thank you for the 5. When is she getting to the part where Gandalf defeated the Balrog? I don't even know what a Balrog is. HK9410, thank you for the 5. Super glad you chose to wear your camo wizard hat with the Lesser Seal of Solomon for this. He came prepared. Boycott Warhammer, thank you for the 654. Hey Kirsche, you astral projected after you activated your chakras via ADHD codes and all you got was a waifu cup at GamerSupps. Using code Kirsche for 10% off. Well, it sounds like you successfully activated those chakras and now you can do a special rave body coaching. Congratulations on being a tier 1 autism. D7 Origin, thank you for the 5. The urge to Deus Vault is growing stronger. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 5. You got the Fox plush. Now you shall assist in tearing the Pit plush's ears off. Oh, what a fun day to be alive. John Burt, thank you for the 5. I remember reading that. A handful of ivory, thank you for the 5. That's, I mean, you gotta have big hands. Every time you hear Yogi, you always remember the stupid cartoon bear and his gay lover that lives in the woods and always steals picnic baskets for fun. Same Yogi Bear. A hectare is like 2.5 acres. Oh, that's big. Someone said it was like 100 earlier, so I don't really know how much it actually is. Binary Betrayer, thank you for the 10. Say what you want, but bundling new age garbage MK Ultra and making people pay top dollar for the privilege of being brainwashed and filled with pseudo-spiritualism nonsense is the scam of the century. And the fact that these people set up this business in, like, a majority black federal worker town is just like, that's... Man... That just, you know, why you gotta be a shitty person? Why you gotta do that, man? 100 guy was stupid? Oh, okay. Video Gamer, thank you for the 525. This is hurting your head. Can we talk about something less painful, like sounding? This is literal insanity. But I like glazing into the void. And by glazing, I meant glaring. But I said glazing. I still had donut on my brain. My Dixie wrecked! Thank you for the $20 doodles. I don't know how you managed to keep it up through all of that. Apprenticeships can be government funded. Somebody needs to check if these tools are on the approved apprenticeship list getting federally funded. This is a job for Doge. Well, Kirsche Gripper, thank you for the $1 doodle. Shout out to the oil barons in chat, ensuring every honorable chatter gets a chance to grip a cup. This is the last stream where gifting will be available. You hope everyone gets a firm grip on their cups in 12 to 16 weeks. This will be my last stream. However, this Thursday, I will be on side scrollers, so I can do a little bit of shilling on side scrollers before the end of the drop. But yes, by the time I go live on Friday, the Gamer Subs drop will be over. There will be no more Gamer Subs merch. It'll be gone. So be sure to get your purchases in using code Kirsche for 10% off before this Friday. Glazing into the void. Psycho, they give the 2. Kirsche doesn't know Lord of the Ring. Can I have my loan back? I can't stay awake through the movie. General Potato Salad, they give the 25. Instructions unclear. Here's my first payment for streamatology. Please align my thetans with my chakras. Thanks. I'll align all of your spine with hammers. The first badness, 420k. Thank you for the 5. You'd let Kirsche be the voiceover for your sci-fi dystopian city. That'd be a lot of hiccups. McFly, thank you for the 5. Chance you'll actually end up working with these people in Colorado Springs since your employer is going to be doing therapy stuff in the mountains. We'll let you know. Please bring us back crazy stories of these people. I need it, dude. Anti-Federalist Pain, thank you for the 5. Give us all you own, become our servant, worship our leader, have no freedom. We're totally not a cult. Yeah, that sounds normal, right? Marek Zelinsky, thank you for the 1136. What you're reading is dog whistles designed for people who understand certain sounded words, even though they do not know that they are just getting into a cult-type mentality. Those people want to belong. I guess I don't really understand that. What's my trigger word? When can I feel that? Code Shiku, thank you for the 6-month member. What are we digging into today, Kirsche? I have no words to explain what happened. Massive Doge, thank you for the $9.99. Kirsche, I bet this is a nothing burger to distract your research on bridge or a money laundering scheme. I am still very far behind on bridge work. Oh yeah, I said I would show you guys like what I had fucking finally put together on a like little article thing. Let me just fucking bring that up really quick because I completely fucking forgot. So like I'm trying to finish writing this article, man. And it thankfully saves. But it's like, it starts with January 8th. My first stream on Bridge was January 7th. I'm trying to make sure all of my sources are like linked in here. Like everything as much as I possibly can. We go March 13th. DEI after 5 stuff. So I have like all of my tweets. My biggest concern is like, these tweets contain like the bulk of information. It's like if I open this tootle here. They contain like the video clips, they contain, well not this one. They contain like the video clips, that's a YouTube, that's the original vid from them. Here's another one, this is Danny Lalonder, so that's not gonna be a big one. But like, this is another one that's just a clip of Tim Pool. The Quartering made a video on Bridge in April last year. Clownfish covered Bridge in April last year. Bridge Smart Brief, so this one should have a bunch of articles. So like you have to open like my Twitter links And then you get, like, the screenshots, you get archive links to the articles that I'm posting about. Like, all of the links and articles and screenshots and shit are all contained in these links. And I think if I put all of those screenshots and links in this, it would become excruciatingly long and very convoluted. So I just have to hope that, like, my little intro informing people that, like, all of the links and sources are contained in my Twitter posts would be the way to go. So hopefully that's something that can happen. But, like, as you can see, this is already very fucking long. We're at June 23rd, 2024. June 30th, July 7th, July 10th, July 16th, July 24th, another July 16th, so I guess I gotta rearrange this. I gotta rearrange this, maybe. July 17th, August 26th, September. I just keeps fucking going, man. September 6th, September 18th, September 23rd, September 30th, intersectionality of disability and fucking critical race theory finally pops up here. It finally pops up. We got November 27th, and then we finally get into 2025. I got up to February 13th, 2025, but, like, I'm still adding in sources and links all the way up here on September 4th. So, like, I'm pretty far behind in my, like, providing all of the links and sources here. So this is going to be fucking giga massive, because I want this to be, like, the repository that people can go to and find every single thing that I have possibly collected on Bridge, as much as I can put into Twitter. As much as I can put into Twitter. Need a Google Doc or something? I have no idea. I don't know how to make it, like, any better or any more readable. Looking great. You can't wait to link this to people. It's a lot, man. The Grand Compendium of the Fox Mistress. It's a lot of fucking text. 2K words is pretty long already. Yeah. Steven Ortiz, thank you for the 20. Why not just do shrooms? I don't want to eat the mushroom. I don't want to eat the mushroom. I'm doing more work than most journalists. You don't know about the rest of chat, but you're proud of me. Aw, thank you. Thank you. I did not seek out the soup. The soup sought me, and thus I speak through it. Nexus the 9,560. Thank you for the 17-month resub. Thank you. You know what time it is? Tax day. Put you back into it. I don't want to scream. My throat hurts. That's a little one, because throat hurt. Swampscotch, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Congrats on this, the day of your birth. Please enjoy cult-prepared placenta with fennel and soy sauce. Anthony, thank you for the 10. The 3C program is to help them deal with the fact that the Ritalin... I read that, thank you. Thank you. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. 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 Yeah. Nick Cara, thank you for the 7-month resub. Love the Fox Waifu, got all the Gamer Subs merch. Thank you, my guy. Chaotic Neutral, thank you for the member. Activation Coach is just a method to make Kirsche get angry. True and real. Div, thank you for the member. Michael White, thank you for the 10-month member. Bullshit starting to sound like ye ol' snake oil salesman. It do. Wild Red 1905, thank you for the 15. Y'all with the cult? Yeah, this is the cult pickup. Soda Fed, thank you for the 200 biddies. If you need to get activated, you shotgun a Wild Tiger energy drink for the total activation. Jesus. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. Say the C word 3 times to activate your woman. Just be aware, you may not like the results. True and real. True and real. I have real tummy hurt. I'm dying. I think I need to eat a turkey. I think I need to ingest some turkeys, chat. Oh, tummy hurt. I'm going to go find somebody to raid over here. I'm gonna find someone to raid. What day is it today? I kept thinking it was Wednesday yesterday. Today's Tuesday. It's a Tuesday day. Cum, cat, cash, and cute? What the fuck are you talking about, buddy? Cheems Ball will forever be the world's cutest foot, bro. True and real. True and real. No. Homestead is fucking alive on a Tuesday, man.
On a Tuesday. Yeah, I'll go look at Henya. We need something relaxing and cute after all that schizophrenia. Let's go to Henya. Oh, fuck it, I'm losing my mind. What is she doing here? She's doing... I don't know what this is. My page won't load. She play it... The Elder Scrolls 4? Oblivion? I've never played that either. Remember, don't bring up cursed things. Don't bring up cursed things in say-so streamers' chats, alright? Don't say political things. Don't say cursed things, chat. We ban you here if you do those things. As a heads up. Stop right there, criminal scum. Yeah, go enjoy. Cute girl doing cute thing. Only cuteness. Only cuteness happening. Munya. Time for the glow to die down. No glow. Only happy, comfortable darkness with like a small campfire. Go support Henya doing crimes. Thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me extra late. I wanted to make sure I did get through some of those thank yous. I've been struggling to get through all the licking on Sundays, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I have missed your super or your resub. Hopefully I'll get to it on Sunday. On Sunday when I lick everyone. I'm sorry, thank you. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Wonderful rest of night. I will see you on Side Scroller's channel at noon Eastern on Thursday. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.